It uncompressed fine, I told you.
Kel squatted down beside him. Don't be defensive. I just like to have things run through over and over again.
You're obsessed with preparation.
Yes, I am. Meaning I want you to study that recording until your eyes bleed. I'm going to do the same. Grinder sighed. They wore dark jumpsuits in dark green, broken by irregular swaths of black, camouflage wear suited to deep forest or nighttime in most overgrown areas. All the wraiths but Face were present, and despite the rank disparity between them, Wedge had assigned command of the mission to Kel due to his specific commando experience. All right, Kel said. Everyone settle in for some sleep. I'll take first watch. Jansen, you take second. We go at nightfall. As the day progressed, large personnel skimmers and private vehicles delivered workers and managers to the factory. From their vantage point, the commando party couldn't see much of what went on at the front or business end of the complex. But shortly before noon, 4 X-23 Star Worker space barges landed and took on cargo through the bunker's rear cargo doors. Kel and Wedge took notes on their registry numbers while Jesmond recorded all transmissions. The barges took off an hour later, and Kel went off duty, settling into sleep. He woke as dusk was settling. He was a little stiff and suffered from new aches, his sleeping roll not being adequate defense against the hard ground and tree roots beneath him or the local stinging insects. The other wraiths looked as though they felt the same. Runt, his fur spotted with twigs and crumbled pieces of leaves, handed him a hot and extra stout cup of calf. Kel took a sip and winced. More of Cubber's solvent? Runt looked at him in slight confusion. Then something in his eyes and manners changed, and he uttered a soft chortle. I understand. Has everyone eaten? Everyone but you? Runt picked up a small gray case, a third of a meter long, and pressed a recessed button at one end. The whole package began to crackle as its contents, Kel's supper, began to cook within. Good. Kel raised his voice slightly to get everyone's attention. People, do your final equipment checks. We'll move out as soon as it's fully dark. He ignored his own directive. He'd done his equipment check before falling asleep. Shaped charges, grenades, explosives, adhesives, detonators, detonation comlinks, miniature datapads optimized to detect complex sets of circumstances and then trigger detonators, sensors, tools, hand lights, headband lights, lights with temporary adhesives to stick to all sorts of walls and other surfaces, a full-size datapad with permanent memory stuffed full of data about explosives in use by the Empire, by the New Republic, by warlords and individual worlds, all of it arranged by straps or in pockets so he could find any item by touch. All of it was fine. He opened his meal case and began absently pulling nameless meat-like balls from it and eating them. Grinder waved a hand to get his attention. Kel moved over to him, still unsteady from sleepiness, and drank more of the poisonous calf. I have something for you, Grinder said. He was staring intently at the oversized screen on his datapad. Kel moved to loom over him. Show me. On the screen was a panoramic camera view of the front of the bunker. Kel knew that it had been taken through the fisheye camera rig in Face's hat. With the touch of a button, Grinder set the view into motion. The heavily armored door into the bunker slid open. The planet's governor and some of his cronies moved ahead of the camera view into the small vehicle hangar beyond, and Face's point of view followed. One of the governor's men pointed, drawing Face's attention toward a long, open vehicle, which Kel recognized as an Ubrikian cargo skiff. This one was different from the standard model. At the rear was a small passenger bay, enclosed in a globular transparent steel canopy. Inside was a reclining couch large enough for two. The governor's man wore an expression Kel interpreted as amused, and the camera vibrated a little, possibly from Face laughing. Here, Grinder said, and paused the image. He tapped the lower left corner of the display. It showed a man holding a comm link, but not orienting it toward his mouth. Grinder started the image in motion again. The man pressed a button on the comlink. Beside him, in the corner of the display, the bunker door began to close.
What does that suggest to you?
The door closed on a signal instead of a wall switch or a timer, Kell said. And possibly the governor's man drew Face's attention away to keep him from seeing it. That whole scene in the corner would have been behind him as he looked at the skiff. That suggests a security measure, maybe an alarm on timer. If they don't switch it off with the comlink within the appointed time, the alarm goes off.
That's my guess, Demolition Boy.
I'm leader here. Call me Demolition Boy, sir. Roll that sequence back to the point at which he hit the button on the comlink. Grinder did. Kell consulted the numbers on the text screen of the datapad. Jessamine, how long have you been recording? The Mon Calamari stood at attention. Since we came on station, Demolition Boy, sir. Kell gave her a look suggesting she had just betrayed him to the Imperials. That's an awful lot of time to record, isn't it? Not really. My gear records everything off the airwaves, but analyzes it as it goes, and only commits discrete strong signals or repeating patterns to its memory. So after hours of recording, I have perhaps an hour recorded. Did you record a transmission at 200:08:03? She picked up her heavy communications gear pack and opened the flap, giving her access to the main control screen. After a few moments, she said, Something within 8 seconds of that time, sir. Acceptable within normal variations on individual chronos. The transmission was fairly complex, but lasted less than half a second. Make sure that 8 seconds is the interval between your gear and Grinder's datapad. Kell frowned at the Bothan. Didn't I tell you to synchronize the chronos between everyone's datapads? Grinder looked abashed.
I have no excuse, sir.
Oh, so when you're in trouble, I stop being Demolition Boy. Grinder grinned. That's the interval, Jessamine said. All right. Note that transmission and be prepared to broadcast it in the frequency it came in on at my command. There was a faint rustle in the trees between them and the landing pad. Wedge, Kell, and Tyria had blasters in their hands within a split second and had them trained on the intruder before he, Donos, emerged from the trees. Donos blinked at them.
The suns are down and the last of the worker transports is gone.
Good, Kell said. People, remember, once we reach the bunker, always use your numbers, never your names. Here are the final orders. Until circumstances and screw-ups dictate that we alter them. 10, break trail, with 1 as your backup. Tyria and Wedge nodded. 4 and I follow fairly closely. Grinder, obviously still abashed from his failure to calibrate chronos, merely hoisted his pack onto his shoulders and saluted. 9 remains on station here as our long-distance spotter and sniper. Donos nodded. The rest follow in a group until we get to the bunker's rear door. 11, you'll set up at that door as our secondary spotter. Jansen gave a brief nod. Inside, 3 will choose 1 vehicle for our escape. I recommend the cargo skiff, but you're the expert on the condition of these crafts, so make your choice at your own discretion. Disable the rest. 12, you'll stay with her as her guard and ears. Phelan gave him a thumbs up. Piggy nodded. The rest of us will enter, acquire all the data we can, plant the charges, and get out. Questions? No one? All right, move out. Wedge, trailing Tyria at a distance of 8 or 10 meters, marveled at the way she moved. Hers was not a steady progress. She stopped to listen to animal noises, stray crackings of twigs or other unexplained sounds, and when there was no noise at all. But when the wind stirred the trees, she glided forward at a steady pace, the wind completely blanketing whatever noise she might have made. Wedge tried to follow her example. After so many ground missions in the last few years, his own intrusion skills were not inconsiderable. On the other hand, he hadn't needed them to survive day after day for years, as she had. It was hardly embarrassing to discover she was better at them. They skirted the forest edge alongside the ferrocrete landing pad until they reached the closest approach to the bunker. Keeping low, they moved across open ground until they reached the bunker's shadow, then hugged the bunker wall all the way to the door. Tyria nodded, and Wedge clicked his comlink twice to indicate success. The two of them crouched, motionless, blasters in hand, and covered the approach of the next team. Within a minute, Kel and Grinder joined them.
"So far, so good,"
Kel whispered.
"Minimal security."
"On the outside, anyway," Tyria amended. Kel clicked his comlink twice, then nodded to Grinder. The Bothan held a small light in his mouth and looked at the access panel beside the door to the hangar. "Standard model," he mumbled around the light. Kel snorted. "With Zinge involved? Don't believe it."
"I don't."
Grinder brought out a small sensor and ran it around the join where the access panel was sealed shut.
"Oh," he said. "Standard keypad. Underneath, simplified circuits. Behind that, a denser circuit panel. Not standard."
"What's that mean?" asked Wedge.
"False layer to trip up."
Drool ran out of Grinder's mouth around the penlight, and he shut up, scowling. "If you open up the panel," Kel said, "you'll probably get something that looks like the standard wiring you find in these panels. Odds are good you can even patch into it to run a bypass and get these doors open. But it's a fake, and the circuitry beneath it will be busy alerting every guard on this hemisphere of the planet. The trick is to open both top layers at once and not trip the security, which is really tough." Grinder popped open the access hatch. A panel of dense circuitry and a pattern unfamiliar to Wedge glinted at them. Grinder turned to smirk at Kel. "All right," Kel said. "Maybe not so tough." Wedge had to work to keep a smile off his face. The Wraiths were still surprising one another with what they could accomplish. A good sign. He just wished Kel were not so tense, so rigid. He'd been that way ever since Wedge had announced Kel was leading this mission. Not a good sign. The others moved up fairly quietly behind them.
"All accounted for,"
whispered Jansen. Grinder plugged wires and bypass circuitry into the access hatch's naked circuitry, then flipped a tiny toggle on an equally tiny capacitance charge. The hangar door groaned and slid open before them. It was pitch black beyond, and the moons, still rising on the far side of the bunker, offered no light. Tyria pulled her night sight gear over her eyes and switched it on. It made a faint hum.
"Everyone move in, no more than 6 paces. We're clear to that point," she said.
They did as she said, all but Jansen.
2? Yes, 5.
"Can you transmit that signal by touch?"
Yes, 5.
"Do so." The door moaned behind them until it was shut again. "Hand lights on," Kel said. The commando's handheld lights sprang to life, tiny beams illuminating small portions of the spacious hangar. "You all know your assignments," Kel said. "Let's go." He headed toward the doors that gave access to the hallway with the bunker's main freight turbolift. All but Phelan and Piggy followed. In the hall, Grinder took only a minute to bypass the turbolift controls. Then he tried to lift the turbolift's massive top-closing door. It stubbornly refused his efforts. "Allow us." Runt stepped in, affecting a swagger Wedge hadn't seen before, and put his fingers under the door's bottom lip. He straightened easily, lifting the door to waist height. He showed big teeth and a near-human grin. His long furred hands were steady as they held up the door's enormous weight. Kel ducked to peer inside. The turbolift shaft went down 6 or more stories, more than the 3 Face had been shown. The lift car was far below, in the darkness. There were access rungs on one side. On their way down, Grinder spoke to Kel. Wedge barely heard the whispered words.
"I haven't seen any cameras, microphones, No wiring for them in the wall behind the turbo-lift access panel.
Have you seen enough to be sure there aren't any?
Kell said. No, I'm giving you an impression.
Keep looking.
Face's tape hadn't shown any armed guards either. The bunker complex might rely on other types of defense, and not knowing what they were had Kell worried. The turbolift was a freight model with no roof to impede them. They dropped the last 6 feet to its floor. Grinder immediately got to work bypassing the door's electronics. Then Runt, with little apparent effort, heaved the car's door and then the armored exterior door up. The door opened into a loading area. It was full of loading carts and even some repulsor lift vehicles with transparasteel products loaded onto some of them. There were crystal-clear cubes 3 meters on a side, with small circular holes and an opening 1 meter by 1 meter cut into the side. There were large, thick sheets shaped as irregular polygons. There were curved discs over 2 meters in diameter, looking like enormous lenses. Wedge looked at these last items. TIE fighter front viewports, he said. And the big sheets, unless I'm mistaken, are bridge or lounge windows for a capital ship.
Sounds like support for Zinge's superstar destroyer, Kell said. He dropped his voice to a whisper, tones probably too low for planted microphones to pick up. But then why wouldn't 8 have been shown this level?
Wedge frowned as he considered the question. He responded in a whisper.
The governor on the other world was reluctant to discuss things with 8 when he'd obviously talked about them with Captain Derillian. My guess is that Zinge is compartmentalizing information about himself, structuring things in cells, like a resistance movement, so that information is contained.
Kell nodded.
When one cell fails, the rest remains safe.
Grinder hissed at them from the doorway to an adjacent chamber. They joined him. It was an operations control center, banks of computer consoles and black view screens that probably showed crucial areas of the manufacturing chambers when live.
The home of data, Grinder said.
Drain it dry, Kell said. Replicate everything you downlink into 2's ComGear memory.
Grinder's face twisted.
That'll take extra time.
Not much. Do it.
Wedge guarded Kell while the mission leader explored other chambers of the 6th subterranean level. This was just another manufacturing floor. It received superheated transparasteel ingots from the larger foundry floors above and shaped them into parts best suited to Imperial warships and fighters, plus those large, inexplicable cubes they'd seen. Kell seemed to pay little attention to the function of the rooms he was in. He simply chose support beams, retaining walls, and power generators on which to plant his demolition charges. Both men preferred to keep conversation to a minimum while Kell was setting up his explosives. Wedge felt a slight change in air pressure. He turned away from the support pillar Kell was rigging. He moved his hand light beam around the room. Nothing. Just conveyor belts, receiving receptacles, polishing machinery, phototropic shielding equipment. Then his beam flitted across something moving. He caught the barest glimpse of the thing, something taller than a man, moving fast and silently. He flicked the beam in the direction he thought it had been heading, but there was nothing there.
Trouble,
he whispered. He heard a faint whine as Kell activated the timer on the latest charge, then a scrape of metal on leather as Kell drew his blaster. It came at them from the side, claws and pinchers extended. 16.
10.
Tyria looked up in the direction of Runt's call. Runt was still on station near the door to the turbolift. His eyes were wider than normal.
Yes, 6,
she said.
Did you hear something? We heard something.
Tyria glanced toward the door to the operations center. Ton Fanon was still on guard duty there, his blaster pistol up and at the ready. He was peering into the ops center and did not look alarmed. She turned back to Runt.
No, nothing. The silhouette materialized out of the gloom behind Runt. Before Tyria could say anything, it ran him down, smashing him to the floor like a runaway speeder bike. An ungainly silhouette, round and heavy on top, trailing arms or tentacles like some invertebrate sea life. It came on straight at Tyria. The attack caught Kel and Wedge off guard. The mass of the attacker hit Kel head-on, slamming him to the metal flooring. Wedge twisted with the attack, took a grazing impact to the arm, and went down rolling. He ended up under a control console, aiming and firing before he'd come to a stop. His blaster shot was on target, hitting the attacker dead center. The laser blast charred what it hit but did not penetrate. It merely illuminated the attacker. It was a floating mass of machinery. The main portion was a roughly spherical body. The top and bottom hemispheres, divided by a narrowed equator that Wedge knew allowed the two portions to swivel independently. A half-dozen articulated limbs trailed below it. The designation A3 was painted on the upper hemisphere. The spherical portion was studded with sensor ports and blaster nozzles. The top hemisphere rotated, bringing one of those blaster nozzles in line almost instantly. Wedge ducked behind the console's support as the thing fired. The blaster shot hit the console, burning through it, showering Wedge with sparks. Imperial probe droid. Wedge came up in a half-crouch, running behind this console and the one adjacent. Beyond it he could see Kel's foot. The big man was not moving. Wedge grabbed Kel's leg and hauled him behind the console. The probe droid fired again, the shot melting into slag the metal deck where Kel had just been lying. Tyria ducked behind one of the carts loaded with TIE fighter viewports. She fired at the oncoming droid, hitting it once, twice, beside the characters A2 painted on the upper hemisphere. Surface armor charred a little, but the thing was not slowed. It fired a return shot. It hit the TIE fighter viewport Tyria hid behind. The viewport instantly opaqued, and the laser blast did not penetrate. The transparasteel slowly began to fade to glass-like clarity. She breathed a sigh of relief. These viewports had already gone through their phototropic shielding treatment. They'd stop anything short of the blast from a tripod-mounted laser cannon. The probe droid side-slipped to get around the impediment of the viewport. A blast fired by Fanon hit one of its sensor eyes, shattering it, but the droid returned fire almost instantly. Tyria saw Fanon duck back behind the doorway to the op center. "We're under assault," Wedge said. "A probe droid, military model. Our hand blasters aren't going to do it much harm." Kel's eyes opened. "I know that." "I'm talking to Jesmin," Wedge said. "They're under attack by another one." "Shouldn't we be keeping calm silence?" "If the probots are active, the locals know we're here, Tainer." "I can kill ours." Kel lifted his head and groaned. "But I'd like a nap first." "No time for a nap. You're going to use explosives?" "Of course." "How do you plan to plant them?" Kel grinned. "I was sort of hoping you'd lead the droid around so I could get a good approach on it." "Great." When the droid glided around the side of Tyria's cart, she broke the other way, running straight toward one of the repulsor lift carts. Fanon fired a steady stream of blasts to cover her movements. The droid returned fire, superheating the op center's metal door jamb to a dripping, golden, glowing mass. Tyria jumped into the driver's seat and fired up the engine. Immediately the cart rose a meter into the air. It held a load of large windows, her only protection. She threw the cart into reverse and backed straight at the droid. It fired at her, the blast stopping against her transparasteel cargo. Then the cart hit the probot, the great mass of vehicle and cargo pushing it backward. Tyria kept the thrust at full until the cart slammed into the wall. Then she held the thrust, pinning the droid in place. It struggled to wriggle free, and fired blast after blast into the transparasteel windows. The windows darkened and began to melt under the barrage. Wedge made a complete circuit of the manufacturing chamber, running along the maintenance alley behind the banks of control consoles. He varied his pace so the probot couldn't time his passage and take an accurate shot at him as he crossed the gaps between banks. It followed him throughout his circuit, staying on the other side of the consoles. Its accuracy was high, and 2 near misses had charred his clothes and slightly burned the skin beneath, at shoulder and thigh. He passed Kel where the demolitions expert crouched. Just before the next gap between consoles, Wedge skidded to a stop. The droid fired, a pattern of 3 blaster shots flashing between the consoles and melting holes in the wall. From the corner of his eye, Wedge saw Kel's attack. Kel rose in a smooth motion, his height and long legs enabling him to step up on the high console counter, and threw himself atop the probe droid. He bounced off immediately and hit the floor, rolling. The probe droid grabbed at him with a claw, missed, and brought a blaster into line, but Kel was already behind the room's bulky master control console. Wedge suppressed a groan.
Don't tell me I have to do the whole thing again.
Get behind cover! Wedge ducked down fully behind the console just as the droid's top hemisphere erupted like a volcano. The blast shattered console gauges all across the room and smashed the probe droid into the floor, crushing its trailing armatures. Wedge rose.
Pretty slick. I didn't see you plant the charge.
Kel returned to pick up his bag. He cupped a hand behind his ear and mouthed something. Wedge realized there was a ringing in his ears.
What?
He dimly heard Kel's reply. What? Tyria struggled with the cart's controls, desperately aware that she was losing the battle to keep the probot pinned. Thanon continued firing at the probe droid. Bit by bit, his shots were chewing away at the droid's armor. At this rate, he'd have the thing dead in a couple of days. There was an explosion from the main fab chamber. Tyria froze, momentarily frightened that Kel's demolitions were going off prematurely. But there was only the one blast. She hoped Kel was well clear of it. A mass of transparasteel goods slid into place against the wall beside the probe droid. Tyria looked up to see Runt, weaving like a sailor just back from a night of tavern crawling, his flat nose streaming blood, finish positioning the cart and then locked down the parking brake. Runt waved drunkenly at her and ran, with a weaving gait she didn't imagine he'd be able to duplicate when unhurt, to grab the maneuvering handle of another cart. He'd just slammed that one home on the other side of the droid and locked it down, blocking Thanon from firing further, when Wedge and Kel emerged from the fab chamber. Kel shouted, "We're Omega!" He waved the commandos toward the turbolift shaft. Grinder and Jesmond followed Thanon out of the ops center, and all scrambled into the turbolift shaft. "What happens when that probe droid gets free?" Tyria asked. "What?" said Kel.
What?
said Wedge. He cupped a hand behind his ear. She shouted, "Probe droid! We'll get free!" Kel shook his head and pulled a timer charge from his bag. "No, get clear." "What if there are more?" Grinder said,
"They're mine, trust me."
Kel shouted, "6, open up the doors to the 4th and 2nd levels as you go." Runt, pressing his sleeve against his nose to stop the flow of blood, nodded. "Why have him open those doors?" Tyria asked. Realizing that Kel and Wedge were having trouble hearing, she repeated the question, shouting this time. "Still have to plant charges on the support beams," Kel answered, unnecessarily shouting. "Hold the top floor. If I'm not out in 7 minutes, finish the evacuation."
"If we're not back," Wedge corrected, also shouting, "you still need someone to guard your back."
"Obviously so," Kel grinned. He skidded the charge under the blockade of hauling carts. Its timer was already counting down from 10. They ran. Kel wasted no time. On the 4th basement level and then the 2nd, he ran from support pillar to support pillar, slapping his explosives in place, keying in the countdown, and activating the charges, all at a record pace. Wedge kept alert for more probe droids, but none appeared. He thought he might have glimpsed something rising through the turbolift shaft, but it was gone before he could sight in on it.
Probe droid A1 rose into place, hovering in the shaft at ground level, then floated forward through the door. Grinder, his back to the wall just beside the turbolift, hit the button on the wall. The turbolift door, its safety governors disabled, slammed down atop the probe droid, crushing its spherical body nearly flat. Lights dimmed in its sensor eyes. Sparks shot out of new tears and rents in its surface. Grinder raised the turbolift door and smashed it down twice more, then raised it and locked it. He stared in satisfaction at the damage he'd done. "Do I get to paint a probe droid silhouette?" Fanon snorted. "Sure, on your datapad." "Quiet," Jesman said. 9 and 11 report we have new arrivals. A flatbed skimmer full of troops and 2 TIE fighters just landed on the pad outside. Outside, just beside the hangar door, Jansen lay perfectly still and whispered into his comlink. "I count 30 or 35 troops. Some of them are deploying around toward the front. I assume they'll be hitting us from 2 sides. The TIE fighters are oriented so they can fire in through the hangar door, but the troops back here aren't approaching yet. I think they're waiting for the others to get in position. When I give you the go, I want you to open the hangar door just wide enough for me to get in." "Acknowledged," said Jesman. Donos did not call in with unnecessary queries about what he should be doing. Jansen was sure he would not announce his presence unless ordered to, or circumstances meant he had to fire to save a fellow Wraith. In the meantime, he'd provide additional intelligence information when needed. A minute later, one of the infantry commanders waved forward. He and a half-dozen men, armed with rifles and wearing helmets and breastplates that looked like cast-off stormtrooper scout armor, advanced in a half-crouch. Jansen shot the commander in the faceplate. The man dropped, dead before he knew he was hit. The half-dozen men looked at him for a moment. Jansen shot a second man in the chest. Then, as the survivors began to drop to the ground, he hit another faceplate and said, "Open up!" The hangar door began to grind open as the stormtroopers opened fire. Laser blasts hit the door and bunker wall above and around him. Jansen grimaced. With that caliber of marksmanship, there was little chance any of the attackers could hit him deliberately, but there was always the possibility that someone firing blind or a ricochet could hit him. Jansen scrambled sideways toward the opening in the door. He fired 3 more times, scored 2 hits that he was sure of. Then someone grabbed his ankles and hauled. He was suddenly inside the hangar, looking at metal floor. He turned to look up. "Thanks, 12. "You're welcome." He wriggled back up so that he could see through the partially open doorway. The troopers had not yet begun to advance again. He continued firing steadily, scoring hits against several targets. The others began to withdraw toward the comparative safety of the vehicles on the landing pad. Grinder, looking over his datapad, plugged by standard interface into a communications interlock on the wall, said, "They're in the building, through the east doors." Jansen asked, "Is the corridor with the freight turbolift the only approach to us?" "Yes." "Who's there?" 6 and 10. Jansen frowned. Neither Runt nor Tyria was a true marksman. Then again, the approach to the freight corridor, from what he'd seen of Face's tape, was open, and the corridor was short. It would become a killing ground if the enemy charged. Kell and Wedge emerged from the turbolift shaft a full minute under Kell's margin. To their left was one set of doors out of the corridor. A cargo hauler was parked before them. On either side of it were Runt and Tyria, firing through fresh laser blast holes in the doors. To their right, the doors into the hangar were locked open. On the far wall, the big door leading outside showed a gap and a little night sky. Jansen and Piggy were there, firing at intervals. The doors shuddered and moaned as return fire from outside hit it. Grinder and Jesman were both plugged into communications interlocks on the wall. "Are you all right?" Jesman shouted. "We can hear again," Kell said. "No need to shout." "Is everyone accounted for?" "Yes, but there are troops and TIE fighters on the ground outside." Wedge and Kell moved into the hangar. Phelan was at the aft end of the cargo skiff. The bubble top was up, and she was lounging on the control couch, fiddling with the controls. Kel said, 3, can you re-enable any of these other vehicles? In seconds, I mean, not minutes. She said, yes, which ones do you want? Any land speeder that can be flown off autopilot or remote, or even off a data card plug-in. She pulled her datapad from a pocket and pointed it at a flat-bodied XP-38 land speeder, so new that its paint still gleamed. She hit a button, and the skimmer's console lit up. It rose a meter in the air and hovered, waiting. Consider it re-enabled. Brilliant. 12, move that over near the door. Program it to move straight out 10 meters, turn 90 degrees to starboard, and run as fast as it can. Piggy nodded. He jumped into the skimmer's passenger seat. What's the plan? Asked Wedge. Send out the skimmer as a lure. I expect the troopers and TIE fighters to fire on it. That'll draw their aim off the doors for a few seconds. We shoot out in the skiff, and we can overrun one of the TIE fighters. That reduces the effective odds against us by nearly half. Then we only have to worry about the other TIE fighter. Wedge smiled. If we're fast enough, that's not a worry. We're in a cargo skiff, remember? Uh-huh. With a cargo skiff's load lifters? Kel laughed. 6, 10, fall back! Kel waved them toward him. Everyone but Runt, Tyria, and Piggy were already in the floating skiff. Runt and Tyria abandoned the riddled door they were guarding. When they reached the skiff, the others hauled them over the rails. Hit it, 12! The Gamorrean pilot slapped the control against the wall. The hangar door began to grind farther open, screeching where its now deformed surface dragged across the adjacent wall. He ran to the floating skimmer, tapped a control on its console, then leaped up on the skiff and was aided over the rail. The troopers outside began firing on the skimmer before it began moving, before the door was completely open. 2 blasts hit it, slagging the windscreen. Then Piggy's timer ran down. The skimmer moved forward onto the Ferrocrete landing pad, executed an abrupt right turn, and accelerated. Almost immediately, the Wraiths heard the distinctive sound of TIE fighter lasers joining the barrage of hand laser fire. Kel called, There! Go! Phelan put the skiff into motion, slewing at the last moment to bring the craft into the proper orientation to leave the hangar. The Wraiths knelt, each gripping the rail hard with one hand, keeping a blaster pistol ready with the other. Outside, 50 meters away, 2 TIE fighters were on the ground flanking a parked personnel skimmer. Men all over the ground and both starfighters were firing away at the ruins of the land skimmer. Some of the infantry noticed the skiff's appearance, shouted, began firing on the Wraiths. Phelan sent the skiff in a straight course toward the portside TIE fighter. The Wraiths opened fire at the ground troops, keeping the troops pinned down. The first TIE pilot apparently did not notice the skiff bearing down on him. The starfighter did not budge. The skiff's bow hit it just above the forward viewport. The impact rolled the starfighter backward on its solar wing arrays, and Phelan brought the skiff's nose down as much as she could so the hull stayed in contact with the TIE's bulb-shaped cockpit as the skiff passed over. The skiff shuddered from the contact, and a moment later the Wraiths looked back past the stern to see the still-rolling TIE bouncing along behind them. Phelan banked to starboard, a move that slewed the skiff's keel and nearly threw the portside Wraiths over the rail. She brought the skiff in line with the second TIE. This TIE fighter was already in motion, repulsor lifts kicking it up into the air, wheeling so it could bring its guns to bear on the skiff. Phelan gained altitude and kept the skiff's turn tight, not approaching the TIE fighter head-on, angling to pass it portside to portside. The TIE fighter fired, a snapshot that passed the port rail and ignited some treetops 40 meters away. Then the 2 vehicles were abreast, passing less than a meter apart. Wedge, on the port side, activated the skiff's port cargo loader and swung its armature out. The huge electromagnet hit the TIE fighter's port solar array and snagged it, yanking the starfighter along beside the skiff. The skiff shuddered but did not slow. Phelan dropped a few meters altitude, and the TIE's solar arrays hit the Ferrocrete below, jarring the starfighter so that it looked to the Wraiths as though it were vibrating. Wedge could only imagine what was happening to the pilot within. Phelan banked again, headed back toward the other TIE fighter. It lay on its back, one of the solar arrays bent so that it half covered the forward viewport. She glanced at Wedge. "It still has repulsor lifts," he shouted. "Take it!" She nodded and came up alongside it, keeping to port of the half-wrecked fighter. Kell, on the starboard cargo loader, swung out his armature and grabbed the second TIE as they passed. Phelan kept her altitude down, dragging the twin fighters so they jerked and vibrated from continued contact with the landing pad, and headed straight for the verge of trees due south. When the skiff's prow was within 20 meters, she shouted, "Go, go, go!" then gained altitude and banked to starboard. Wedge and Kell cut power to the two cargo lifters. The TIE fighters continued bouncing forward until they hit the screen of trees. Wedge saw the starboard wing pylon shear off his starfighter as it hit a tree. The other one rolled to a stop, and the twin ion engines in back lit off like one of Kell's demolition charges. 100 meters along the verge of forest, Phelan brought the skiff to a stop. None of the troopers near the bunker was still firing. Wedge saw them streaming into the bunker. He shook his head. Donos came out of the forest at a run and swung up over the rail. "You people are terrible cargo haulers," he said. Wedge smiled. "Probably why we were demoted to be fighter pilots. Let's meet the Nara, people." He waved at Phelan to continue forward. Behind them, the roof of the bunker swelled like a balloon, chunks of ferrocrete firing up in the air, then collapsed. The rumbling roar of explosions followed them as they raced toward their pickup zone. 17. "I've consulted precedents on this matter," Kell said, "and it appears that the TIE fighters will end up being chalked up as gunnery kills for Commander Antilles and myself, rather than as pilot kills for Phelan. Sorry, Phelan." The woman from Tatooine smiled. "I still may be the only woman to have dragged 2 Imperial starfighters around like boat anchors. I want that logged." "Consider it done." It was the day after the commando strike, and the Wraiths, now parsecs from the Zartun system, were debriefing in Nightcaller's conference room. Most of the work was done. They were now cleaning up incidental details. Kell, as mission commander, had been chairing the meeting, but Wedge leaned forward to assume control. "We've had the facts on what we found. Now I want some speculation based on your respective areas of expertise. What is Zinge up to?" "This is just a guess," Grinder said. "But it looks to me like they're setting up a financial empire to support Zinge's ambitions. We know he controls a large area of space. What we didn't know was that he had such a large network of business interests outside his space." Kell nodded. "I also think he's doing it to support Iron Fist, his superstar destroyer. Here he makes replacement parasteel parts. At another place, he refines fuel. Somewhere else, twin ion engines, or maybe complete TIE fighters." Tyria said, "I think we're agreed that he's almost organizing it as though he were a resistance organization. Cells kept isolated from one another, with ships like Nightcaller being the only connection." "It makes me feel a little odd," Wedge said. "In a sense, we're becoming the Empire, and warlords like Zinge are becoming the Alliance. We've become a legitimate government with fixed locations we have to reinforce and protect. They're operating from secret bases, mobile bases. They're using the hit-and-run tactics we perfected. The galaxy is turned upside down since the Emperor died."
Phelan looked surprised. "It sounds as though you miss the old days."
Wedge looked at her and shook his head. "No, these days we can wear our uniforms with pride to most worlds we're likely to visit. We get cheers, or at least words of appreciation, instead of getting turned into the imps. Still, I like to think that I can adapt quickly to new tactics. But I know there are plenty of military officers and government representatives in the Near Republic who can't. That's what worries me. Face spoke up, his voice quiet, reflective. Zinge is doing something else, too, something motivational. Those probe droids weren't made here and weren't sold to the government on the open market. They're something Zinge had to have brought. Maybe the TIE fighters, too. I think that in addition to providing protection to the worlds he's dealing with, he's offering goodies to his government contacts. Technology they couldn't get anywhere, or at least couldn't get without leaving records everywhere. He's offering his partners toys their legitimate rivals won't have. That can be a powerful inducement. Unresolved detail, Thanen said. What were those big transparasteel cubes, anyway? Obligingly, Grinder keyed his datapad. The room's holoprojector brought up the appropriate sequence from Jesmond's camera of the large transparasteel objects. "They're cells," said Piggy. These were his first words since seeing the recording the first time. The others looked at him. Jansen said, "Prison cells?" "Something like that." Piggy jabbed a finger at the image. "See the long side with the holes cut in it. That's the back side of the cell. This hole is for sewage pipes, this one for clean water plumbing, this one for air ducts, this one for data cables. The big hole is fitted with an access hatch, though the hatch is almost never used. The other side is unmarred. That's the side that faces the control room where the observers work. The subject never has privacy." Wedge listened to his explanation with interest. "Where have you seen such an arrangement?" "I grew up in one." They all looked at him. Wedge asked, "At Binring Biomedical Product?" "Yes." Jansen whistled. "Piggy, do you mean these are like the ones you grew up in, or are they identical?" "These are the same. Exactly the same." "So either," Jansen said, "this is a standardized piece of equipment, or Zinge has some connection with Binring Biomed." "I haven't seen this model before," said Ton Fanon, "either when I was a practicing doctor or later. They aren't, for example, the same as the cages in which General Derricote kept his test subject for the Krytos plague. I'd say they weren't a standard design." Wedge nodded. "We may just have to add Binring's home base to our list of targets. Piggy, where is that?" "Cephalor." "That's in the corporate sector, isn't it? Currently independent?" "Yes, sir." "Very well. Unless we have any further questions, it's time to issue some new orders." There were no inquiries, so Wedge continued. "We had a good, successful run this time. No losses. Information gained. But we can't just hope that each official who has dealt with Derillian gets in touch with us and lets us force or trick him into revealing where Zinge's new property is, then blow up that site. Zinge will figure out what we were doing in no time. We want to leave Zinge with the impression that Nightcaller is being followed, not that the ship itself is responsible for the attacks. So first, General Kraken has said that he's dispatching intelligence teams to each world on the list I sent him. Our hope is that they can provide us with information as we get there. Second, Grinder, I want you to research the ship's logs. Call up information on every planet Nightcaller has visited since the Emperor's death and note the dates. Since Captain Derillian didn't make notes of his audiences with these collaborators, if General Kraken's team hasn't been able to do so, you'll try to code slice into planetary records when we visit those worlds and figure out which properties were switched to new owners during or just after Nightcaller's visits. Then we investigate them. And if they're Zinge operations, we take them out. Always a few days after Nightcaller's visit, always when the ship is already in another system." Grinder nodded. "Understood." "Face, If the planetary governor or anyone reveals to you that he's Zinge's collaborator, that's just sheer informational profit. Relay the information as fast as possible to Grinder so he can dig out appropriate information. But don't pry for additional information yourself unless Grinder comes up dry. In that case, you can contact Zinge's stooge later and try to get the data. Face smiled. If the miracle Bothan fails, Captain Derillian the Magnificent will save the day. Wedge gave him a steady stare. You don't have to get into character now. In fact, we might have to shoot you if you do. Alliance audiences are always the toughest audiences. Piggy, I'm sorry to ask this, but I want from you a full detailed report on your stay with Binring Biomed. Personnel, the site where you grew up, impressions, odd things you noticed that didn't mean anything at the time, whatever you can remember. Piggy took and released a deep breath. I will do it. Everyone else, standing orders apply. Back to work. Face was standing by as Tyria emerged from the X-Wing simulator. Better this time? She smiled. Better. Always better, bit by bit. But if I were you, I'd give it a few minutes to air out before climbing in. I had quite a workout in there. Thanks for the warning. You are a lady and a gentleman. She activated the hoist to pull her R5 unit, Chunky, from the slot at the rear of the simulator. X-Wing simulators could also simulate astromech interactions, but missions were more realistic if the pilots had their own astromechs plugged in. Once Chunky was settled on the deck, Tyria glanced at Face's R2 unit, Vape. Hey, he's had a new paint job. Indeed, the red trim had been replaced with a proper Wraith set of gray stripes. Face snorted. That's actually just a cover for some modifications I've had made to him. She gave him a suspicious look. Modifications? A pop-up screen and a complete set of your holodramas? Well, that's not such a bad idea. Maybe that'll be the next mod. No, this is one anyone can appreciate. He looked around to make sure no one else was in the lounge. Vape? Cold one. A trapezoidal planet on the top of Vape's dome pulled aside, leaving a hole open. Vape made a noise like an airgun firing. A bottle leaped up a meter from the hole. Face snagged it on its way down and twisted the cap off. He handed it to Tyria. Elba beer, chilled for you. I'll have one myself after my sim run. She looked at him. Do you know, you're getting stranger and stranger. He smiled. Good. Things went as Wedge predicted. At least they did at first. By the time they reached Belthu, the next world on Nightcrawler's circuit, Grinder had already found two likely candidates for Zinge's contact. The chairman of the coalition of mining company presidents who effectively controlled the wealthy colony world, and one of the board members, president of the second-largest corporation. The New Republic intelligence team on planet was too newly arrived to offer much information of value. However, Face's routine communiques with planetary officials bore fruit. The chairman of mining company presidents spoke with Captain Derillian and helpfully provided a price list for the world's latest stockpile of ores. The other suspect, the company president, privately let the disguised Face know that a shipment of refined durasteel awaited the arrival of Zinge's next bulk cargo hauler. Wedge transmitted that data to the intelligence team. After Nightcaller jumped out of system, General Kraken's people spent a day tracking down the site where the unrecorded durasteel shipment waited. Rather than sabotaging or stealing it, they simply noted its location. They also delivered Grinder into the corporation headquarters and helped him ferret out details of the transfer to another false Zinge identity of a small, somewhat outdated durasteel foundry. 2 days after Grinder rejoined the Wraiths, the intelligence team blew up the foundry. The next stop in sequence was not a settled world, In fact, the planetary system had only a number designation, M2398, in the New Republic and Imperial records. Without any ordinary way to smuggle agents into the system, General Kraken had chosen not to send in a team. Despite the fact the system was supposed to be uninhabited, Nightcaller's records clearly showed a stop here, though there was no mention of contact with local authorities. Nightcaller jumped to a position well outside the orbit of the outermost planet and took sensor readings on the M2398 system. Within minutes, they had trace communications emissions from a moon of the Third World, a gas giant featuring a beautiful dust and asteroid ring. The transmissions were coded, but Jessamine, in the comm center, cracked the encryption in a matter of minutes. She called it in to Wedge, who was pacing the bridge to the amusement of Captain Harkness.
"Simple mathematical substitution," Jessamine said. "It's probably only good for one battle or so, just long enough to keep their enemies from knowing what they're saying."
"Put it on," Wedge said. First, there was a hiss of static over the comm unit, then a man's voice. "How is it, Guller? Cold?" A pause, then another man's voice. "Shut up." Pause. "I mean, I know it's cold, but is it just cold, or is it really cold? Or is it your parts are numb cold? Or is it your parts are falling off cold?" Pause. "Shut up." Pause. "You see anything?" Pause. "No." Pause. "But are you not seeing anything because there's nothing to see, or are you not seeing anything because your eyes are frozen?" Pause. "Shut up." Wedge asked, "2. That interval, I assume it's transmission lag?"
"Yes, sir. I calculate that they're about 150,000 clicks apart. I'm pretty sure that Is It Cold is broadcasting from the largest moon, and Shut Up is in the asteroid belt."
"An outpost of some kind," Wedge considered. "Sound like a pirate nest to you, Captain Harkness?" The smaller man leaned back comfortably in the command chair.
"Out-of-the-way system? Unprofessional and credit-wasting exchanges between members of the group? Probably so."
"Very well. Jessamine, set up the Captain Derillian simulator and call face to the comm center. Phelan is to get into Imperial pilot gear and take TIE 2. I'll be in 1. All the other Wraiths to the X-Wings. Tell Tyria to take her own snub fighter. She's temporarily restored to duty. And Fanon to take Phelan's. Captain Harkness, call battle stations. I want everyone standing by hot as we go in, but looking cool. We don't want them to know we're ready." As he began his startup checklist, Wedge heard the comm pop. Swearing in a female voice immediately came over the communications speaker. He took a look at his comm board. The TIE fighter was still docked, with external communications offline. This had to be the direct connection to the other TIE fighter port. "Gray 2, is that you?" The swearing broke off momentarily.
"Yes, sir."
Then it continued. "Refrain from personal comments over this channel."
"Yes, sir."
Her voice sounded resentful. "What's the matter?"
"Nothing with the TIE fighter, sir. I just had a dead body drop on me out of my closet."
"What?"
"A pressure suit, sealed and inflated with a knife taped to its glove. When I slid open my closet door to get my imp flight suit out, it fell on me."
"A prank?"
"What else?"
"Are you all right?"
"I'm fine, but it's not funny. And if I were as clumsy as some of the old men in this squadron, it would have stuck me."
"I'll do something about this when we get back."
"I don't need any help, sir."
"Maybe you don't, but your prankster does. Are you live?"
"2 engines green, weapons live."
"Drop to a trickle charge and prepare for what may be a long wait." From his seat in the comm center, Face watched the monitor, saw the hyperspace's lines of light shorten into stars. Directly ahead was the red and orange brilliance of the third world. Face nodded in appreciation. Nightcaller had dropped out of this second hyperspace jump not far from the world, as close as its gravity well would permit. Almost immediately the comm board lit up as the unseen parties out there began communicating.
Glit 1, we have unknowns.
Pause.
Got you, Nest. I read one Corellian corvette. Looks like Captain Dandy is back.
Pause.
Confirm 1 Dandy, Glit 1. Glit 5, are you online?
The next pause was much longer. Then Glit 1's voice came back, resentful.
Shut up.
Face scanned the comm equipment. He knew the basics of handling a comm unit, but didn't have the training to try to seek and amplify what had to have been a third transmission point out there. Then a new voice, a strong broadcast from the occupied moon.
Nightcrawler, this is Blood Nest. Respond at once.
Face toggled his comm and the switch governing the instant translation to Deryllian's voice.
Bloody nose, this is Nightcaller. What do you want?
We want to tear your face off and vent what's left into hard vacuum.
Face snorted. Was this piratical posturing, or did these people intend to attack Captain Deryllian?
You're welcome to if you can, Bloody Nose. But first tell me about your wife. I want to know something about the woman I'll be consoling tonight.
There was a long pause. Then the voice returned, more somber than before.
Deryllian, I told you not to come back.
I recall you requesting me not to come back. Do you remember us talking about the possibility of mutual profit?
Nervous, Face tugged at his collar. He was guessing now, presuming that Deryllian had followed what seemed to be his predictable pattern in dealing with these people.
Have you really decided to close off all my avenues to more wealth, more power?
No, of course not. Very well, Nutcracker. I'm clearing you to land on berth 2. We'll dine, we'll talk. Follow the signal in.
Excellent. Nightcaller out.
Face disconnected both the microphone and the Deryllian voice simulator. Immediately the comm unit indicated a single strong signal coming from the moon that must house Blood Nest.
Captain Heracnus, this should be your homing beacon.
It is, Face. We've got it, thanks.
Nightcaller's TIE fighters were mounted outside the Corvette's artificial gravity field. Wedge, waiting in his cockpit, didn't care to spend time in zero gravity, but he decided it was marginally better than being shot at. His right hand twitched. He tightened it into a fist and tried to ignore it. In one of his few protracted zero-gravity experiences, he'd had to keep 2 components of the external triggering mechanism of a self-destruct device from coming together. He'd done so the simplest way possible, exiting his X-Wing into hard vacuum, relying only on his flight suit's MagCon field and a life support tether to keep him alive, and jamming his hand in between the closing components. In the long minutes he'd waited, he'd been battered by conflicting thoughts. He'd resigned himself to dying, yet hoped rescue would come. His flight suit, inadequate to the task of retaining his body heat, he'd begun to freeze. Yet he'd waited there, marveling at the beauty of the starfields above the sanctuary moon of Endor. When rescue, in the form of Luke Skywalker, had come for him, he'd torn himself free of the mechanism and almost lost fingers doing it. And now those fingers became a bit twitchy whenever he found himself in 0G for any length of time. The emotions returned too. He could even taste the Bacta they'd dunked him in to heal him after the ordeal. He tried to will the taste away and concentrate on his surroundings. Just as at Endor, there was beauty here. The gas giant was an extraordinary pattern of warm colors, a mesmerizing painter's palette. Eventually the moon of Blood Nest came into view, a large but dismal brown thing. Nightcaller descended into its thin, unwholesome-looking atmosphere. Wedge felt himself settling into the cockpit restraints as gravity began to pull at the Corvette. There were no seas below, only pock-marked brown and red desert. The Corvette passed above it, heading toward high mountains in the distance. As they approached the first set of foothills, Wedge saw a curved portion of ground below and to the side of Nightcaller's course curl up and retract. For a moment it made no sense. Then the picture fit itself together into elements he could recognize. A crater, concealed from above by some sort of colored or dust-covered fabric. Beneath it, a laser artillery cannon, its barrel elevating straight toward the unshielded keel of Nightcaller. Wedge powered up and hit the crude escape pod ejection switch Cover had wired to his control board. His TIE fighter dropped. He oriented immediately toward the laser rig. "Bridge, bring up all shields. Gray 2 launch. Follow my lead. Fire at will." He suited action to words, firing as soon as his laser cannons oriented on the artillery unit below. His first shot creased and blackened the unit's barrel housing. "Wraiths, launch. We're under attack." He fired again, not yet bothering to arrest his plummet, and saw the TIE fighter's green lasers penetrate the cannon housing halfway between the barrel end and the control pod at its base. The cannon operator fired his compromised weapon. Wedge saw the upper half of its barrel glow red, then yellow, then white from the heat as it melted from within. Gray 2 side-slipped into position and fired. Her shot penetrated the phototropically darkened bubble over the control pod. Wedge saw the pod light up from within. Inside was a fuzzy-edged human silhouette that almost instantly lost resolution and was absorbed by light. The pod vented gases. Captain Harkness's voice was cool over the comm. "Wraiths, Grays, we have incoming from dead ahead." The bow hold doors were sliding open as Harkness transmitted his message. As soon as they were separated enough to allow an X-wing to exit, Kell saw the distant thruster trails of the incoming fighters. He was lucky enough to be the centermost of the 9 X-wings in the hold. That meant he launched first, and he wasted no time with repulsor lifts, punching forward with a burst from his main thrusters. He'd helped build the blast shield behind the X-wing's housing racks. He knew it could take punishment from his engines. He emerged from the hold into dirty air and checked his sensor panel. "Wraiths, I read 2 full squads of snubbies, unknown types, mixed types, distance 2.5 clicks, and closing." "Nightcaller is vectoring." That was Lieutenant Taban. She sounded as calm as her captain. "Wraiths, compensate for the maneuver or refrain from launching for a moment." Kell nodded. Nightcaller couldn't approach oncoming fighters with her bow hold open. Even with shields up, if a laser blast or proton torpedo penetrated them, there would be no ship's hull to take the shot. X-wings still in the hold could be vaped. So could any of the mechanics on duty there, or the blast could angle up against the ceiling and penetrate the bridge. Harkness's maneuver was simple self-preservation, and Kell prepared himself to fly alone for a few long moments. 18. Tyria's voice came over the comm. "So you're making it a challenge." Kell glanced back to see the Corvette in mid-maneuver, Wraith 10 firing out of the bow hold. Tyria stood her X-wing up on its port strike foil and angled straight toward Kell. "Wraith 2 away." Jesmond's snub fighter was next. That cleared the center column. The other 6 X-wings in the bow hold, closer to the sides of the hold, would have a slightly more difficult launch. Even ignoring the Corvette's maneuver, they'd be several more seconds. But now Piggy was following Jansen out of the topside hold, arcing around to join the group, and the TIE fighters of Wedge and Phelan were rising toward them. Kell's R2 unit shrieked at him as the cockpit alarm indicated an enemy laser lock. Without waiting for authorization to brake, Kell rolled up on his starboard strike foils and continued the roll, spinning and diving. He could see the other Wraiths brake and roll. Wedge heard Jansen's voice. "They're uglies." Uglies were hodgepodge rigs
assembled from components of normal fighters. They were unpredictable to both their pilots and their targets, sometimes characterized by terrible flight performance, sometimes by unusual and effective weapons combinations. Wedge added, "Wraiths, this is Leader. Fire at will. Forget the standard wing assignments. Form wings as you launch. 3, stay with me." He shook his head. This was bad. The Wraiths were uncoordinated, still half off balance, despite the destruction of the ambushing laser cannon. His sensors showed a trio of bandits headed his way. He desperately wanted to snap off a proton torpedo to shake up their formation, to put extra energy into his forward shields, but the TIE fighter didn't give him either option. Instead, he gave his yoke a little sideways tug, felt the moon's thin atmosphere yank at his solar wing arrays, and was hurled to starboard. His engines screamed with the change in course. The maneuver was just in time. Green lasers cut through the air he had just occupied. Sensors showed Phelan performing a similar sideslip to port. His Imperial-style targeting screens showed a lock on the closest oncoming enemy. It was visible in the viewport, an unlikely assembly of parts, a classic headhunter body augmented by TIE fighter solar wing arrays mounted horizontal to its plane of flight on either side. TIE fighter wings were designed to recharge ships' lasers and to provide some armor, and were never particularly aerodynamic. In this rig they were wobbly, far too awkward to provide lift in flight, and probably provided tremendous drag. The vehicle had to be entirely dependent on repulsor lifts. Wedge fired at the patchwork vehicle, a snapshot, and watched it shudder its way into a starboard rising turn. This made its profile longer, larger, and his second shot sheared through its midsection, just behind the cockpit. Wedge saw components and perhaps crew falling out of either portion of the bisected, doomed craft. He reversed his lateral slide, turning portward again, gaining altitude, and spinning into a corkscrew. Phelan shot out ahead of him, then abruptly climbed into a loop. In a moment she'd be inverted, then diving, firing. It was a canny move, considering her inexperience in the TIE fighter. If she maintained a course without the slightest port or starboard deviation, regardless of how she gained or lost altitude, she wouldn't suffer the buffeting TIE fighters took in atmosphere, and could keep her engines at full thrust, full speed. One of the oncoming uglies, a ball-shaped TIE fuselage attached to a top-mounted fixed wing and a rear-mounted rudder, took the bait and climbed to follow. Wedge oriented toward him, fighting with his stick, and almost immediately got the jittery glow of a laser lock. He fired into the ugly's underside, scoring a direct hit on the ionic engines. The ugly detonated into a brilliant shower of sparks and flaming debris. At less than a click, the third ugly, which looked like a wingless, rudderless Imperial shuttle, fired on Wedge, thin streams of red lasers, a seemingly endless number of them. He juked left, continued that way as the broadening pattern of energy pursued. He saw the ugly's side gout, a side-mounted tube firing a concussion missile. There had been no warning from the TIE's sensor lock alarm, and the missile came in straight at him at less than a click's distance, a blur accelerating so fast there was no chance he could maneuver out of its way.
10, you're my wing. Let's go, high road.
Kell stood his X-wing on its tail and bled power from his bow shields into his thrusters. He'd have to trust his sensors to warn him of weapons locks for a few long moments.
5 acknowledged.
Tyria followed his maneuver almost point for point. 9 is away, 2. I'm your wing.
9, understood.
Sensors reported twin concussion missile launches from the oncoming squads of uglies. Kell put on a bit more speed, but 13 gave him no indication they were coming after him. 2 fighters at the rear of the ugly formation were showing increasing altitude, however, climbing after him and Tyria.
6 are away. Bring on your uglies, your wretched rigs of cast-off parts, your...
6, 12, no recitations.
Yes, 12.
Kell frowned. Runt wasn't in his pilot mind. That personality never spoke intelligibly. More changes going on in his usual wingman's mental processes. 4 away. 6, I'm your wing.
Wedge relaxed the pressure on the pilot's yoke. In the split second his twin-ion engines lost thrust, he dropped back into the wash of laser fire he'd been avoiding. Lasers splashed across him. The concussion missile flashed past his viewport, missing him by maybe 10 meters. Then he emerged from the other side of the laser pattern, unscratched. He smiled grimly. He'd realized almost too late that there were 2 ways a fighter that size could fire lasers so continuously. One was to have a highly advanced experimental power generator worth a squad of X-Wings. The other was to fire targeting lasers, beams bright enough to see but not to do damage, bright enough to spook a fighter into fleeing before them in a predictable path, right into the line of a fixed missile tube. Phelan's TIE fighter roared down from above, linked lasers firing. Her shot hit the shuttle fuselage, crisping a black circle at the aft end. Wedge expected the shot to destroy the shuttle's engines, sending it into a helpless dive, but the Ugly merely lost altitude, trailing smoke. Its movement suggested that it had been flying all along on high-altitude repulsors. Phelan dove past, firing once more, hulling the craft at nearly the same point. She leveled off below it, inverted, and climbed toward its belly. "TIE fighter, break off! We surrender!" She must have heard. She broke off her firing run, climbing in a dizzying spin until she was on station above and aft of the craft. Wedge grinned, imagining the volatile Tatooine woman cursing at having to give up a kill. Her voice over the comm was a furious sputter. "You Kowakian ugly flying wreck! Get to ground right now or I'll vape you, surrender or not!" "TIE fighter, we acknowledge, don't shoot!" The bizarre shuttle heeled over and began a faster descent. At the top of his arc, Kell inverted and dove. The 2 Uglies that had been climbing to engage abruptly broke off and fled at 90 degrees to his flight path. He rolled down onto his port wing and pursued. 5, 10. I don't think they're running. This is strategic. Kell eased back on his stick. What makes you think so? I don't know. Strategic? What would this strategic retreat bring the enemy? He eyeballed their flight angle, calculated that it would take them beyond the engagement zone, over a series of craters, over one large crater in particular. Pig trough, he said. 5, what? 10, tighten up. Stay on me. He dove to the lunar surface and headed through the broadening engagement zone, angling to reach the far side of the battle and beyond. Jessamine kept up her streaming fire against the nearly stock headhunter in her brackets. Finally, the atmospheric fighter's durasteel armor gave way under her lasers. The deadly red beams penetrated into the fighter's aft end. A moment later, the headhunter bent, arching its back like a wounded animal as the engines detonated, venting through the craft's belly, tearing the fuselage in half. Good shooting, 2. Thanks, 9. That's 5. 5 here? No, Kell, I mean that's 5 kills. I'm an ace. 2, wait for the debriefing. In this unit, your wingman may get credit for your kills, but congratulations. Very funny, 5. Jessamine vectored toward a pair of oncoming Uglies at the far side of the formation. Abruptly, they veered away at right angles to her flight path. She rolled up perpendicular to the ground and followed. 9 stayed on her wing. Jansen smoked a double-hulled monstrosity that had been firing 8-way linked laser cannons, firing them inaccurately, fortunately for Jansen, and took a look around. At the very center of the engagement, 2 X-Wings were in trouble, juking and weaving their way through the heaviest fire, diving out of the path of one set of Uglies only to find themselves immediately in the path of another. Jansen's sensors identified the Wraiths. 7, 8, how are you doing? Face's voice. Not good, 11. 7, what are you doing here? My job in the comm center was done. Do you mind? I can go back if you like.
Never mind, hold tight. I'm coming in to help. But help was even faster than that. The entire sky seemed to light up, and one of the uglies, a huge ball that seemed to be made up entirely of TIE fighter solar wings, evaporated, leaving behind only a glowing afterimage and tons of falling liquefied metal. Jansen leaned away from the painful brightness. What the... Then he caught sight of the vehicle that had scored the kill. Good shooting, Nightcaller. Lieutenant Taban's voice came back.
Can't let you toy drivers score all the kills, 12. Hold on tight.
The oncoming Nightcaller fired again, her laser cannons converging on a wingless TIE ball that had been firing concussion missiles indiscriminately. The spherical craft emerged from the beam intact, or so Jansen thought at first. Then it rotated, and he saw that one half had been burned entirely away. Half a pilot drifted out of the cockpit and joined it in its plummet to the lunar surface. Kell heard two more ugly pilots surrender. His snub fighter roared over the moon's surface, mere scores of meters above the irregular ground, occasionally dropping closer as he and Tyria headed over deep impact craters. They skipped over the ridge that was a common border between two such craters and saw them, treaded vehicles, peering just over the far rim. Even as large as this crater was, they were already in weapons range, only a couple of seconds away. "Switching to torps," he said. "Firing!" "Firing," Tyria repeated. Their proton torpedoes flashed almost instantly across the distance separating firer from target. Almost instantly. The treaded vehicles also fired, lasers and concussion missiles aiming at distant targets. Then the torpedoes caught up to them. Kells hit the big one on the left, the too-tall construction body atop a military crawler's treads, while Tyria hit the smaller laser cannon-armed crawler in the middle. All three vehicles were caught up in the dual blast. They dropped out of the bottom of the resulting ball of smoke and fire, tumbling down the crater's slope, throwing off treads, doors, shreds of weapon components, chunks of armor, all charred and warped almost beyond recognition. The comm crackled with Jesmond's pained voice. "I'm hit." Kell and Tyria cleared the crater a moment later and vectored in behind Jesmond and Donos. The Mon Calamari pilot and her temporary wingman were still together, but both were hit, trailing smoke and drifting apart. Jesmond seemed to be the one damaged worst. Kell guessed that the blast had been one of a pulse barrage. Nothing else was likely to have been able to knock down her shields and penetrate before the shields came back up. A laser blast had hit her on the port side of her cockpit. From the angle and the deepening black score along the cockpit's flank, Kell gauged that the blast had done the majority of its damage just behind and below the pilot's chair. Jesmond also could have caught some of the wash of damage. Her X-wing was also standing on its starboard strike foils and was in an arc heading toward one of the nearest hills. "Jesmond, straighten up. 2, can you hear me?" "Hear you, 5. If anything, her voice sounded worse than before. "Level off, 2, right now." "Can't reach stick." She was too badly hurt to reach the pilot's yoke? That was bad, but... Then he realized the truth. Her words and the way she was struggling to say them added up to one thing. Her inertial compensator was shot. The device that made pilots immune to the centrifugal effect of fighter maneuvers was no longer working, and she was being crushed back into her seat by the high-speed arc she was performing. She was seconds from hitting the hillside. He said, 13, instruct her R2 to cut her fighter's thrust by half. 13's answer came up immediately. He can't. His links to cockpit controls are gone. He says goodbye. No! Jesmond, punch out! There was no answer. There was other comm traffic going on. Kell ignored it. He was aware only of Jesmond's dying X-wing meters in front of his own. of the rapidly growing hillside beyond that. He closed his strike foils into cruise position and goosed his thrusters until he was just to the side of and behind Jesmond's X-Wing. Jansen's voice. "What are you doing, 5? Wedges. "Let him go, 11. I see what he's up to." With his port wing a meter beneath Jesmond's starboard wing, Kell rolled gently to starboard. His wing contacted hers with a scrape, putting a shudder through his snub fighter, checking and reversing her roll. He drifted to starboard and continued his roll until he nearly completed a 360. Now he stared at the bottom of Jesmond's fighter, at the damage to her side, and at cables trailing out of it. Because the impact of wing against wing had rolled her, her fighter had gone through nearly 90 degrees of a rotation to port. For the moment, her X-Wing was angling away from the hillside, but the roll was continuing. As delicately as he could, Kell rose toward the underside of her fighter. The hillside flashed below him and was gone. Jesmond's roll brought her port wing down on top of Kell's. The stick under his hands shuddered. Behind him, 13 shrieked, and Kell felt the bump of the R2 unit's impact with the underside of Jesmond's fighter. As Jesmond's rotation forced his port strike foils downward, Kell's flight stick jerked, and his fighter tried to roll to port. He fought it, trying to keep his fighter in line through sheer strength. If he could just bring Jesmond's nose up, he might angle her out of the atmosphere, enable the Nara to catch up to her. He heard a crackle, felt his body tingle. 13 made another noise of dismay. His text display lit up with diagnostics reports. Etheric rudder non-functional, port fusible thrust engines non-functional, strike foil configuration hydraulics non-functional, repairs commencing. Kell's portside engines whined and shut down. Jesmond's X-Wing, now headed in a long arc toward the ground, leaped out ahead of him. "No! 5-2, come in!" Nothing. 13, can you query her pilot chair's electronics? They report levels consistent with unconsciousness in Mon Calamari. Nightcaller, can you snag her with your tractor? She's out of our line of sight, 5. I'm sorry. Jesmond had only 10 or 15 seconds to live unless he managed something. 10, where are you?
5, this is Leader. 10 is with 9. She can't help you.
But I've got...
I'm sorry, 5. Jesmond's fighter hit the lunar surface. It didn't detonate. It shredded instantly into tons of shrapnel, rolling across the rocks and pockmarks of the moon below, coming to a rest in a swath of litter 1/2 kilometer in length. Kell wiped tears away from his cheeks. Then the real pain of his failure hit him.
9, answer me.
Tyria tried to keep her voice calm and level. Flying above and behind Donos, she could see that damage to his X-Wing was minimal, unless she counted the charred crater that was what was left of his R2's docking station. If there were any fragments of Donos's astromech, Shiner, remaining, they would have to be dug out of a deep layer of slag and carbon scoring. The dialogue between Kell, Jesmond, and Wedge was becoming more desperate. She tried to ignore it, to keep it in the background of her mind.
Min, answer me.
There was a little burst of static that may have been a word. Tyria pressed her helmet closer to the side of her head, hoping it would help her hear.
What did you say? Gone?
It came again, Donos's voice, still faint but understandable.
Gone.
She glanced at her sensors. Jesmond wasn't gone yet, but it didn't look as though there was much hope for her. Tyria started to correct Donos. Then the import of what he was saying hit her. She dialed her comm system down to minimum transmission power and hoped that her signal wouldn't carry back to the other wraiths.
Min, do you mean Shiner?
He's gone.
Min, damn you, he's only a droid. Jesmond Akbar may die, and all you're worried about is a hunk of metal.
There was no answer. She accelerated and dropped down in front of Donos.
Wraith 9, this is Wraith 10. You're my wing. Do exactly as I do.
Again, no answer.
She side-slipped a little to starboard, but Donos didn't follow. Exasperated, she moved back in front of him. Then she saw it, just as, minutes ago, she'd imagined the two flying uglies leading Kel off to his death. "Talon Leader, this is Talon 2. Do you read?" There was a delay, then Donos's voice came back strong and calm. 2, this is Leader. "Leader, you're damaged, injured. I'm going to lead you back to base. You're my wing. Do you copy?" "I copy, 2, and thanks." She slowly rolled up onto her starboard wing and came around in a gradual arc back toward Nightcaller. Behind her, Donos skillfully duplicated her maneuver. She wanted to feel relieved, but trying to imagine what must be going on in Donos's mind made her shudder. Then the dot designating Wraith 2 winked out on the sensor board. Wedge and Jansen finished the tour of the bandit base in silence. The base was an elderly, damaged Kuat Super Transport 6 container ship. With its engines in the shape they were, Wedge doubted the vessel would ever lift, even from the half-standard gravity of this moon. The engines were just barely functional enough to provide power for artificial gravity, life support, and communications. A smaller hauler, an aging Corellian bulk freighter, apparently served to haul half squads of uglies through hyperspace to whichever areas they chose to patrol. They had enough firepower to intimidate decent-sized cargo vessels, and their supplies of stores suggested the pirates had been doing quite well. In the base's filthy mess hall, the surviving pilots, 11 of them, plus about 20 support crewmen, waited under guard. Phelan and Grinder, grim-faced, kept them under the cover of blaster rifles. The two wraiths stood behind upended tables that would give them some quick cover if one of the pirates produced a holdout weapon the searchers had missed. Wedge stood before the pirate captain, a beefy, black-bearded man who had admitted to the name of Aratan. "Stand," Wedge said. Uneasy, the man stood.
"We have a right to be here. We have a right to attack intruders."
"What right?"
"We're colonists. This is an unclaimed system. There's no law here."
Wedge sighed, suddenly made even more weary by the lie. "Very well. You're free to go." The pirate chief blinked.
"What?"
"You're free to go." The bearded man looked among his men and nodded. They slowly stood. "Of course," Wedge said, "there's no law here, so my pilots are free to shoot you if they want to." The pirates sat again, all but Aratan. "Furthermore, since there's no law here, my crew and I are going to help ourselves to whatever supplies we need. Then we're going to take off and blow a hole in your beloved blood nest, vending the atmosphere. Then we'll inform the New Republic military that there's a nice hard vacuum warehouse here, full of other stolen goods and a lot of depressurized bodies." Aratan's face twitched.
"You can't do that."
"Of course we can. There's no law here. This is unclaimed territory. Would you or any of your men like passage to some other system before we blow this base to pieces?"
"Maybe."
"And maybe you should spend some time thinking about what you have to offer us for passage. Not goods. We'll take what we want anyway. Information." Wedge leaned close to the pirate. "Be advised.
You filth killed one of my pilots to protect your right to have no laws, so I'm going to be very hard to please."
"So I'm going to be very hard to please." Rattled, the pirate chief leaned back from Wedge. The backs of his legs encountered the table bench behind him, and he sat clumsily. Wedge spun on his heel and left the mess, Jansen following. 19. On the way back to the wobbly, unreliable-looking extruder tube where Nightcaller was docked, Wedge said, "New orders." Jansen pulled out his datapad. Test all the fuel they have in reserve. Whatever's up to the standards of our snub fighters, transfer to the Corvette. But I want Kel to look at everything first, in case it's wired to blow. Kel's in sickbay. Was he hurt? Wedge was aware that trailing power cables from Jesmond's X-Wing had shorted out some of the systems of Kel's snub fighter. Perhaps he'd taken too much electricity himself. Violent nausea. Wedge gave him a surprised look. What does our doctor say about that? He says Kel is a real mess and shouldn't be given a job frying tubers for the Alliance, much less flying X-Wings. That sounds like Fanon. Was that on the record? No, he's hoping Kel will surprise him by coming out of it. Me too. I'll talk to Kel. Any other injuries? Mindonos? A concussion from the explosion that did all the damage to Jesmond's snub fighter, or so Fanon says. I wasn't able to talk to Min. Fanon had already sent him to his quarters for rest. Fine. Oh, and transfer Fanon's R2 unit. Gadget? Gadget. To Min. They entered the airlock, providing access to the extruder tube. Wedge closed the inner airlock door and opened the outer, then stared dubiously at the shifting length of stained man-height tubing. Somewhere beyond its curve was one of Nightcaller's airlocks. I'd almost rather suit up against the atmosphere. Oh, come on, Wedge. If it's good enough for those upstanding citizens, it's good enough for us. Wedge managed a faint smile. Then you go first. Ton, a few minutes' privacy? Wedge stood just inside the door to sickbay. Fanon gave him a stiff nod and left without a word. On one of the bay's beds lay Kel Tainer, somber, pale. He gulped, obviously aware he was in for a dressing down. I don't know how you do it, Wedge said. You do such good work, and you screw everything up. Kel nodded. It's my fault Jesmond is dead, I know that. Not that, you idiot. It's that tank driver's fault. She's dead. It's the fault of a failed inertial compensator. It's her body's fault for failing her, letting her fall unconscious when she could have used those extra seconds you gave her to reach her ejection control. The maneuver you pulled trying to rescue her was crazy and brilliant. Most pilots in Starfighter Command would have cracked up performing it. Kel drew back from the anger in Wedge's voice. He looked confused. Then what? The screw-up? It's this. Wedge waved at him at the sickbay. You think you've failed. You go to pieces. Every one of us lost a friend today, and who's in sickbay? You. Mindonos has a concussion, and he's just sleeping it off. You need a doctor's care. Kel started to say something, then clamped down on it. Now get up, get back into uniform. I want you to search the pirate base for explosives. I don't want any of us losing hands or our lives when we're exploring. We need you. Kel started to rise, then pain crossed his face. To Wedge, it looked like a massive cramp. That's part of it too, isn't it? Wedge kept most of the scorn out of his voice, leaving in just enough for Kel to detect. Someone needs you, and you go to pieces. Well, we do need you. We're relying on you. Our lives depend on you right now. What's it going to be? Kel stood up. His face was a curious mixture of fury and pain. The pain doubled him over, but he straightened up almost instantly. Permission to speak freely, sir? Go ahead. Every time you make one of these motivational speeches, I want to beat you to death. And how do you suppose I feel about you whenever some responsibility sends you into vapor lock? Wedge turned and left. In the corridor, he realized what his next task had to be. He resisted the urge to turn back. He'd rather argue with Kel for hours than perform his next duty. He'd almost rather let Kel beat him to death then perform it. He could put it off for a while. He had to dictate a report of the assault on this pirate base. He had to put in a recommendation that the New Republic seize this site, just in case it became useful in the war against the warlords and the Empire. He even had to put in a recommendation for a citation for Keltainer. Even if the man folded up in a pinch, his efforts today were above and beyond the call of duty. But then, ultimately, he had to write Admiral Akbar to tell him that his niece was dead. Wedge sat under a single light in the captain's quarters that had once been lavish but were now echoingly empty. He began writing on his datapad's touchpad. A terminal keyboard would have been faster, but he knew it was not the interface that would slow him tonight. Slower still would be finding the right words. He wrote, "Sir, I'm afraid this letter comes to you as a bearer of bad news." He looked at his words. A bearer of bad news. A trite phrase, and it wasn't correct. The letter wasn't the bearer. Whoever brought Akbar the letter would be the bearer. Perhaps it would just be a wall terminal. He hit the clear button, and the words winked out. "Sir, I wish I could find some way to soften the news." No. With a preface like that, Akbar, if his emotional patterns were like those of humans, would merely feel a mounting fear of dread, just before realizing his dread was justified. He hit the clear button. "Sir, I regret to inform you that your niece, Jesmyn Akbar, is dead." Akbar knew that Jesmyn was his niece. He hit the clear button. "Sir, I regret—" Even that was formal, impersonal. He and Akbar were not friends, they were fellow officers, but he had great respect for the Mon Calamari naval officer and felt that Akbar had similar respect for him. He felt for Akbar and his loss. He'd known that loss himself, the day a pirate's escape had destroyed the refueling station where his family worked and lived. He'd lost his home, his family, his past. All that was left to him was his future, one that had then seemed threatening instead of inviting. But that was just the opposite of what Akbar would experience, wasn't it? Jesmyn was not his past. If anything, she was a piece of his future. Was that not even worse? Suffering the pain of the loss of a loved one, and of the future she represented. He took a sip from his drink and tried to settle his thoughts. He'd had to perform this task so many times. He should be good at it by now. But he felt just a little touch of pride that he wasn't, that it never came easy to him, that he could never be glib about it. He hit the clear button. He wrote, "Sir, it is my sad duty to report to you the death of Jesmyn Akbar." Cal had peeled halfway out of his coveralls when the door to his quarters slid open. Tyria stepped in and hit the door close button. He looked at her. She didn't speak. Her expression was tight, worried. Finally he said, "Isn't one of us supposed to make a joke?" "Some other day, maybe. What have you been up to?" "Making sure Blood Nest wasn't rigged to blow, which it was, and trying not to blow up. Fortunately, I succeeded at defusing and failed to keep my stomach under control, rather than the other way around." He turned his back to her, shoved his coveralls down to his ankles, and stepped out of them on the way to his little closet. He felt lightheaded. Working for hours on a stomach that was empty and violently protested any attempt to fill it made him that way. "How's Min?" "I don't know. Ton Fanon doesn't know. Min just lies there, staring off into nowhere. He'll eat if you put food in his hand, drink if you put the cup to his lips, but he's gone somewhere." Kel selected a clean jumpsuit in TIE fighter pilot black and began to put it on. "How long do you think he can keep it under cover?" "I don't know, Kel. Long enough to shake him out of it, I hope.
Ton says that if this collapse goes on his record, that's probably it for his career as a pilot. Maybe it should be. Maybe he's too close to dissolving to fly again. That's not for you to say. He finished pulling the jumpsuit up and zipped it up. I know. That's why I'm going along with this scheme, in spite of the fact that it might kill all our careers. He shrugged. It's the least I can do. I failed to save Jasmine. Maybe I can help with Min. Don't say that. I heard what you tried with Jasmine. That was tremendous. It would have been tremendous if it had worked. Since it failed, it was just futile. Can I ask you something? Sure. You knew those two ugly pilots were lures. You probably saved my life by making me take the time to think about it. Was that something you'd run into before? She shook her head. Her ponytail swayed slowly. I just felt it. I almost saw you being vaped. Could that have been the Force at work? I don't think so. I wasn't concentrating on using the Force. What's it like when you do concentrate? She gave him a bitter little smile. It's like putting my toe in a nice warm river back on Toprawa and starting to slide in, and then looking over my shoulder and seeing that my ancestors for 20 generations back have all lined up behind me with stern expressions to make sure I'm doing it right. And I suddenly realize that I can't swim well enough to make them proud of me. If I go into the water, I'll drown. That's what the Force is like to me. No wonder you want so badly to learn to use it. She looked at him as if trying to figure out whether to be offended. All right, it was a limp joke, but it was a joke. It fulfills my obligation. Good night, Kel. Good night. Wedge reviewed the words on the datapad. Sir, it is my sad duty to report to you the death of Jasmine Akbar. On the largest moon of the third world of System M2398, Wraith Squadron encountered and defeated a numerically superior foe, a pirate nest that had been in communication with Warlord Zinge. Jasmine shot down 3 opponents in that engagement and earned her status as an ace of the New Republic, an event that pleased her. Shortly afterward, a laser cannon attack from ground units damaged her X-wing and sent her into an uncontrollable descent into the lunar surface. As far as we've been able to determine, she was, at the time of impact, unconscious from uncompensated acceleration and did not suffer. In the time Jasmine served with Wraith Squadron, I found her to be an excellent flyer and a superior officer. Her skills with communications equipment saved Folor Base from a disastrous assault. Every person stationed at that base at the time of its evacuation owes her his life. Even in the elite units of the New Republic's armed forces, there are too few pilots who share the courage and dependability she exhibited as a matter of routine. I cannot begin to appreciate your loss, but in reflecting on her death, I have come to a conclusion that is important to me. I no longer believe that the momentum of a life headed in a worthwhile direction ends when that life does. Jasmine Akbar shot down 5 enemies, all of whom served evil men. Had she not done so, their actions would have led to further evil, but her actions take their place instead, broadening like a fire break into the future theirs would have occupied. Jasmine Akbar saved hundreds of lives at Folor. Had she not done so, a bow wave of suffering would have rippled out from Folor, scarring survivors, leaving behind nothing but loss. In the future, staring at each new class of graduating pilots, relaxing in the company of friends on some world that has been on the verge of commitment to the Empire, but has become an ally of the New Republic, I will never know how much good surrounding me as a legacy of Jasmine's life.
Her future will be invisible to me, but invisible is not the same as non-existent. I will know that her deeds and accomplishments still move among us, phantoms that represent everything good the New Republic stands for, and I am grateful for it. With respect, Commander Wedge Antilles. That, at last, was what he meant to say. The corner of the datapad showed the time. It was an hour before he was due to rise. He'd lost the whole night trying to express his regrets to Admiral Akbar, but he never would have been able to sleep until he was done. The short hour he had would at least be a peaceful one. He switched off the light and stretched out on the captain's bed, finally able to surrender himself to temporary oblivion. 2 days later, the New Republic cruiser came to deal with the fate of the Blood Nest pirates. They'd been talkative during those days, offering all they knew of Captain Derillian, Warlord Zinge, and their own piratical raids. But ultimately they were nothing but a bunch of freebooters, conscienceless men who were too stubbornly independent to join Zinge's operation and too stupid to find a tactic other than attacking Zinge's emissary. Still, the fact that Zinge was interested in dealing with men of this caliber was interesting. It suggested that his standards were lower than the New Republic had realized. What role would they have played in his organization? Disposable shock troops? Wedge didn't know. "We jump out of system this morning," he told Jensen. "We're resuming Nightcaller's original schedule?" Wedge nodded. "What's our squadron status?" "About like it was yesterday. We're down 2 X-Wings, 2 pilots, though in Min's case it's a temporary thing. With the TIE fighters, we have a full squadron's worth of fighters. Find out if any of Nightcaller's crew has any aptitude for TIE fighters. Lure them to the simulator with brandy or sweets if you have to." Jensen grinned. "Fuel and food supplies at full. We're doing pretty well." "Very well. I'll issue the orders within the hour." They stood on Nightcaller's bridge, all the surviving Wraiths but Donos and Wedge. In his X-Wing, Wedge hovered 50 meters off the bow, oriented, as Nightcaller was, toward the sun of this forsaken system. Face concluded, "Lacking even her mortal remains to say farewell to, in the manner of her people or ours, let us make this show of respect. Let us send out a physical beacon to mark her passing, in the hope that there will be a spiritual one to guide her to her destination." Kell decided that Face made a pretty good speaker for the dead. He wished he knew how much of this speech, of the emotion Face projected, was genuine from Face's heart, how much was merely the artifice of an actor. But he didn't need to know right now. Wedge, acting not as Wraith leader, but as Jessam's wingman one last time, fired. His proton torpedo shot toward the distant sun and detonated, a few moments later, 10 kilometers away, creating for a brief moment a brilliant beacon in the sky. But like the mortal life it symbolized, the proton burst quickly faded from sight. Wedge's X-Wing slowly maneuvered downward toward the open bow hatch and out of sight. The mourners, all but the bridge crew, began to leave. "Tainer?" Kell stiffened. "Yes, Lieutenant Jansen." "Nightcaller did take a couple of shots during the battle. No significant damage, but it appears to have knocked some couplings and fittings loose around the ship. I'd appreciate it if you would join the mechanics in fixing them." Kell saluted the man who'd killed his father and watched him leave. It was punishment detail. He was sure of it. He'd fouled up the rescue of Jessamine Akbar and would be receiving pointless tasks like this for the duration of his stay with Wraith Squadron. In the hallway leading to the officers' quarters, he caught up with Tyria. "Any change?" She shook her head.
He's still the same. Another day or two and we're going to have to convince them that he's returned to duty. We might be able to take some of his work shifts and just sign his name to them.
It gets more and more dangerous. She shrugged, obviously aware of the truth of his statement.
Should we only risk ourselves for the safety of civilians?
No. He sighed. I can't help you with him today. I have tug-and-plug duty. Maybe it won't take too long.
Good luck.
She rose on tiptoes and absently gave his cheek a quick kiss, then headed off toward Donos's quarters.
Kel rubbed his cheek. Now, what did that mean?
Just when he was at his most wretched, she showed some faint sign of affection? Ah, he understood. That conversation with the others about wounded males and females who tried to nurse them back to health. He'd finally reached such a low point that she cared about him. Well, to hell with that. He might have thought differently a few months ago, but now, given the option of feeling as he did and winning her affection, or finding some worth in himself and no longer being miserable enough to attract her, he'd have to go for the second choice. He headed off to find his toolkit.
"Shall we trade?"
asked Warlord Zinge. Admiral Trigget expansively gestured. "You go first. You are the warlord."
"True. You remember Nightcaller?"
Trigget snorted. "One of your TIE fighter corvettes. Thank you for forwarding their reports to me. I'm grateful to Nightcaller, my lord. It's good to know there is a ship undergoing an even less eventful mission than my own." Zinge twisted his face into something like an indulgent smile.
"What if I told you that Nightcaller's last several stops have all been visited, or, to be more accurate, smashed by rebel forces? Sometimes commandos, sometimes X-Wing squadrons."
Trigget took a half-step back. "The ship is being shadowed."
"Correct. I would appreciate it if you would take care of the matter."
"At once."
"Well, perhaps not.
The matter I called you about may be of more importance."
"Go on."
"You've heard of Talicia in the Morobe system."
Zinge frowned. "Some sort of agricultural colony world, wasn't it? An economic failure."
"That's correct. It was abandoned. Not long ago it was temporarily used as a secret base by Rogue Squadron."
"Ah, that's it. One of Isan Isad's other pets assaulted them there, and failed to exterminate them, obviously."
Trigget kept his smile frozen to his face, but the comment about Iceheart's pets rankled him. Zinge obviously considered him one of those pets. "Yes. Well, the Mort Project is recording an unusual number of hits from Morobe. The visual data we're receiving suggests a wide variety of ships, X-Wings, A-Wings, rebel transports. One of them was the Borleus, the last transport to lift from Folor base."
Zinge took a deep breath.
"Anxious to avenge yourself on the Folor survivors, Apois?" "I'm not too proud to admit it."
"Then by all means deal with it. I'll send you, Provocateur as support. Nightcaller and Constrictor likewise.
That should be a sufficiently lethal fleet for a new base, even if elements of the rebel fleet are lingering there." "Thank you."
"Then you can run off and deal with these forces shadowing Nightcaller. I think I can trust you to eliminate an X-Wing squadron and a commando unit by yourself."
"Your faith in me makes my heart drip with goodwill."
Zinge gave him an irritatingly superior smile and waved farewell. His holo-image faded.
Trigget gritted his teeth. Owing to Trigget's failure at Folor,
Zinge had been able to fling out far more barbs in their recent conversations than Trigget could defend himself against. That had to end soon. Perhaps at Morobe, Trigget would do well enough to quiet the warlord. He could only hope. In a service conduit above the corridor accessing the officers' quarters, Kel Tainer hung upside down. It wasn't a pose he preferred, but the relay box he was servicing was in the vertical conduit halfway between the corridor and the horizontal service shaft above. At this late hour, he could go wake up Cubber or one of the other mechanicals and find out where they'd stowed the ladders, or he could hook his legs over the lip where the two shafts met, hang upside down for a couple of minutes, and fix a conductor relay that had been shaken loose by battle damage. So he played a game with himself, seeing if he could get the relay reseated before the blood rushing to his head made him dizzy. He had the cover off the relay box and was wrestling with the relay itself when he heard them, footsteps and voices beneath him. He heard the name Donos and went very still. The first voice was Wedge's. The first time we have to scramble for action, the secret's out. The second was Jansen's. Is there anything we can do? We could arrange things so that only half a squadron of Wraiths was standing by at the next target zone. We could arrange it so that Donos was part of the off-duty pilot group and risk the lives of the others if it's another ambush like the last one. No, Wes. But keep thinking about it. If you can find anything I can reasonably do, I want to hear about it. Yes, sir. Footsteps moved away. Kel looked down. By arching his back, he could just see the back of Jansen's head. The lieutenant didn't move. He had his head down. He had to be thinking the situation over. Thinking about Donos, Kel suppressed a whistle. Wedge and Jansen both knew about Donos, knew at least that he had been incapacitated. They knew the Wraiths were covering it up. But none of the Wraiths had realized that those two were doing the same, giving them time. Time to give Donos a chance to pull out of it. The thought hit Kel like an electrical jolt. But that meant... He grabbed the far edge of the perpendicular shaft, levered his legs free, and dropped to the corridor below. Jansen spun at the sound of something hitting the metal floor behind him. It was a big man in a crouch. Jansen threw himself backward, slamming into the bulkhead wall, and grabbed at his blaster. But his hand came up empty. The weapon wasn't on his belt. Then the big man straightened, and Jansen recognized him. Sith spit, Tainer? You almost gave me a heart attack. Where did you come from? I'm a Wraith, aren't I? We strike from nowhere. Kel's face wore a weird expression, a combination of intensity and bafflement that made the flesh crawl on Jansen's neck. What do you want? Why didn't you turn him in? Who? Donos. For what? Don't. Just don't. I know you know. Jansen let his face settle into determined lines. Then you know why. You're giving him a chance. That's right. I'll be damned. I didn't think you'd do that. For anyone. What do you mean? Jansen didn't bother to hide his confusion. I always thought, with you it was one real mistake and boom. Boom? Realization hit Jansen like the bow wave of a proton explosion. No, Tainer, not with Min, not with your father, not with anyone. I never would have believed that before just a moment ago. But you do believe it now. Kel looked away from Jansen for several long moments, finally meeting the lieutenant's eyes again. Jansen, you're always going to be the man who killed my father. I don't think I'll ever be able to look at you without that coming to mind. But maybe the other stuff, everything I thought went with it,
Jansen, the killer. Jansen, the lurker. Maybe that was just a kid's fears. Kell crouched. Jansen stepped to the side, bracing himself for the leap of attack. But Kell jumped straight up, scrambling into an overhead shaft. Jansen watched the pilot's booted feet disappear. Kell's face did not reappear overhead. Jansen turned away and headed back toward his own quarters, rattled. 20. 12 X-Wing snub fighters roared down into the atmosphere. This was a dark world with a polluted sky, its atmosphere formed from gases and smoke hurled from hundreds of active volcanoes. 4 kilometers ahead, the TIE Interceptor, fastest fighter of the Imperial forces, was distantly visible. It stayed well ahead of the X-Wings, though the sparks and gouts of smoke issuing from its engines, unseen but reported by sensors, suggested it could soon lose speed. Mindonos, the X-Wing squadron commander, looked around in confusion. This wasn't right. He'd been through this already. This mission could only lead to death. No, he was imagining things. He had a job to do. But what was next? Tentatively, he said, "Leader to..." Damn, what was his comm specialist's name? What, in fact, was his call number? Oh, that's right. 8. Leader to 8. Has there been any change? No, sir. We're the only ones broadcasting. There's nothing on the sensors but us and the interceptor. Thanks, 8. 8's voice had changed. It was more resonant and lacked its usual rustic accent. Things were otherwise as he remembered them. Well, that was all right. 8 would be dead soon anyway. Donos's head swam as he recognized the simple cruelty of that stray thought. The interceptor abruptly lost speed and heeled over to starboard. Donos smiled. Its engine trouble had to have worsened. It headed straight toward the gap between 2 giant volcanoes, straight toward the trap. The ambush. They were all about to die. Talon leader to squad. Break off. Omega signal. He rolled up on his port wing and curved in a tight arc away from the volcanoes, away from death. The other Talons did not follow. They sped down their destined path toward annihilation. Leader to group. Break off. Follow me. A woman's voice. Can't do it, sir. 12, is that you? Yes, sir. Follow me. That's an order. The others die down there. You follow me. Maybe you can make it out this time. No, sir. What does it matter whether I die down there or on the way out? Donos continued his arc until he completed a full circle. He now sped on in the wake of his pilots. But no matter how much power he diverted to his engines, they seemed to gain on him, heedlessly rushing toward their own dooms. It matters, 12. Break off! He felt an unfamiliar weight crushing his chest. It wasn't acceleration. It was the inevitability of those pilots' needless deaths. Please, 12! Her voice turned scornful. Don't please me, Lieutenant. If someone said, please live, to you, you'd just ignore him or spit in his eye. That's crazy. The pilots ahead of him were moments from entering the pass between the volcanoes. The pressure increased, squeezing his chest so hard he didn't think his heart could beat. No, it's not. You don't care enough about yourself to live, so you don't give a damn about us. You're wrong. Turn back. Swear it. I swear it. Turn back. The canopy of his X-Wing went black, and the roar of his engines died. A white slit appeared where his canopy should rise, but when it did come up, it opened on a port-side hinge rather than on a hinge behind him. Sweating, trembling, he stared into the faces of Vace, Tyria, Phelan, and Kell. They wore headsets and somber expressions. The pressure in Donos's chest snapped. It became a ball of pure rage. He lunged at the faces before him, but was restrained by his pilot's harness.
"You bastards!"
All but Kel pulled away. Kel merely pulled his headset off and handed it back to Face. Donos got his harness off, stood in his pilot's seat, and leaped at Kel. The force of his leap, the force of his anger, should have taken the big man off his feet, but Kel pivoted, caught Donos's right arm, and spun Donos down to the flooring almost gently. The walls of Nightcaller's lounge, their colors chosen by scientists to be soothing, twirled around him as Kel manhandled him. But Kel didn't pin him. From his kneeling position, Donos took a swing at the big man's groin. Kel got a hand in the way, angled the blow to the side, and took it on his thigh.
"I'll kill you!"
The force of his scream scoured Donos's throat raw.
"How could you do that to me? Put me through that again!"
Kel didn't speak. He was concentrating on Donos's movements, which made Donos even more furious. It was Tyria who answered.
"What choice did you leave us? You were just lying there, trying to die." "That's my right."
Donos stood and threw his best punch at Kel's face. Kel managed to get his hand behind Donos's elbow, shoving Donos off balance. Then Kel turned away as if to leave, completed the spin, and Donos felt his legs being kicked out from under him. He slammed down onto the hard floor of the lounge.
"You don't have the right," Kel said. "Do you remember swearing an oath?" "Shut up!"
Donos kicked out at Kel, but the other man anticipated the move and drew back a pace. Donos's boot fell short and rang on the lounge floor. Kel continued, merciless. "Do you have a right to mourn a droid so deeply that you don't give a damn about Jesmyn Akbar dying?"
"Shiner!"
Suddenly all the fight left Donos. Grief so strong it was like a physical thing, like a hole in his body, bent him double. He became aware that Tyria was bending over him, shaking him.
"Min, don't go away. We need you here. We need you flying. We need you watching our backs. We're your squad now." "Shiner!" "What is it about that droid?"
Her voice was at once worried and angry. He looked up at her, saw her incomprehension.
The last what?"
She stared down into his eyes. Then she looked startled.
"The last Talon. He was the last Talon, wasn't he?"
Unable to speak, Donos nodded.
"And as long as he was still alive, you hadn't let them all down, had you, Min? You hadn't failed the whole squadron. You still had him to protect."
Donos spoke around his grief. It made his words thick. He himself would barely have understood if he weren't speaking.
"He's gone now." "Min?"
Tyria looked lost, desperate.
"We need you to protect us now. We're your friends." "Don't want friends. Friends die." "Damn it!"
She pulled him to her so his head was in her lap. He stared up at her, hoping she'd stop speaking soon so he could go back to sleep.
"Min, I agree with you. When I joined the Alliance, that was my motto. Friends die, so don't make any. Just go out, kill the enemy, and when death comes, I'll know I've done my best."
"Then you know."
"I changed my mind, Min. When Jesmyn died, how could I look her in the eye if I just threw my life away? She fought to live. She'd be angry at me for wasting what she didn't have a chance to enjoy."
Donos didn't answer. He didn't have a reply for her.
"What about the Talons? Do they want you to die?"
"They must."
"Stop that. You knew them. Would they want you to die?"
"Their families would."
"No."
"They'd want me to die because I led their fathers and brothers and sisters and cousins
off to some nothing world to die for no reason.
He looked beyond Tyria's shoulder to where Kell and Face stood.
He knows. Muscles there.
Kell said,
I know what. You want Jansen to die. No. Don't lie. He killed your father. How did you know that? Someone told me.
Donos shrank away from the question. No need to implicate Grinder, regardless of whether Donos chose to live or not. Kell knelt beside Tyria and looked gravely down at Donos.
I used to want him to die. I killed him hundreds of ways in my imagination. But I changed my mind. Just so you could argue with me.
No. Kell seemed to sag. He looked tired and years older.
I doubt that I'll ever play Sabak with him in, but I want him to live. Because with him in an X-Wing, it means that every year there are fewer imps and warlord flyers out there endangering my sisters, my mother, my friends. And the families of the dead Talon Squad pilots will think even better of you than I do of Jansen. Unless you kill yourself. If you kill yourself, they'll tell themselves, my father didn't even have a chance. He was led by a coward. If they know you were a courageous pilot, they'll say, he died fighting for us.
Donos blinked, and for a moment he was far away from Nightcaller, flashing at hyperspace speeds through the homes of the families whose members he had led to death, as he'd done so many times in the days and weeks after Talon Squad was obliterated. But this time the faces he saw were not masks of anger and vengeance, just sadness sometimes. Sometimes they were just curious and reflective faces turned up toward the stars.
I'm sorry about Jesmyn,
Donos said. Tyria nodded and brushed a lock of sweat-drenched hair out of Donos's eyes.
We all are.
Donos looked up at Phelan.
I'm sorry about you.
Phelan came forward. She wore an expression compounded of pain and even, Donos thought, jealousy at Tyria's ministrations to him.
What do you mean? I thought you wanted to get close. I kept you away. I was cold to you. I understand why. I think I need to go to bed now.
Kell rose and helped Donos up. Tyria also rose.
Will you be all right?
I don't know. Donos shrugged.
Maybe. Breakfast is at 800. We'd like to see you there.
Donos nodded.
I guess I'll be there.
On the way back to his quarters, he felt so strange. All the pain he'd known since Talon Squad died was still there, but the exhaustion that had accompanied it seemed to be gone. It was as though toxins he'd been building up for ages had been bled out. He fell onto his bed and was unconscious in moments. The others watched him depart the lounge. Phelan followed him at a discreet distance, making sure he made it back to his quarters. Then Face slumped against the lounge bar. Kell sat heavily on one of the long couches. Tyria reached into the simulator unit to power it down, then sat beside Kell.
Well, that was fun,
Face said.
It worked, Kell said.
His voice sounded as heavy as he felt.
And neither Commander Antilles nor Lieutenant Jansen walked in on us. We got lucky.
Tyria leaned back and closed her eyes.
Now all Min has to do is actually get up in 4 hours, and we can say we did it.
Kell said,
Now maybe Runt will get some sleep.
Oh? Tyria asked.
He's been sleeping badly?
On the shifts he pulled to sit with Min, he talked to him endlessly,
tried every way he knew to get Min to switch to a less damaged mind, something his people do with fair ease, even the ones who are mentally ill. He's been lashing himself for his failure to help Min do the same thing. Face said, 4 hours? What am I doing awake? I'll see you two tomorrow. He strode from the room. The two of them sat in silence for a few moments. Then Kel said, "That was a pretty good idea, about Shiner being the last Talon in the weird way Min was thinking." "Thanks. Another insight, like the other day, and the ambush those pirates set up for me?" "Something like that. I bet it's the Force. I bet you can only use it when you're not thinking about it." "Oh, that's great. That's just what I need. How would you like to be the best pilot in the galaxy, but only when you're outside a cockpit?" He snorted. "Was it true what he said?" Her voice was unusually gentle. "About Jansen and your father?" "Yes." Kel reached out for the deep wellspring of hatred he'd carried for Jansen all these years, but it was still gone. Mostly gone. Every day I wish it hadn't happened, but Jansen had good reason. He shook his head, trying to dispel the mood of gloom those memories always invoked. "Was it true what you said? About giving up that whole attitude of, I might die tomorrow, probably shouldn't make any plans?" She took a while to answer. "Yes, I meant it." That doesn't mean anything." "You remember a while back when I told you I loved you, and you told me it was just a puddle on the floor, and then you put my face into that puddle?" She looked at him as if to gauge his mood. Seeing that he wasn't mad, she managed a sympathetic smile. "Of course I remember. Well, I have something to tell you. After I realized you were right, I decided that it was enough to be your friend." "Good." "Then I fell in love with you again." Her expression became one of dismay and exasperation. "Oh, Kel." "No, bear with me, just for a minute." "It's just the same words again." "Same words, different Kel. This time I know what I'm talking about." "Of course you do. So, set honesty to on?" "Honesty to on." "How much time did you spend thinking about me today?" "Every chance I got. Every chance I had when Commander Antilles and Jansen weren't working me." "Ah, but in how many of those little fantasies of yours was I wearing any clothes?" He snorted in amusement. "Lots of them. Most of them." The words, in truth, came easily to him. "I saw us together in quiet times, when the war with the last bits of the Empire was over and we could argue and be confused about what to do next, deciding things together. I saw myself presenting you to my family, and saw them making a place in their lives and hearts for you." He saw distress in her expression, but pressed on anyway. "I saw 100 ways for our lives together to be, and the only thing that made me sad was that we couldn't explore all of them." He sighed. "But now, like the galaxy's worst general, I've told you my objective. I'm going to win your heart. I just don't know how I'm going to do it, you being forewarned and all." She lunged at him. Her tackle took him off the end of the sofa. Suddenly she was atop him on the floor, her arms around his neck, embracing him but glaring furiously. He rubbed the back of his head where it had hit the deck. "Ow!" "Shut up." She kissed him. That went on for a while and felt better than a 3-day bender on Cherban brandy, even better for the rising heat and excitement he felt were something no brandy could ever simulate. In spite of his confusion, he remembered to wrap her up in his arms so she couldn't escape when she regained her senses.
Finally she broke the kiss and returned to glaring at him. "Well, that wasn't bad," he said, "but I thought you didn't feel the way I did." "Of course you did. But then you're a giant adolescent with no sense, a big shaved Wookiee with no grasp of human emotions." "Granted, but how long have you wanted me?" Her expression went from angry to plaintive in an instant. "Since I met you." "What? Then why didn't you—" "Because you were in love with that other Tyria, the one who doesn't exist. We established that weeks ago." She managed a little smile. "But I think you're finally over her." "I am." "You have to prove it." "How?" "Oh, we'll find a way." Wedge stepped into the officers' mess, took a quick look around, and froze. Donos was among the other wraiths, chatting, laughing, despite the new gauntness to his features. Face, on the other hand, didn't look at all well. There were circles under his eyes. He had obviously lost sleep, but he seemed cheerful enough. Kel and Tyria looked just as bad, sleep-deprived and weary, yet they seemed even more than cheerful. Wedge's sudden appearance caught the wraith's attention. Their conversation cut off, and they turned to look at him. Wedge straightened and nodded sardonically at Face. In a mild tone he said, "Captain Derillian, to the bridge." Face scrambled up and out the door. He wouldn't be going to the bridge, of course. Derillian's seat of command was the comm center. Wedge jerked his head for Jansen to join him. His second-in-command was at his side in an instant. They headed toward Nightcaller's true bridge. "What's with Min?" Wedge asked. "I don't know. They're not telling me. But he seems to be functional." "Good. One crisis averted. What's with all the tired faces?" I don't know. Maybe a late-night sabacc game they don't invite senior officers to." "Fine. Anything else you don't know?" "Yes. Something happened with Kel yesterday." "What?" "I don't know." Wedge stopped short and gave Jansen a reproving look. "No, really, I don't know. We talked about his father. I got the impression that he'd been thinking of me as some sort of avenging monster who vaped people for screw-ups. I also got the impression that he really hadn't been plotting my death every time he came within a few meters of me. In fact, that he might have been scared stiff." "That can actually look the same." "Anyway, this morning things had changed. For the first time, he didn't become a tower of knotted muscles when I sat down to breakfast." "Good." They swept into the bridge. "Lieutenant Taban, put the compiled transmission up on the main monitor." "Yes, sir." Face sat at the comm officer's chair, activated the voice and visual translators, and put them through the fastest possible diagnostic check. Both came up in the green. The computers controlling the comm center's cameras thought they were tracking his body motions correctly. He sat back, thought for a moment about an aging prima donna of a leading man he'd worked with once, and was instantly in character for Captain Derillian. He turned toward the comm center's main holoprojector, hit the button to activate transmission, and prepared to speak to Admiral Trigget. The three-dimensional image of Warlord Zinge materialized before him. Face took an extra deep breath and broadened his smile to cover his surprise. "My lord, I am honored." Zinge's smile was one of condescension and amusement. "But not honored enough to do your job correctly." Face let his eyebrows rise. How had Derillian responded to scorn in his memoirs? With outrage. But the man would never direct an angry response to Warlord Zinge. No, hurt was the order of the day. "My lord, I have failed you in some way?"
You have called to tell me I no longer deserve your patronage? It's the life of a pirate for Derillian? Oh, stop being such a baby. It leeches all the fun out of scolding you. Zinge heaved an annoyed sigh. I received the relay of your report on the visit to Bloodnest. Pretending not to be fully recovered from the wound to his pride, Face shrugged. A pity they chose to reject your offer. But since my avoidance of their ambush was so brilliantly successful, I feel I have left them with something to think about. Perhaps they will be more cordial when I return. Zinge shook his head. I don't believe so. Bloodnest is gone. Face leaned forward and assumed an incredulous expression. They fled? No, and that's the problem. Sometime after you departed, Bloodnest was destroyed. In fact, every site you visited in the last several weeks has subsequently been visited by Alliance pilots or agents. No. Face knew he looked shaken and hoped Grinder's program was up to having Derillian show the same expression. At the next stop in my mission, I'll pretend to jump out, then lie in wait for them. I'll destroy them. Yes, but not yet. I have a more important mission for you. Zinge smiled. You're going to help that fool Trigget finish off the survivors of Folor Base. Once everyone was reseated at breakfast, Piggy asked, Can the Alliance muster enough firepower to Morobe in time to take out Implacable? Wedge nodded. That firepower is in place. We know which system Trigget's going to strike, even though Zinge, with his customary caution, hasn't told us yet. If Zinge were going in himself, we'd have to draw so many frigates, cruisers, and star destroyers away from other duty that Zinge would be alerted. But fortunately or unfortunately, Iron Fist isn't joining in this mission. We do have a real problem, though. He told our Captain Derillian to make rendezvous with the supply ship Hawkbat to replenish expended fuel and supplies, and to pick up a load of surveillance satellites we can deploy at our next scheduled stop so they can acquire data on our pursuers. He also says he wants the Hawkbat's master to come over for an inspection tour of the ship and to talk with Derillian. Oh, wonderful, Kell said. Also, if Nightcaller is participating in the battle at Talasia, Zinge is probably going to expect us to field our full complement of TIE fighters, which is supposed to be 4, not 2. The TIE fighters are no problem, Phelan said. They're all over the galaxy. Set the Wraiths down on any planet, and we can steal 2 and fly them back. Speaking of which, Jansen said, we have 2 more TIE pilots if we need them. Both Captain Harachnus and Lieutenant Taban are Imp Academy graduates. He's done simulators and soloed, and she actually flew a few missions. Wedge tried to keep any emotion from his face. Kills? No, only since defecting and joining the New Republic Navy. Good. One of the problems with the New Republic was that many of its pilots had literally and violently been at odds in the past. It sometimes caused trouble when a pilot now under New Republic command had shot down other New Republic pilots. But some people Wedge absolutely trusted had been Imperials. Tycho Selchuk, current leader of Rogue Squadron. Hobby Cliven, who had defected with Biggs Darklighter and the rest of the crew of the Rand Ecliptic. Even Han Solo had been an Academy graduate and briefly an officer. The rendezvous is no problem, Fanon said. At Wedge's curious look, he said, we simply need to get to the rendezvous site and say, oh no, we're all down with the Tastiged flu. Sure, come over. Hope you don't mind when we have sneezing fits all over you and infect you. Wedge shook his head. We're dealing with an enemy who is proficient at intelligence work. I think that a sudden inconvenient contagion would tend to alert him. face smiled. It was a crooked smile, better suited to a member of Black Sun, the criminal underworld of Coruscant. What if it's not us who gets contaminated? Go on. Zinge transmitted us the Hawkbat's current schedule so we could arrange a rendezvous at our mutual convenience. That means we know where they're going to make planetfall over the next several days. We choose the planet where they're most likely to be offering shore leave. We send the Wraiths over there, and we expose them to some sort of disease. Then it's the Hawkbat's captain who has to report we couldn't meet physically because of an inconvenient contagion. Zinge can investigate all he wants, because he won't be investigating us. Wedge rubbed his chin and resisted the urge to say, "That's crazy." Instead he asked, "Where do we get the contaminants?" Feynman said, "Every modern planet has a hospital, Commander. Some even have centers for disease containment. One of those would be a street market of disease for us." Wedge stood. "Wes, Thanon, let's go back to my conference room and see if we can actually hammer this into a plan. The rest of you, I think a day's rest is in order. Get some sleep." They broke into laughter at his words, and he didn't dare ask why. 21. As the world of Storanol grew in Nara's view screen, the Wraiths still hadn't finalized their plans. There were too many unknown factors, Wedge reflected. Storanol was still under Imperial control, but at the very edge of Imperial space, and said to be leaning toward possible alliance with the New Republic or Warlord Zinge. The Wraiths could count on running into imps and might run across factions of the other two groups. Possible complications there. Exactly which disease agent they'd be using on the crew of the Hawkbat was an unknown. Feynman wanted to make that decision at the last minute, based on what was available on the planet's surface and what they could find out about the crew of the Hawkbat. It wouldn't do to use a biological agent that meant mild illness for most of the crew, but death to others. Fortunately, many of Zinge's ships appeared to follow Imperial recruiting doctrine, employ no non-humans if at all possible, which helped limit that danger. There was the matter of stealing a pair of TIE fighters. The planet was probably swarming with them, but how good was Imperial security? The mission called for the Wraiths to locate and select their target fighters and perform all steps of their acquisition except the actual theft, and then wait until other elements of the mission were completed before launching for space with their new acquisitions. In the middle would be a wait that could be very dangerous. The whole mission offered little but questions at this stage. Fortunately, it will offer nice scenery while we're chewing the details, Wedge decided. Nightcaller's library record of Storanol displayed image after image of lushly green countryside, rivers cascading down stepped hillsides, forest-sized tropical flower gardens, and cities of graceful lines and dimensions occasionally interrupting the world's natural vistas. The people of Storanol were said to be steeped in a philosophy of beautification that extended to their world, making it one of the most gorgeous in what was left of the empire, and a favorite center of tourism among those who enjoy natural delights. Phelan, of course, had looked through the data and decided, "Looks humid." Then there was the problem of clearing customs. Were they coming down to the planet aboard a cruise vessel, or as part of the crew of a large military ship, they could blend in with fair ease and be accelerated through the routine inspection offered to large, pre-cleared groups, but they'd be arriving in a private shuttle. They'd receive close individual inspection. Face's plan was to make them stereotypes, types very similar to customs officials, so their inspectors would dismiss them and give them the minimum likely inspection. But that could go wrong, too. There were even unknown factors among his own team. In the space of 2 days, things had shifted, changed as though a rock slide had come through. Donos was functional again.
Phelan's sand skimmer was cozying up to him once more, but this time he seemed to be reciprocating the sentiment. Kel and Tyria, though they did not advertise it, made no attempt to hide the fact that they were together. Kel himself seemed looser, more at ease, his very presence no longer causing fits to Jansen. All these changes seemed to be improvements, especially in light of how down the Wraiths had been after Jesmond's death. But Wedge was slow to embrace so many changes all at once. At least they did have one piece of simple good fortune involving Storinol. The planet, despite its imperial ties, had a small but visible population of Gamorreans. Most were guards whose chief role was to be visible and exotic for the entertainment of tourists. So Piggy would be able to move with the other Wraiths. "Routine planetary inquiry," Kel announced. "Means we've wandered into their outermost sensor zone. Grinder, you'd better get under cover." The Bothan heaved a much-put-upon sigh. He moved back into Nara's cargo compartment and tapped an intricate rhythm against one of the bulkheads. A plate popped open along a weld line, swinging out as a lateral door, giving him access into the same scanner-shielded smuggling compartment Piggy had once used as a vehicle. With one last injured expression, directed back toward the cockpit, he swung up into the compartment and pulled the access closed behind him. "Phelan," Kel continued, "weld it shut. Make it airtight." Phelan smiled, but didn't move from her seat. Wedge suppressed a smile. It was better for the government of Storinol not to know there was a Bothan on board. Ever since the participation of an Alliance-friendly cell of Bothan code slicers in the acquisition of the plans for the second Death Star, the imps held all inhabitants or descendants of Bothawi under even more suspicion than other non-humans. Grinder would serve best by staying an unknown, a wild card for them to draw when needed. Runt, too, was acting as a wild card, charged with the very uncomfortable duty of parking his X-Wing on one of Storinol's distant moons and waiting for an emergency signal. He could be there for 3 days, eating preserved food, breathing recycled air, and having only a plastic tube and bladder rig for a fresher, but he was determined to remain of use to the other Wraiths. "Transmitting passenger manifest," Kel said. "By the way, not one of you has paid for his ticket." "Take it up with the bridge," Phelan said. "You're in an awfully good mood for a man putting his head in a noose." "Maybe it's because you're in the next noose over." "All right, we're cleared for approach. Anybody forget his papers?" Everyone checked pockets or bags for the requisite identification cards, all forged by Grinder with data provided by New Republic intelligence. Wedge saw Jansen, ridiculous in his red carnival costume and long white beard, grow increasingly panicky as he checked pocket after pocket. "Something wrong, Wes?" "It's here somewhere," the lieutenant said. "Check your boot," Phelan said. "Check under your seat cushion," Phelan said. "Check your other boot, too," Wedge said. Phelan really meant both boots, but she doesn't realize you wouldn't necessarily understand that. Jansen straightened up from his searching long enough to shoot his commander a betrayed look. "Why isn't Hobby here to take this abuse?" A moment later he straightened again, wearing an abashed expression. "It was in my other boot." "Yub, Lieutenant." 30 seconds to atmospheric entry," Kel said. "Strap in, people." 5 minutes later, they were gliding over those beautiful green vistas on a government-dictated course toward the spaceport of the entertainment complex city of Rivos. Grinder's innocuous consultation of the city computer's records indicated that ship's crews enjoying rest and recreation there included the crew of Hawkbat. Nara's scanners indicated that a fighter was pacing them, trailing them by 1.5 kilometers and 1 click higher in altitude. This would have been unfriendly attention on some worlds, but Donos said that many worlds with law enforcement agencies designed to maintain the tourism industry would employ such tactics as a matter of course. It didn't mean anything. "Pretty," Face said. He stared at the gleaming view of Rivos appearing before them. The city seemed to be made all of tall, curving towers built of creamy pastel marble in a variety of colors. The spaceport, built outside the city walls, came into view a minute later. It did not share the idyllic architecture of the city. It was a Duracrete circle 2 or more kilometers in diameter, with landing circles and wart-like ferrocrete bunkers, gaily painted but somehow no less ugly for it, scattered across its surface. The Wraiths counted several small cargo ships, shuttles of various types, light atmospheric craft, and even a few TIE fighters among the vessels clustered around the various bunkers. Kel landed where he was instructed, at one of the outermost ring of bunkers. A view screen on the bunker wall displayed primitive line graphics, instructing Kel how to maneuver the shuttle to its exact landing pad and orientation. 2 guards in stormtrooper armor were in position on either side of Nara's nose before the shuttle had quite settled down. "Doran Spaceways welcomes you to Storinall," Kel said in his most official voice. "Be ready to show your documentation to all officials of the planetary government, and enjoy your stay." He lowered the shuttle's main ramp. "First-class passengers first, please." Wes Jansen tugged at his lengthy white beard, a gesture that looked habitual but really served to assure him that it was still attached properly. He squared his shoulders, assumed a properly haughty attitude, and descended the ramp, his bodyguards flanking him, Phelan left, Lieutenant Atral Taban right, and Piggy, in the full regalia of a Gamorrean warrior, complete with vibro axe, behind. The end of an inspection tube connected to the bunker swung out before the shuttle, and a planetary official stepped out from it to join the guards. Doubtless the man thought himself natty in his emerald-green long coat and shining gold buttons, but Jansen knew himself to be a far more brilliant and possibly ridiculous spectacle. Jansen wore a glittering red coat cut in the style of a naval officer's, complete with epaulets and a double row of buttons, plus matching peaked cap and well-tailored black pants. White belt and gloves, shining black boots and blaster holster completed the ensemble. The clothing ensemble, that is. Jansen also wore thick white hair, beard, and mustache, and makeup that roughened the skin on his face and hands. Wes Jansen's face was too well known in Imperial-controlled space to risk a less elaborate disguise. His bodyguards, in contrast, were beacons of sobriety. Phelan and Atral wore body stockings in light leaching black. Their leather accoutrements, boots, belt, bags, and blaster holsters, were matte black. Their hair was drawn back in severe braids, and Face had insisted both women dye it black, too, explaining that it was appropriate for the sort of all-controlling personality Jansen was supposed to be to have matching bodyguards. Jansen stopped before the government agent, who held out his hand. Jansen cleared his throat in what he hoped was an appropriately blustery manner, and Atral handed the official 4 sets of identicards. The official slid the first one into his handheld scanner. "Senator in exile Iskit Tyeston from Bakura," he said. He frowned. "Bakura? Don't bother to tell me that Bakura is hardly a friend to the Empire these days." Jansen struggled to keep that elusive element of harumph in his voice. "If she were, I would still be there, in my home, instead of here loyally serving the Empire." "Of course. What is your business on Storinall?" "Business? I'm raising funds for the Baccarin Loyalist movement. We continue to put pressure on the government to sever ties with the rebels and return to her true allegiance."
The official's hand reader pinged, and he looked at it.
"You are in our records. A loyal friend of the Empire."
Jansen harumphed, straightened with pride. The Senator Tyeston identity matched a real person, one of the last of the Empire's supporters to be elected to the Senate of Baccara before that world decided to join the Alliance. The real Tyeston never made it off-world. His escape craft was destroyed when he attempted to flee, the fact that was not yet lodged in the Empire's data net. The official dropped each of the other cards into his reader.
"My Lady Annan of Baccara. Profession bodyguard, licensed to carry exposed and concealed weaponry. Please don't use it, Mistress Annan. Even the most legal and reasonable of shootings leads to tedious investigations. My Lady Honiton, likewise, and Guardsman Voort."
He peered at the Gamorrean.
"Does it understand Basic?"
"A few words," Jansen said, his tone a grumble. "Too few."
"Please observe the signs outside each establishment about who and what may enter."
He returned the cards to Atril with a polished smile.
"Welcome to the fair world of Stornall. Enjoy your visit."
Ton Fanon, wearing false prosthetics to conceal even more of his flesh, and playing the part of a test pilot obviously down on his luck, and running ever lower on human components, passed inspection easily, as did Tyria, portraying his long-suffering wife. Then it was time for Wedge, Face, and Donos, potentially the most dangerous part of the deception, as Wedge's face was on holographic wanted memoranda all over Imperial space. Wedge tugged at the furious mustachios he wore. They were nowhere near as elaborate a disguise as the set of false prosthetics he'd worn to penetrate customs on the world of Coruscant, but he shouldn't need such difficult and expensive measures here. And the continuations of his disguise on either side of him should draw attention away from his features. He and his two companions wore nearly identical clothes. Their rough country ponchos were woven from a heavy brown cloth that looked gritty and sand-filled even when scrupulously cleaned. Their trousers and shirts were a lighter weave of the same stuff, hard-worn, aged in just 2 days by having the Wraiths take turns marching across them for hours. Their broad-brimmed hats had received similar, though less extensive, treatment. Their hair and false mustaches were cut to identical lengths. Face again wore false skin to conceal his scars, and had managed to mold it to make his features a bit more like Wedge's. All in all, Wedge knew they looked like 3 yokels who'd blown their savings on a single trip to a more civilized world. They descended the ramp and handed their identification cards to the official with an identical flourish. The man looked at them, an expression somewhere between amusement and horror on his face. He recovered enough to slide the first card into his reader.
"Dod Nobrin of Agamar."
Agamar, an Outer Rim colony world, was a rough place whose inhabitants had to be equally rough to survive. Not surprisingly, the rustic ways, stubbornness, and durability of the men and women of Agamar earned them an undeserved reputation for stupidity across the Old Republic and the Empire. Even today, half of the jokes told in Basic about stupid people cast them as men and women of Agamar. Face had developed the trio's clothing style and mannerisms after careful consultation with Captain Heracnus, a native of Agamar, to match the most common stereotypical depiction of the people of that world. Face nodded, a head-bobbing motion more suited to a carrion bird than to a man. Wedge duplicated the motion. A moment later, Donos caught on and did the same. The official looked between them as if mesmerized.
"I'm Dodd,"
Face said. He jerked his thumb at Wedge.
"This is my brother Fod, also from Agamar."
He gestured at Donos the same way.
"This is my brother Lod, also from Agamar."
"Oh yeah, that's right. You're pretty sharp for a city man." The official shook his head with the motion of someone resigning himself to a long, long day at work. Your business on store and all? Face beamed. Women. Entertainment, then? Face looked indignant. No. Business? No, that's not the sort of business we're in. Wedge said, Brides. Donos, keeping his voice low, repeated, Brides. He stretched the word out as though it had some cosmic significance. Wedge said, There are only 6 beautiful women on all of Agamar, and they're all married. Face said, There are only 5. Wedge shook his head adamantly. 6. 5. Etta Howrider got shot. Gentlemen, who shot her? Her cousin, Popal Howrider. I thought he was still laid up from getting bit and the wound festering and all. That awful smell. Gentlemen, the official's color had risen. I'm going to put entertainment on your temporary visa. If you're not here to do financial transactions with someone, you're here for entertainment. You understand? Face nodded agreeably, and again Wedge and Donos matched his bobbing motion. Oh, yeah, we understand. Then Face caught sight of something off to the side. Look at that! Everyone, the guards included, looked in the same direction, but the only thing to see was the motion of people walking inside the near bunker, just on the other side of a gallery-length window. The official asked, What? Face grabbed his tunic, pulled him close, pointed. Her, she's nearly naked. One of the passers-by was in a golden reflective garment that showed a considerable quantity of leg and shoulder. The official tried to pull himself free. That's merely summer wear, sir. What's her name? I don't know. The man tried to pry Face's hand off, but made no headway. He cast a beseeching look over his shoulder toward one of the guards, and Wedge tensed, but the armor-plated trooper didn't move. He was, Wedge saw, shaking with laughter. You don't know her name? You live in the same village with her? The official finally got Face's hand free. It's a city, not a village, and it's too large for me to know everybody. As quickly as he could, he cycled Wedge's and Donos's cards through the reader. That's not very neighborly. Face accepted the cards and passed them out among his brothers. Say, if you could direct us to where the beautiful women looking for husbands are, it'd be worth a credit to you. The man looked at him, too drained to be stunned. A whole credit. Oh, yeah. Always pay for the best, that's what I say. Try the Howler. It's a bar. It's where you'll find locals with an itch to get off-world, but not enough money to do so. Sir, you're a gentleman. Face dropped a credit coin into the man's palm and walked into the inspection tube opening. A gentleman, Wedge repeated, and followed. He heard Donos grunt, Gent, and come stomping after him. Kel ambled down the ramp. He saw the inspector's tired expression and gave the man a knowing smile. Imagine being trapped aboard a shuttle with them for 3 days. He bobbed his head up and down in a fair simulation of Face's distinctive nod, then handed his identicard to the man. Do you think there'll be any trouble, Captain Doran? Call me Kel. No, none of them is any trouble, except the old senator. Just stroke his ego, and don't shoot against him. I accepted a competition challenge from him, and lost. That's why I had to carry his damned Gamorrean. Kel took a step to the side and looked up at the Nara's flank. The words Doran Spaceways and the name Doran Star on the shuttle's side still looked appropriately weathered, belying the fact that they'd been painted on 3 days ago and then partly scraped off again. Thanks, I'll make sure the appropriate parties know. The official handed back Kell's card. "Are you carrying them back again?" Kell answered by shuddering. "Ah, well, your loss is our gain, provided it's soon. Please wait in the inspection area. Pending a scan of your shuttle, you're clear."
"Thanks."
As soon as they cleared inspection, the party of Senator-in-Exile Tyeston, known informally on this mission as the Joyride Group, checked into the lodging nearest the spaceport. After they swept their suite against the possibility of listening devices and found none, Jansen said, "No reason to go farther away to find TIE fighters. There are some here, and traffic of lots more strangers than on an imp military base."
"Adriel and I can switch in and out of disguise a lot more easily than you,"
Phelan said. It was true. For the two women, all it took was a change of clothing and addition of a wig to cover their severe black hair.
"You and Piggy should stay here in character for the time being. Let us do the groundwork."
"Because my disguise is inconvenient," he said.
"Yes."
"Not because I'm old and feeble like Commander Antilles." She smiled and looked away.
"I suppose I've had to revise my opinion about old, feeble pilots."
"Well, you children go and have a good time. I'm going to order expensive meals and expensive entertainments. This is on one of the New Republic's covert expense accounts, and for once I feel like running up a nice big bill."
Thanan's group, including Tyria and Kell, was charged with acquiring disease agents. They took the repulsor lift rail passage from Rivos to the capital city of Skohar, home of the planet's largest spaceport, and of a medical center designed to deal with diseases both domestic and alien. The Rivos-Skohar Railway was a marvel of engineering and public relations. The conveyance itself was a series of lengthy repulsor lift cars coupled together, traveling for the most part along a featureless tunnel. But every so often the train would rise into the open air, long enough for the passengers to enjoy one of the planet's most beautiful vistas. Here a spectacular view of snow-capped mountain peaks, there a long look at valleys purpling under the setting sun, and then descend again. Kell decided that it was a good compromise between giving the tourists the show they wanted and marring the carefully maintained landscape. Skohar was much like Rivos, only far larger, and dotted with recreational complexes that included thrill rides that simulated danger without ever harming a visitor. The Plague Group, as they called themselves, stayed away from the most tourist-heavy portions of the city and checked into lodgings near the Skohar Xenohealth Institute, the innocuous name the government of Storanol had given to their Center for Disease Control. Wedge, Face, and Donos, informally the Yokel Group, found lodgings at the Rivos Liberty, a hostel catering to large ship's crews on shore leave. Because of its orientation, rooms were small but inexpensive. Services and amenities would be rare. However, half the rooms, including the Wraiths, opened directly out onto an artificial riverside beach. Face excused himself for a few minutes and returned with a pile of brightly colored cloth. He handed out individual portions to the others. Wedge shook his out. A short-sleeved tunic in orange and yellow tropical fruit patterns, and short pants in lavender. "I'm going to throw up." Face smiled. "That would be the final bit of trim on the ensemble, wouldn't it? I recommend you keep the hat. That really completes the image of an Agamaran stereotype with no taste and no sense." "I wish I didn't agree with you." "Yub yub, Commander." Donos looked mournfully at his outfit, a shirt with thin red and green horizontal stripes and shorts with black and white vertical stripes. "Sir, permission to kill, Face?" "Granted, but keep your hat, like Face says." Face unfolded his own fashion disaster, a black silken shirt with a variety of insects picked out on it in glittery silver,
shorts in a brighter, more painful orange than that of New Republic pilots' suits, and a red kerchief for his neck. As you can see, I saved the best for myself. Time to find some brides, brothers. 22. Really? Wedge said. I thought all you Imperial Navy boys were TIE fighter pilots. Every one. They sat in the Sunfruit Promenade, actually an extensive roofed patio flanked by flower gardens. The lounge was thick with recliner chairs and interrupted occasionally by musicians' pits, most of which at this late afternoon hour were occupied by musicians, male, female, and droid, playing a variety of stringed and percussion instruments. The three yokel brothers were there in the midst of a veritable sea of hawkbat crewmen. Most of the crewmen were doing some light drinking in preparation for going out after dark and doing their heavy drinking. Some were accompanied by local women and men. The recliners were built to accommodate a cozy, too. But Wedgeface and Donos, garish and loud, were by themselves. The man opposite Wedge, a long-time Imperial Navy NCO, if Wedge was any judge, built like Kell but even bigger and deeper in the chest, smiled at Wedge's stupidity. Now, think about that, Dodd. I'm Fod. This is Dodd. That's Lod. Fod, even an Imperial-class Star Destroyer only carries 6 squadrons of TIE fighters. That's 72. Even with relief pilots, you're talking about 90 or 100 pilots on one of the big ships. Do you think a Star Destroyer can manage with just a bridge crew and 100 pilots? Well, I didn't think about it, really. The Hawkbat crewmen immediately around them laughed. The big NCO, whose name was Rondel, looked sadly into his almost empty glass. Face, his motions those of a profoundly drunken man, jerked upright. We can't have that. Hey, server, another one all around. He collapsed back into his simulated drunken stupor. The Hawkbat personnel were more than happy to have the Nobran brothers around. The boys from Agamar obligingly bought drinks for everyone in their vicinity and seemed oblivious to the barbs the spacemen aimed at them. Wedge had noticed some of the spacemen bringing dates to see the supposed men of fabled, idiotic Agamar. He felt like an animal in a cage viewing a procession of zoo-goers. Wedge continued, So when it's time to go home, you don't all just hop in your TIE fighters and blast off for space. Rondel smirked. No, I'm an unarmed combat instructor. Pardus over there, she's the one with the red face, is a navigator. That's someone who tells the ship how to get where it's going. Dewback Cord over there, he's a ship's mechanic. No, when it's time to leave, we all hop in a shuttle and go up. A shuttle? A Lambda shuttle? I was in one of those once. Rondel nodded distractedly and accepted a drink refill from the droid server. Is yours the Doran Star? That's the one we were in. Rondel fixed him with an aggravated stare. Now, you just arrived from Agamar in whatever bucket brought you here. If that was our shuttle, too, how would we have gotten groundside before you got here? Well, I don't know. No, ours are the Hawkbat's Perch and the Hawkbat's Vigil. Oh, hey, that's some kind of coincidence, ending up with 2 shuttles with names kind of like your big ship's name. Rondel covered his eyes with his hand. I wish Grinder were here, Fanon said. He tapped irritably away at the suite's terminal keyboard, cruising through layer after layer of helpful organizational screens. Kell and Tyria were behind him, squeezed into an oversized stuffed chair that would have easily accommodated 2 ordinary-sized people. Tyria said, What's wrong? You don't seem to be encountering any security. No, but I can't just issue a command for the system to give me information on all biological agents being stored over at the Institute, not without raising some alerts, and I bet Grinder could. Plus, I have to deal with roommates making obnoxious snuggling noises while I'm hard at work. His tone was only half joking. He'd been annoyed ever since Tyria suddenly made her preference known. Kel said, "We can go take a walk." "You've already done your initial look at the Institute's exterior—" "Hold it. News retrieval. Disease outbreaks sort by mechanisms. This won't be as comprehensive, but it'll tell us what has actually gotten out into the Storinol population, and whatever's been out there is sure to be in the Institute's vaults." Tyria and Kel came up to lean over his shoulders. "Boffin red rash," Fanon said. "Too hit or miss. Plus Grinder might catch it, and we'd never hear the end of it. Bandonian plague, too severe. Blastonecrosis, likewise, also disgusting. Big tourist planet like this has seen some odd ailments. Hey!" He abruptly focused on one of the entries on the screen and brought it up to read more. Kel leaned in closer. "What is it?" "Bunkered sewer disorder." "Yuck," Tyria said. "Sounds disgusting." "Not as bad as it sounds. A couple of centuries back on Coruscant, the Bunkered Corporation engineered a bacterium that does a better job of breaking down sewage for recycling, something like a 20% improvement over previous bioagents used for the same purpose. And believe me, Coruscant needs all the help it can get that way. But if this bacteria gets in the human digestive system, it basically attacks what you eat as soon as you eat it, making it less nutritional and giving you the equivalent of food poisoning. It takes a predictable amount of time to incubate and responds very well to standard medicines, so there's no danger of loss of life except in isolated areas." "Sounds like our stuff," Kel said. "Now all we have to do is get some." "I'm going to keep at the records for a while yet, in case there's something better, but yes, this is encouraging." The Howler turned out to be something less than a drinking establishment where local people vied for the affection of tourists who might have the interest and capital necessary to carry them off-world. It was, in fact, a dive. Its dim lights concealed the fact that the floors and tables were not cleaned as rigorously as they should be, and that the locals offering themselves up for inspection weren't all as appealing as they hoped they were. The place had flickering holoprojectors on all the walls, cycling between views of Storinol's gorgeous landscapes and cities, but the style of dress of the tourists in those views suggested they'd been recorded when most of the wraiths were still unborn. The Howler had one important advantage, however. On an Imperial-controlled world like Storinol, where non-humans were second-class citizens, on the occasions they were allowed any freedom at all, the Howler made no distinction between human and non-human clientele. Its operators obviously wanted every cred they could earn. Phelan and Piggy were already at a back table, shrouded in shadow, and occasional gouts of smoke from the establishment's kitchen when Wedge and Kel arrived. Phelan looked at Wedge's garish costume and burst out in laughter. "Don't blame me," Wedge said. "It's Face's fault." He laid his hat on the table and sat. "Have you swept?" Piggy nodded. "All clean." His volume control was turned so low the others could barely make out the mechanical basic words underneath his grunts. "This place needs more than a sweeping," Kel said. "Sand scouring, perhaps. A good laser vaporization of the top 5 millimeters of every exposed surface." "I meant swept for listening devices." "I know." Wedge took a last look around, but after Phelan's laughter had ceased drawing eyes, no one seemed to be paying them attention. "All right. Yokel Group has luck to report. First, we got some leads on the sources of the supplies Hawkbat carries around. We'll pass that information on to intelligence. Second, we were thinking of hosting some sort of going-away feast for the Hawkbat crew and infecting them there, but we found out that the crew transits back and forth between the ship and 2 ship shuttles. If we could put the disease agent on those shuttles, we'll probably infect 1/3 of the crew. I think it would be easiest if it were some sort of airborne agent. We could put it in the air supply." "Airborne?" Kel frowned, concentrating, then pulled out his datapad. I don't remember if Fanon said this BSD stuff is airborne. Ah, yes, it is. Phelan grimaced. Bunkered sewer disorder? Wedge said, You've seen it? I've had it. The few parts of Mos Eisley that actually have a sewer recycler use a bunkered reclamation system. An old one. An old, broken down, and occasionally leaky one. I was sick as a womp rat for a week. She shuddered. Wedge said, All of which means Plague Group has a contender. Kell nodded. We really want Grinder for the intrusion, though. I was hoping to be able to take him back to Skohar with me. It shouldn't be a problem, Wedge said. Your landing pad is officially cleared, correct? If you go there to do a little mechanical work today and leave in the company of a Bothan tourist, assuming we can both get back through security. Grinder will find a way. It's a matter of professional pride with him. Joyride group? Phelan straightened. Well, first, I know where your Hawkbat shuttles are. Bunker 22 Aleph. I marked their location in case Kell wanted to blow them up or something. I don't have to blow up everything I see. I just like to. And there are TIE fighters all over. But if you want a site where you can count on TIEs being hot, ready to fly, the spaceport keeps 4 in instant readiness with pilots waiting in a standby room. These aren't the TIEs they use to escort incoming ships. I think they're for potential threats. The problem is the little bunker where they're kept is one of the best guarded on the port. Wedge asked, How well guarded? The bunker has at least 2 security doors I can see. I don't mean 2 outside doors. 1 outside door with a security station there and an intermediary chamber with a 2nd security door inside. Maybe more. How do the TIE fighters exit? A roof door retracts, large enough to let 2 punch out at a time. How about security on top of that roof? She shrugged. I haven't been up there yet. I'd want to wait for nightfall. Do it tonight. But first have Donos retrieve his laser rifle from the smuggling compartment. I want him on station covering you. If you trigger an alarm... Thanks. He can give you the cover you need to escape. Wedge thought over his options. All right, here's the preliminary plan. Tonight, Plague Group with Grinder goes in and acquires the biological agents. Meanwhile, Phelan and Donos will do the preliminary test of the TIE bunker's security. If all goes well and the bunker looks like we can crack it, we do the rest tomorrow night. Tomorrow... He counted off on his fingers to make sure he accounted for everyone. Jansen, Kell, Tyria, Fanon, Piggy, and Grinder will get into the Hawkbat's shuttles and infect them. Jansen will command that unit. It would also be good if you can find something to do to make it look like some other sort of mission if your presence is detected. Some sort of theft, perhaps. Kell nodded. Got it. Men will find a good high station from which to provide sniper support to either unit, and Atril, Phelan, Face, and I will enter the TIE bunker and steal all 4 TIE fighters. Phelan looked surprised. All 4? Yes, unless you can guarantee that the 2 we steal will both make it intact off-world. She shook her head. Guarantees are not my business. How do we get in? Through the doors on top. When the TIE fighter leaves. We'll grab it when it returns. And how do we make sure a TIE fighter will leave when we want it to? Wedge smiled. I communicate with Runt and ask him to strafe the spaceport. Kell nodded. He turned it into Face's head bob. Phelan and Piggy joined him. Stop it, Wedge said. Wedge left first. Then Kell, a couple of minutes later, to help minimize the number of people who would see the wraiths together. Ready? Piggy said. Phelan nodded. Then the music stopped, and a spotlight pinned the 2 of them. Phelan rose and half drew her blaster. Piggy grabbed her hand, stopping her from completing the motion, dragging her back into her seat. An amplified voice said, The management of the Howler would like to congratulate Master and Mistress Wallowlot on the occasion of their 5th wedding marker." Patrons of the Howler offered scattered applause and a fair amount of laughter. A server swept up to deposit a pair of drinks. Phelan peered around the core of the spotlight beam to spot the man on the lighting board controlling the beam, and Kel standing beside him. Kel offered her a big grin and a thumbs up, then headed off for the door. Then the beam was cut off, and the bar patrons' attention returned to their respective drinks and pursuits. Phelan glowered at the door through which Kel had fled. That wasn't funny. Piggy kept his translator voice low. "Why not?" Well, he might have compromised our identities." "These aren't identities. We leave here in 2 minutes. You lose your wig, and I resume my guard clothes, and we're done with them." It still isn't funny. "I think it is, though we must have revenge on Kel, of course." But Phelan looked so unhappy he felt compelled to ask, "Why does this bother you so?" "People will think I'm... She stopped short and looked stricken. She didn't meet Piggy's eyes. "That you're wed to a Gamorrean." "Honest, Piggy, it's not like that." "I think it is." He kept his tone reasonable insofar as his translator could express vocal tones and undercurrents. "Tell me the truth. Would this joke have been funny if you had been with, say, Face?" "Piggy..." "Please answer." She took a deep breath. "I suppose it might have." "So the difference is that it bothers you to have people think you might stray outside your species?" "No. Stoop so low as to become the mate of a Gamorrean." She winced, and he knew he had his answer. "I've offended you," she said. "Not in the way you think, perhaps, but I can't help thinking that the reason you react with revulsion to the suggestion that we are wed is because of Gamorrean lowness." Finally she met his eyes. "I don't know what to say. I'm sorry." "That's good enough for now." He drank his celebratory drink in a single long pull. "Ready to leave?" "Yes." "Since we are young marrieds, shall we hold hands?" She grinned. "All right." Once again, in the black get-up of her bodyguard identity, Phelan crouched in the nighttime shadow of a powered-down land skimmer. In the distance was the near wall of the TIE fighter ready bunker. Between her and that wall were 40 long meters of empty duracrete, poorly lit but featureless enough to show clearly the passage of a human, even one dressed as she was. So far as she knew, pressure sensors could be planted under every meter of the open space around the bunker, but she'd manage to cross it if she had to crawl there across a span of 4 hours. She was surprised at the determination she felt. It wasn't just a desire to complete this mission successfully. It was a need to stop being number 2 at everything. With her talent for bypassing simple security systems, such as those that attempted to prevent theft of ground vehicles, she was the Wraith's number 2 security expert. She was number 2 TIE pilot behind Wedge, and if Atril was the hot stick with the tie that everyone said she was, Phelan was probably about to become number 3. Her girlhood sneaking around Mos Eisley, making a living on whatever she could successfully steal, made her the number 2 scout behind Tyria. Even Donos hadn't listened to Phelan, to her protests that he needed to live, until he'd heard the same facts from Tyria and others. Never number 1. Not at anything. But maybe if she accomplished a few more things no Wraith had ever done, such as dragging those TIE fighters under her stolen skiff the other week, people would stop dismissing her as a second-rater. She waited there half an hour, seeing one land skimmer arrive at the TIE-ready bunker, but dismissing the idea of trying to intercept it and jump aboard. The pilot of the small craft would certainly feel it bob when her weight came down on it. But then, a few minutes later, a bulbous repulsor lift vehicle the size of a multiple-passenger tourist craft cruised in a leisurely fashion toward the bunker. Letters on the side read, "Tholen's Comestibles," and it appeared as though the side panel swung up to become a metal awning. A mobile restaurant of some sort. She'd seen them not on Tatooine, but at the New Republic Academy. Late-night garrisons, like the men of the TIE Ready bunker, needed to eat too. She gathered herself up as the silvery craft neared its closest approach to her. She took off into a fast sprint, catching up to the vehicle's squared-off rear, and found nothing there to hang on to but the rear door's hinges. She leaped up to grab the right top hinge with both hands. Her feet swung free. But it wasn't far, and she wasn't stepping across sensor-laden Duracrete. As the repulsor lift food carrier approached the front of the bunker, it slowed, swung to starboard, and continued in sideways, its pilot evidently planning to present the side panel to the bunker's front door. Phelan pulled herself up, scrambling, her boots sliding off the rear panel as she struggled to gain purchase, and managed to pull herself atop the vehicle. When it settled to the ground just a meter from the front door, she stepped off it onto the near part of the bunker roof, then flattened herself on the bunker surface. So far, so good. What if there were pressure sensors on top? She'd wait to find out. She froze where she was. She heard the bunker's only exterior door hiss open. Metal swung into position with a clank. There was laughter among men working the late-night shift. Hissing of liquids, clanking of coins. Then finally the door and panel closed, and the flying food seller maneuvered away from the bunker. And no one had come out to investigate an anomalous pressure reading on the roof. Excellent. She clicked her comlink. A double click answered her. She repeated the click to assure Donos that she hadn't responded to random garbage from someone else's sending unit. Then slowly, carefully, she inched herself up the bunker roof to the point where it graduated from Duracrete to segmented metal, then slid leftward until she reached the bottom of one of the huge TIE fighter access doors. Better to be at the bottom and less likely to be seen when the doors opened. If they opened. "Please," she asked no one in particular, "let them have some sort of emergency. Don't let me wait here all night for nothing."
"Tyria, look up,"
Grinder said into the mouthpiece of his headset. He sat at the desk in the Wraith suite in Skohar, and the picture on the portable terminal in front of him was the jittery view being broadcast from the camera in Tyria's cap. It currently showed the dressed stone rear wall of the Skohar Xeno Health Institute. The view rose along the wall and then became relatively still, now showing the awning and safety light above one of the windowless metal doors on that wall. Phelan and Kell leaned over his shoulders to watch. Either of them could have executed the image-gathering march around the Institute, but Grinder pronounced them too memorable. Phelan was too mechanical, Kell too tall. Tyria, with her face dirtied, her hair combed out until it was frowsy, got barely a side look from any of the better-dressed late-night tourists on the Skohar streets. Grinder cycled the picture through a variety of different sensory inputs. The picture on the screen polarized, became a negative, and finally returned to a more normal view.
"There's definitely a viewer in the overhang, just like the others. Come on in, I've pegged our intrusion point, and we've got to acquire some materials before we go in."
Her voice, muted, came over the terminal's speaker. "Which is our intrusion point?"
"The only one without a viewer on it. The only one without a lock permitting exterior entry."
"The waste vent," she said.
"That's the one."
A persistent whine made Phelan open her eyes. Another annoying alarm. She reached out to swat it and encountered only metal. That snapped her eyes open. She'd fallen asleep. She checked her chrono, determined that a couple of hours had passed, and realized that the whining noise was the sound of the metal doors powering up.
She took a deep breath and readied herself. With a jolt, the seam at the join of the two doors widened, and the doors retracted in fitful jerks. Phelan looked scornfully at the door's edge as it retreated toward her. Servicing the motors and lubricating the rails would make the process smoother and quieter. She hoped the TIE fighters were kept up better than the hangar. The door slid into place and locked with a distinctive clang of metal. She grabbed the edge and pulled herself part way up, just enough to see over the metal lip. Below, a repair and hangar bay. She saw carts full of tools, grease-spattered Duracrete flooring, 4 painted blue circles, some 8 meters in diameter, on the floor, with TIE fighters parked upon them. 2 of the fighters had men beside them, a crew chief and a mechanic from the look of them. As she watched, the men hurriedly withdrew, and the TIE fighters rose slowly, with the rumble of repulsor lift engines, into the air. Their smooth ascent brought them to Phelan's altitude and beyond. When they were a dozen meters above the bunker, they kicked in their twin ion engines and went screaming off into the night sky. She shook her head. She wasn't here to watch them. She returned her attention to the remaining TIEs, to the men in the hangar. Those men only watched until the starfighters were out of sight. Then one moved to a door on the east wall, and another went to a wall-mounted control panel and flipped a switch there. Abruptly, the door jerked and began closing. Phelan kept her grip on the door edge, letting the metal segment drag her upward while she kept her attention on the hangar. One of the mechanics approached a door on the south wall and waved his hand twice, very precisely, across the door jamb above his head. The door slid open for him. Then the door Phelan was holding on to was a mere half-meter from closing against its counterpart. She let go rather than have the closing doors crush her fingers, and tried to hold on by sheer friction. It didn't work. When the door edges crashed into place, the jolt shook Phelan free, and she began sliding. She grabbed around frantically for purchase, couldn't find it. She rolled down the door, then down the roof of the bunker, then off the roof. It was 3 long meters to the Duracrete ground. 23. Kel, Tyria, and Phelan waited in the shadow of a metal sculpture that depicted, in abstract form, a dance of spirits in Storinal's mythological past. A block away, Grinder, dressed in black, huddled at the base of the Institute wall just by the hatch leading into the waste disposal flue. "Is he actually any good at this?" Phelan asked. "I've never seen his record, never heard of him before joining the Wraiths." Kel shrugged, realized no one could see it in the gloom. "I don't know, but he was good enough for Commander Antilles to pick him." Phelan snorted. "Well, if he's as good a code slicer and intrusion expert as he is a pilot, he's, well, mediocre. Sort of warms your heart, doesn't it, to know our lives are in the hands of a mediocre slicer?" "I think," Tyria said, "that you left the profession of medicine because it's your nature to make everyone feel worse about everything." "Oh," Phelan's tone was admiring. "I've been skewered. I will now take 17 hours to reevaluate my life." The comm link popped, and Grinder's voice came across it. "Flue open. Come on in." It was an unpleasant entryway. The flue opened a full 2 meters above the sidewalk. In opening it, Grinder had spilled out a dozen blocks of compressed garbage, each a meter on a side and smelling of rotted organic material. By the time the other Wraiths arrived, Grinder had stacked them into crude steps leading up to the flue opening. The flue itself smelled like the blocks, only worse. More concentrated. The Wraiths put on their air filter masks, spattered with perfume by a thoughtful Tyria, before proceeding. Phelan was first up the steeply angled metal shaft, not because he was at home with intrusion, but because he was in charge of the powerful spray with which he coated every visible surface of the flue. The spray was not antibacterial, antiviral, or anti-anything.
It was a powerful and fast-setting sealant that he believed would prevent the transmission of any disease agents that might be clinging to the flue's surfaces. They gave the stuff a mere minute to set, then began climbing. Once all four were in, they closed the door behind them. Grinder reset the latch, showing the other wraiths how to unlatch it, and Fanon continued upward, spraying down the sides of the flue. This shaft took them first into the hard-sided chamber that acted as a trash compressor. A single ill-timed command to the building computer would cause the sides to come together, squeezing the wraiths into new cubes of garbage. But no such command came. The hatch out of the top of the chamber led to a larger vertical shaft, into which trash apparently poured from every floor of the Institute. "See all the ash?" Fanon said. "Most of the accesses into this shaft are through incinerators, so dangerous wastes will be nice, safe ash when they're dropped for disposal." One floor up, a hatch gave them access into a small mess featuring a table for 6 and a food delivery wall unit. By agreement, Tyria took point. She was to stop whenever she reached a portal or change in flooring, so Grinder could check it for sensors. Grinder was second, with Fanon following and Kell bringing up the rear. The mess gave way to a hallway. The third door down opened into a terminal room, and Grinder insisted that they crowd into the small chamber so he could try to slice into the building's records. Despite Fanon's earlier assertions of his mediocrity, the task only took Grinder a few minutes. "Level A4, said Grinder. "That's above ground 4, for those of you who haven't been paying attention to Store-and-All nomenclature, is where all test subjects and experiments are kept, a sort of tiered security system. Outermost of 3 tiers is basically a warehouse of animal subjects, animals not especially dangerous. The middle circle holds more dangerous creatures, like toxic reptiles and ex-doctors from Rudrig." Fanon muttered, "Much the same thing, really." "The inner chamber is where they store what we want. Kell, you'll be interested to learn that there's a plasma bomb array there. The sensors detect a leak, and it may trigger. The Institute's way of keeping the world safe from plagues." Kell said, "Can any of your intrusion efforts trigger the bomb?" "Sure, if I'm sloppy." "Wonderful." Grinder stood. "Let's go. There's no time like the dark of night." Getting up 2 floors by a back stairwell was not difficult. Slightly less easy was penetrating the security door from that stairwell into the secure outer circle, but this took Grinder no more time than getting through the trash hatch. The outer tier warehouse was a large area occupying most of the 4th floor. Some areas of it were well lit, thick with cages holding live, alert animals from all over the galaxy. Their noise level increased as they became aware of the wraiths moving in the chamber. But the human guard assigned to the floor did no more than approach them and shush them. The wraiths stayed low, then moved away deeper into the chamber's more shadowy regions. Pausing against a stack of plastic-sheathed boxes, Grinder was startled to feel something scratching, actively scratching, at the other side of the surface he was leaning against. Peering down, he saw that he was propping himself up against a stack of small containers labeled Storini Glass Prowler. The picture on the container showed a translucent arthropod that walked upon 2 legs and apparently seized its prey with the other 2 in a nearly humanoid fashion. Whatever was inside one of those containers was trying to claw its way out, hence the scratching sensation. He allowed a slow smile to spread across his features. An exotic insect from a faraway world. He could use such a thing. Glancing around to make sure none of his companions was watching, he used a fine set of scissors to cut through the plastic netting holding the cartons together, then slipped the carton with the active inhabitant into his tool bag. "So," Phelan said, "I got about 4 hours of sleep. 2 just snoozing on top of the bunker, and 2 lying in a heap along the south wall." Jansen whistled. "And no one spotted you?" "I assume not. I'm not in prison."
She shrugged, then winced at the pain the maneuver caused her. Atril scowled at her. "Be still." She returned to painting a healing agent onto the largest of the cuts on Faley's forehead. Jansen continued, "How did you get out?"
"When I woke up, it was still a couple of hours before dawn. The little garrison's personal vehicles were all lined up on the north wall, and I figured that they wouldn't put pressure sensors along the wall where all their own people would move all the time, just out in the open area around. So I just walked around, picked the biggest of the ground skimmers, and picked the lock to its storage compartment. Got a little more rest there, too, under a blanket and some boxes, before his shift ended and he came out. He stopped in at some place to eat, and I crawled out there, the glorious image you see before you."
Phelan's hair was plastered to her head by sweat. She had scrapes on her forehead, and she walked, when they let her, like a woman who'd avoided a fall's worth of broken bones but stocked up on bruises and muscle pills by way of compensation. Jansen said, "I'll get your information to Wedge, and you get some real sleep." He rose. Atril rose and added,
"The painkillers should start firing off pretty soon. You'd better be horizontal when they do."
She shrugged.
"Sorry I can't do more. I wish Dr. Feynman were here." "It's fine,"
Phelan said. Jansen and Atril left her quarters, but Donos lingered, kneeling beside her chair. "You're sure you're all right?"
"I'm going to stab the next person who asks me that."
But she kept her tone light, and there was no sting in her words. "You scared me to death, falling and not moving. I was getting a retrieval team in position when you reached me via comlink."
"I'm sorry."
She reached out to stroke his chin, felt the harsh stubble of a day's worth of beard there, and she began to laugh. "What's funny?"
"That mustache. You look like a complete idiot."
"Oh, yeah." He bobbed his head in an exaggerated nod and kissed her on the third bob. Then he rose. "Like they said, sleep. We've got more planned tonight."
"Someone else gets to climb."
A wave of tiredness washed across her. She half rose, unwilling to straighten completely up and suffer the muscle pulls such a motion entailed, and crawled onto her bed.
"Good night."
Plague Group returned from Skohar, tired but triumphant. They met with the mustachioed idiots of Yokel Group in Wedge's hostile quarters. "Effortless, as I predicted," Grinder said. He clapped his hands and rubbed them together. "My companions, inspired by my sheer versatility and competence, themselves showed acceptable performance." Kell glared at him, and he shut up. "We got in," Kell said. "We got out with the goods, and the only thing we did that would indicate someone was there was spray a sealant all over the inside of a trash flue. I even reconnected the plasma bomb." Wedge came upright. "What?" "They had a high-temperature device set to trigger if any of the disease agents breached their security seal and threatened to escape the complex. The thing would have instantly incinerated the Institute and a few city blocks around it, which I assume they consider an appropriate measure to keep some of those diseases in check." Kell shrugged. "I bet that little safety feature is a secret to their neighbors. Anyway, I disabled the array so Grinder could foul up if he liked." "Never happened," Grinder said, his voice a growl. "And then, once he was very, very sure everything was safe, reconnected." "Where's the plague?" Wedge asked. Feynman held up 2 plastic cylinders, each no larger than a standard comlink. "Will those containers hold?" The doctor nodded. "Yes, but to be safe, I'll be inoculating all of us and the rest of the Nightcaller crew against these little bugs. Kell is going to help me mount these containers in little detonation units, nothing explosive. They'll puncture the sides with a needle. All we have to do is get them into the shuttle's air circulation gear." "Good." Wedge leaned back and tried to relax. We go tonight, then. The sooner we're off-world, the sooner we can get out of these mustaches.
Tyria quirked a smile. Not to mention the lavender short pants.
Not to mention them, Flight Officer Sarkin. Wedge pulled his wide-brimmed hat down over his eyes. Or else.
They drove at a slow pace toward Bunker 22 Aleph, slow so Piggy, pacing them on foot, could keep up. Not that the Storinol-made refueling and maintenance skimmer was a particularly speedy craft, but it could still outrun a fully armed and armored Gamorrean. The two human guards, and one leather-clad Gamorrean at the bunker's main entrance, came on attention as they neared. In the skimmer's cab, Kell fingered his blaster to make sure it was still snug in its holster. Beside him, Tyria gave him an amused look and refrained from doing the same. Back in the skimmer's main bed, hidden among the refueling hoses and swing-out platforms containing diagnostic gear, Jansen, Thanen, and Grinder would be making sure the blankets and covers over them were still tied down tight, and making sure their blasters were charged to full. Cal kept a bored expression on his face and brought the skimmer to a stop about a meter from the point at which she was sure the guards would bring their weapons to bear. The senior human guard stepped forward. "Orders?" Cal handed him his forged data card. "That's work orders, not orders. We don't take orders. Not like spaceport security boys." He gave Tyria a grin he knew to be irritating and cocksure. "These shuttles aren't due to be serviced until the morning," the guard said. "They depart tomorrow afternoon." "It's a slack period," Kell said. It was true, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to find and temporarily steal a maintenance skimmer. There had been others lined up, unused. "Control wants us to get a little ahead before the work piles up tomorrow." The guard gave him a sour look and stepped back to slip the card into the door reader. Now their first test. It would have been far too much work to forge a proper set of work orders allowing them to work on the Hawkbat shuttles, a set that would get proper authorization from the spaceport's main computer. It would have been a mission all by itself to get through that computer's defenses. Security on that system was extremely tight to keep malicious code slicers from doing things like rerouting cargo craft to pirates' landing zones or causing craft to crash. So Grinder had tried to run completely around the wall of defenses. Just after nightfall this evening, he had climbed to the hangar's roof and sliced into the little retransmitter there. Now the module he'd planted in that comm device would be intercepting the request for authorization of Kell's codes, waiting an appropriate amount of time, and sending back the authorization, all without bothering the spaceport computer. The Wraiths had no plans to retrieve the module. It would interfere with no other requests and would let the retransmitter operate normally. It would probably not be found until the next time the transmitter was serviced, whether days, weeks, or months from now. The guard returned. "You're clear to work." "Under the eye of a spaceport guard." Kell gestured toward Piggy. "I thought that was what Smiley there was for." "Right." The guard waved at the two remaining at the hangar doors, and a moment later those doors were rolling open. Maintaining his air of boredom, Kell moved the skimmer through, and Piggy paced them in. The Gamorrean guard said something in its own language as they passed, and Piggy grunted a reply. As the doors shut behind them, Kell maneuvered the skimmer to be directly beside the cockpit of one of the shuttles. When it was in place, he lowered the landing struts and shut off the repulsors. Now the craft would be braced for its mechanical duties. He and Tyria clambered out of the cab and into the aft machinery, Kell swinging a diagnostic module up against the hull of the Hawkbat's perch. The others didn't emerge from hiding, but Grinder's voice did. "I'm reading one visual-only scanner, up somewhere in the northwest corner." Kell resisted the urge to look. "Can you disable it?" "From here, don't be stupid. Wait a second. Unless I miss my guess, Kell and Tyria chimed in together. "Which never happens."
"Shut up. Unless I miss my guess, it's piping its data straight through that same retransmitter. Yes, give me a second. Everybody hold still. I'm recording a few seconds of its transmission, looping it, blending the seam. Now all I have to do is transmit it constantly to my module on the retransmitter and have the module hold the real feed. Done."
Grinder emerged, looking sweaty but triumphant. Jansen and Fanon came out from beneath their respective hiding places. Jansen gestured to the side of Hawkbat's perch.
"Why isn't that panel open yet?"
"Because we don't actually have authorization, remember?" Kell felt once more the faint surprise that came when Jansen's sudden arrival failed to cause him to tense up. "I need Grinder to run a bypass on it."
"And on the ramp control."
Kell shook his head. "It occurred to me as we were driving over here that we can just put the stuff in the air intake scoop. They'll be running on real air for the first few thousand meters until they can't ram it fast enough in to supply adequate air pressure. That's when they switch to canned air." He smiled. "We don't even have to break in."
Fanon cocked his head to listen. "We read, Joyride."
With his built-in equipment, he didn't have to hear the buzzing of his comlink and bring the thing online. He was always receiving.
"Good news, Joyride. Plague out."
He looked at the others.
"Runt is counting down for his run from the moon. If everything goes well, he'll finish his terrain-following run and be here in about an hour."
"That's our time limit," Kell said. "Don't forget, we actually have to service these shuttles." Joyride Group couldn't rely on the help of a passing vendor's skimmer. With 4 people needing transport and a narrow time frame, they had to make something happen. Of all the vehicles crowding Revos's spaceport, none were as prevalent as cargo-hauling skimmers used for transporting everything from standard bulk containers weighing several tons to piles of passengers' personal bags. It wasn't difficult to find one unattended. It wasn't even difficult to get it running and move it off a few dozen meters into the deeper shadow thrown by an unoccupied hangar. But what they were planning next would be tricky.
"How's it coming?"
Wedge asked. He and Face were guards on this operation, keeping blasters at the ready and attention on their surroundings. They didn't often look back at what Phelan was doing. "How do you think? Slow." Wedge heard an electronic crackle and a curse from her. "The trick," she continued, "is to fry the circuits controlling braking without wiping out everything else on the same board. Then I've got to do the vehicle programming you want. Tricky stuff. The jump at the end, the self-erasure, and the data you want left behind. Well, I wish Grinder were here." Wedge managed to smile. If Grinder knew how much his particular skills were appreciated and needed right now, he'd be insufferable. He managed to ride pretty close to insufferable most of the time. Atril spoke up. "I handle ship's programming all the time, particularly navigation. Let me do a rough cut on the program, and you can fix it up in less time than it would take you to do it from scratch." "Please." Wedge's comm link beeped. He held it up to his ear, heard the message, said,
"Thanks, 6.
He turned back to the others.
30 minutes and counting."
"We have a problem," Fanon said. Kell lowered the side panel on Hawkbat's Vigil. "Not much of one. We're done." He was covered with sweat and, after only half an hour's work, tired. On a job like this, there were usually 2 to 4 trained mechanics and half an hour to an hour per vehicle serviced. He'd done it in half the usual time with a crew of willing but inexperienced hands.
9 says there's a maintenance skimmer coming this way,"
Fanon said. Jansen cursed.
"Let's move out. We'll bluff them, and if that doesn't work, we'll tear out of here like Phelan in a skiff."
Kell paused as he was entering the cockpit. Lashed to the bed in back were 3 plastic containers, each about the size of an R2 unit that hadn't been there before.
What are those?
Tyria grinned.
Our reason for being here, remember? We're stealing something? Those are recreational holos someone had piled up for loading onto the shuttles. They'll figure we're black marketeers or something. I forgot. You had plenty to do.
Jansen's voice came from underneath his blanket. Would you two stop smooching up and get us out of here? Kell positioned his skimmer to exit. The argument had already started outside, with some words drifting in around the edges of the steel doors. I tell you, you're already in there. Obviously not, since we just got here. Kell nodded to Piggy, who slapped the wall control. The doors ground their way open. The two nearly identical maintenance skimmers faced each other a mere 4 meters apart. The lead guard pointed to Kell's skimmer. As I told you. The driver of the other skimmer leaned out of his cockpit. Hey, who are you? I'm Botkins. Kell glanced at the name stenciled on the gloves lying in the cockpit. I'm standing in for Laramont. Laramont's in the cafeteria waiting to start his shift. Damn it, they told me he was sick. So he's going to be servicing the shuttles? No, I am. Wrong, I just did. Listen, Scab, I'm not going to let you cost me my piecework for the night. The mechanic clambered out of his cockpit. He was nearly as tall as Kell and had as much muscle, though a fair amount of it was swathed in fat. Tools swung on his belt as he straightened up. Kell waited until the man reached the window of his cockpit. Hey, he said, let's do this like gentlemen. You know, I might not have done such a good job of gauging the hydraulics. The mechanic scowled at him. So? So you scrub my work as not up to spec. You get credit for the whole job, but only have to redo the work you don't like. But you don't formally log the complaint, so my record stays clean. That way, you get your pay, and I still log the time, so I can keep working toward getting a permanent post here. What do you say? The mechanic considered it. Nah, I'm just going to scrub your work as not up to spec, and report it that way. Right now. Kell glanced at Tyria. A call like that to Central would probably alert the spaceport operators to the unauthorized maintenance job they'd just done. He returned his attention to the mechanic and said, in an overly reasonable tone, Well, now, that's my job vaporized. My career at Revo Spaceport. If you're going to take that from me, I think I ought to have something from you. The mechanic twisted his lip in an approximation of a contemptuous smile. Such as what? Such as about 15 square centimeters of your skin, a liter of your blood, and whatever you have left of a reputation. Kell threw open his cockpit door, catching the mechanic off guard and hurling him to the Duracrete. Kell stepped out over him, took a couple of steps to the side, and stretched. He caught the chief guard's eye. I say I break 3 of his bones before he gives up. 24. The cargo skimmer swung around to the north of the tie-ready bunker, then angled in straight toward the building. It did not build up speed. It maintained a rate just over a walking pace. Wedge, Atril, Phelan, and Face clustered at the bow of the thing, braced for the mild collision to come. I forgot to ask, Wedge said. Have you ever done anything like this before? The surge at the end? Phelan grinned. Sure. Tried it with a canyon jump back home. How'd it turn out? Broken collarbone. Just checking. By now, the sensors in the tie bunker would show the oncoming vehicle. Guards might even be leaving by the south entrance to come around and see what was happening. The timing had to be perfect. They were 30 meters away. 20. 10. Then they hit the bunker wall, a bump that merely caused them to sway forward, momentarily off balance. Phelan counted. 3, 2, 1. The skimmer's engines whined as they over-revved, and suddenly the craft bounced an extra 2 meters into the air. The four jumped forward as they felt the skimmer drop from under them. They landed, awkward, on the bunker roof. Atrial immediately twisted and started to fall back into the skimmer, but Wedge and Face caught her flailing arms and tugged her toward them. Already there were the sounds of oncoming feet. The four flattened themselves as quietly as they could and hugged the roof. Then there were voices.
"You there, what do you think you're doing?"
"Wait a second, there's nobody in it."
"Check under it."
Laughter. "That'd be funny, someone being squashed under a skimmer." The other voice became resentful.
"You just think it's funny because it's never happened to you."
"That's right. Never has, never will. Smell that? It's like an engine bearing is burned out."
The man's voice changed.
"Control Aleph 1, it's a cargo skimmer. It's unoccupied. It may be a drifter. Jote's checking out the autopilot." "I am?" "You are."
The other man sighed. They were silent for a couple more minutes. Then Jote said, "It looks like it was slaved to another skimmer, part of a cargo convoy, and its memory was not correctly purged. It would have shot off as soon as it was activated. Maybe even still be receiving signals from the convoy master."
"Well, flush the program and take it back where it belongs."
"Why me?"
"Privilege of rank, sonny. I was hired 3 days before you."
Wedge heard the skimmer power up and go gliding off, its driver still complaining. The other man wandered back toward the bunker's south face, chuckling and muttering to himself. Phelan chuckled too. She whispered,
"He's going to have a fine time parking that thing with the brakes not working."
Kel's opponent stood, his face red, twisted with anger. "I really ought to stop you," the guard said. "Well, you can do that, or you can get your bets down." Then Kel twisted to avoid the mechanic's charge. He swatted the man's outstretched hand away, continued the twist into a full twirl, and gave the man a slap to the back of his head as he passed. The mechanic staggered, off balance from the extra momentum, and went to his knees. The mechanic came up with a belt hydrospanner in his hand. This wasn't a small, around-the-house tool, but a heavy metal implement 2/3 the length of a man's arm. Kel dropped his pose of aggressive amiability and assumed a proper fighting posture, left foot forward, hands up, weight balanced. He'd hoped that potentially deadly weapons wouldn't enter the mix. He'd obviously hoped in vain. The mechanic charged again, but something in his body language told Kel he was changing tactics. Instead of sidestepping, Kel held his pose, ready to stop thrust or body check the man. It was the mechanic, though, who stopped short, swinging the hydrospanner in a horizontal arc that would have connected solidly with Kel's rib cage if he'd duplicated his earlier move. Kel twisted aside, and the head of the spanner hit him a glancing blow, an impact that knocked the breath out of him and sent him staggering back. He thought he felt a rib give way. The mechanic, confident now, followed up instantly with another swing. Kel didn't try to dodge this one. Despite the pain in his left side, he twisted, adding energy to the punch that connected with the mechanic's wrist. Kel felt and heard something break in the wrist. The hydrospanner flew free, clanking into the side of Kel's maintenance skimmer. Kel followed through with a left that rocked the mechanic's head, then spun around in a kick. He tried to make it look more awkward than it had to, but gave it full force when it connected against the mechanic's jaw. The man uttered a grunt and fell hard to the duracrete. Kel turned to the guard. "Call this in. He just assaulted me with intent to kill. My career here may be shot, but I'm taking his with me. Get me central." He suddenly felt drained and was having a hard time breathing. The guard shrugged and moved to comply. Tyria took a breath, prepared to jump in with an objection, but the mechanic's partner, who'd exited his skimmer during the fight, spoke up first.
"Wait, please."
The guard paused. Kel said, "Why?" He tried to bring his labored breathing under control. It wasn't working. Still, that added to his act, made it easy for him to simulate fury. "He's a good man, just tense. Let him sleep this off. I'll redo the servicing on the shuttles. Nobody will report anything. You keep your job, he keeps his job. What do you say?" Cal took a couple of breaths, as deep as he could bear, and turned to Tyria. She shrugged. He could read worry for him in her eyes, but her tone was light. "Might as well. Fewer reports." The guard in charge said, "Fewer reports." He made it sound like a goal of considerable merit. Cal gave a reluctant nod. "Fewer reports. Sounds good." He moved back to his cockpit door. "I'm doing him a favor, you know that?" The mechanic's partner, already struggling to pull the unconscious man upright, said, "Yeah, sure." He could not have sounded less interested. A moment later, Plague Group's maintenance skimmer was once again in motion. Tyria asked, "Are you all right?" "I want Fanon to take me up as soon as possible, but I don't think it's anything serious, as long as I don't do too much bending." "Well, you bought us the time we needed." Cal checked his chrono. "Just give us 30 minutes, he thought. Then it won't matter how many reports they call in. Runt's attack came with such swiftness that even the Wraiths, who timed his arrival nearly to the last second, were caught off guard by it. His X-Wing was suddenly over the spaceport, its engines screaming like some mythical demon, its laser cannons blasting at unoccupied portions of Duracrete. Men and women on the field ran in the direction of any cover. Some ran to dive into the shadow of refueling tanks. Wedge shook his head as he watched them. A moment later, the shrill keen of an Imperial air raid alert filled the air. Bunkers all over the spaceport went dark as their occupants or central computers obeyed emergency blackout procedures. Runt passed over the field, then turned around for another run. His lasers targeted a luggage skimmer and ignited its fuel cell, blowing bags and cases over a 50-meter radius. Wedge dimly heard a grinding alarm noise from below. Then the bunker's top door motors whined and the doors began to retract. He peered through the crack between them. He could see tiny lights below him, green, red, yellow, white, the myriad glows associated with computer gear. But the little TIE fighter hangar was otherwise dark, its occupants also observing normal blackout procedures. As he'd expected, as he'd counted on. He moved with the leading edge of the door. As soon as the doors were locked open, he placed his grappling hook where the door edge met the Duracrete roof. A few meters over, Phelan would be doing the same at the other door. With a chilling engine roar Wedge would always associate with the Empire, two of the TIE fighters below lit up their engines, silhouetting themselves with ionic engine wash, and then leaped up into the sky, not bothering with repulsor lifts for initial takeoff. Wedge gripped the rope attached to his hook and rolled over into the darkness. Before Runt could make his third pass over the spaceport, a circular slab of Duracrete 60 meters from the Nara rose from the ground. Beneath it was a ball-shaped gun emplacement, an open-air metal framework with a gunner's chair and a hemispherical Durasteel shield, from which protruded 4 linked laser cannons. The rig rose on a metal column 10 meters into the air, 15 meters, then rotated to track Runt's X-Wing. Kel, at the pilot's seat of the Nara, swore and hid his comm. 6, we have a ground emplacement setting up for your return. Leader reports the roof opening. You're about to have company. He flipped the switch to light up the shuttle's engines and guns. We copy, 5. Runt's X-Wing heeled over and headed west. If you do that, Jansen said, we're going to have to scramble out of here without our TIE fighter support. What do you recommend? We sit back and watch them flame Runt? All the shuttle's occupants heard the roar of the TIE fighters leaving their bunker. Since that emplacement is taller than the trees, Runt's going to be within its line of sight for a couple of clicks at least.
Jansen shook his head. Trust your squad mates, Kel. As if to punctuate his words, a brilliant needle of laser energy leaped from the top of the spaceport's main terminal building and hit the gun emplacement. Kel saw the laser burn through the chair, through the gunner's body. The gunner slumped, and the emplacement continued its rotation, no longer tracking a target.
"Donos,"
Kel said.
"Sorry, I forgot."
2 TIE fighters emerged from the target bunker and headed west in pursuit of Runt. Tyria said,
"I'm going out to cover Donos's arrival."
Jansen nodded. "Be careful." Kel added,
"Do what the man says."
The bunker's doors clanged down into place. The crew chief on duty called out, "Back to normal," and switched on the light. 2 black-clad commandos, a man and a woman, their faces covered in dark masks, stood in the hangar, covering the mechanics with blaster pistols. Another 2 were already going through the door into the office portion of the bunker. Somehow they knew the gesture that told the movement sensor to open the door. The male commando said, "Not exactly normal. Don't make a move." Face entered the bunker's command center, his pistol out and at the ready, Atril just behind him. The officer on duty was turning away from a security monitor and drawing his blaster as they entered. Face snapped off his shot and missed. Atril's shot was accurate, gruesomely accurate. It caught the man full in the face before he had a chance to fire. He dropped to the polished and waxed Duracrete floor, his hair on fire. Face gestured to the other person in the room, a gray-haired, uniformed woman who was already raising her hands. "Put that out before it sets off the fire alarms." He was annoyed to hear his voice try to crack. Silent, she complied, taking a jacket from the back of a chair and using it to smother the smoky fire. Face managed to put a little more authority into his voice. "Now, what's the standard recall mode for the TIE fighters who just left?" The woman, her task complete, rose to her feet and put her hands up again.
"I don't know."
Face glanced over his shoulder at Atril. "Kill her." He saw her eyes widen and gave her the tiniest shake of his head. The bunker officer said,
"Sakira, Sakira."
Her lip turned downward.
"It's his daughter's name."
Face moved to the main control board. Its primary monitor showed the red blip of Runt's X-Wing outbound, 2 blue blips of the TIE fighters closing rapidly upon it. He typed Sakira into the keypad and sent the code. Almost immediately, a man's voice came over the comm speaker. "Sun, leader to base, please confirm last transmission." Face waved the surviving bunker operator to the panel. She approached, stiff-legged, but her face twitched, and she did not use the comm.
"If I confirm the code, they'll know it's wrong,"
she said, her tone sullen. Face sighed, then keyed the comm. He kept his voice low, making it as bland as possible. "Confirm recall Sakira," he said. "Base copy. Returning home." "He had him, Base. Why the change?" "New orders. Come on in." "Base will comply." Face discovered he was sweating. Comm distortion would help a bit, but this was Imperial equipment. Its distortion was less severe than New Republic comm gear. If that pilot had any suspicions, he could be calling the spaceport's control center or another fighter base even now. But the image on the sensor screen showed the TIE fighter blips looping around and returning. Face keyed his comm link. 6, they're breaking off. Go to terrain following mode and ease your way back.
8, we copy.
Atril led the female officer back into the hangar. Face sat at the main control board. For the few minutes, it was a waiting game. Alarms sounded all over the spaceport. A detachment of guards reached the gun emplacement and used a remote to bring it down to ground level.
They dragged the gunner's remains out of the chair's remains, and another trooper took his place. Kell hurriedly powered down the Nara's systems so a sensor sweep would not detect them. More troopers were running around on the Duracrete near the spaceport's main terminal bunker, looking for donos, Kell knew. If the sniper was on top of his game, he'd have rappelled down the side of the bunker moments after killing the gunner. Tyria would know where he was, but he dared not use his comlink to reach her. He might interrupt her at a critical time. Feet clattered up the shuttle's ramp, and abruptly Tyria and Donos were peering into the barrels of Jansen's and Kell's ready weapons. "All clear," Tyria said. Kell sheathed his blaster and raised the ramp. "Anything from Joyride Group?" Jansen, in the co-pilot's seat, shook his head. The TIE fighters were slowing to hover over the open doors of the bunker when the comm board sounded again. "Control, Aleph 1, this is Central. Why did you break off pursuit of target X3085? Face grimaced and activated his microphone. "Central, the target's escape profile suggested an ambush. It was not in an escape posture. This indicated to me that it was leading our fighters toward a superior force." "You decided that on your own initiative, Aleph 1? "That's correct, sir." "Interesting choice, Aleph 1. You know it's subject to review." "Yes, sir. I stand by it, sir." "Very well. Your men coming in safe?" "2 eyeballs incoming hot and normal." "2 what?" Face shut off his mic and swore to himself. Then he switched it back on. Eyeballs, sir. That's rebel talk. I thought you'd be amused." "Aleph 1, recite your day code." Face switched the mic off and yanked it free of its housing, then keyed his comlink. "Leader, we've been made." The 2 TIE fighters descended to a smooth landing. Wedge kept his cockpit dark, though his engines were hot, and waited. The TIE's access hatches did not open. A moment later, their engines lit up again, and they roared skyward. 3 fire! Wedge had a confirmed lock on his targeting computer as soon as the port-side TIE fighter rose over him. He triggered his lasers. The blast shook his grounded vehicle, but hit the ascending starfighter dead on, hulling it. The TIE fighter continued upward only another 20 or 30 meters, slowing, then stalled and dropped. Phelan, in her TIE fighter, fired twice. Her second shot hit her target where its spherical body met its starboard wing pylon. The blast didn't sever the pylon, but chopped halfway through it. The vehicle's next maneuver, a dizzying spin to the side, did the rest, tearing the pylon completely free. The fighter spun out of sight. Wedge's target came straight down back into the bay. Wedge instinctively leaned away from the descending, burning mess. It smashed down right next to his vehicle, showering his TIE fighter with half-melted debris. His starfighter shook from the impact. "Gray 8, Gray 13, I'm afraid you're on foot. Your rides are vaped." "Acknowledged. Nara, can you swing by for a quick pickup?" Wedge heard Kell's voice. "We're already in motion." 3, leader. We're airborne." Wedge nudged his control yoke and was suddenly roaring skyward. The replacement gunner swung around to try to track the rogue TIE fighters from Bunker Aleph 1. Then Central was back in his headphones. "There's a Lambda-class shuttle moving 60 meters west of your position. We think they're part of the same crew. Target and fire." The gunner almost had the lead TIE in his brackets, but the pilot was good, very good, constantly juking around, then dropping nearly to ground level to roar along behind a bunker or bulk cruiser. "I'm a little busy here," he said. "You're sure the shuttle is the primary target?" "They're not going to have their most important people on the starfighters, idiot. Do as you're told." The gunner sighed, then rotated his cupola around to cover the shuttle, which was moving on repulsor lifts more or less toward the TIE-ready bunker. Toward 2 dark-clad figures running toward it. The shuttle's boarding ramp was opening. He bracketed the shuttle's midsection, then heard the oncoming roar of a TIE fighter. A glance over his shoulder showed the starfighter swooping at him, lining up for a shot. He leaped clear. He leaped out over 15 meters of fall above a hard Duracrete landing, and before he was halfway down, he saw the cupola explode under brilliantly accurate laser fire from the TIE fighter. Then he hit, and disobedient shuttles and starfighters were no longer his problem. Though a squadron of TIE fighters left the city of Skohar and followed them to the outer planet where Nightcaller waited, their lead was such that they were able to dock all 4 craft, orient themselves out-system, and go to hyperspace before their pursuit reached them. They gathered in the lounge for drinks and congratulations. Atril, still for the moment a fellow commando instead of a member of the bridge crew. "Here's to everyone making it off that rock," Kell said, and everyone joined him in a "hear, hear." Though Phelan and I managed to get slightly busted up, mostly through our own dumbness. Phelan said, "Hear, hear." Wedge noticed Jansen's expression. The man seemed pensive. "What is it, Wes?" "Well, I was just thinking. We've really set ourselves on a new mission and have a long way to go." "What mission?" "We've now stolen a Corellian Corvette and 2 TIE fighters. That's good, but it's not enough. I think we should steal at least 1 of every type of ship in use by the Imperial Navy or the warlords." Wedge smiled. "Ending with a certain superstar destroyer called Iron Fist?" "That would round out the collection, don't you think?" 25. Nightcaller and Hawkbat made rendezvous at the appointed date, in a system whose dim orange sun sustained no life on any of its 7 planets. Hawkbat's captain, Bach Nabil, apologized for not being able to meet with Captain Derillian face-to-face and explained that an unseemly illness was spreading through the crew. Quarantine measures were in force. Captain Derillian claimed to understand fully. So representatives of both crews, working in vacuum suits, transferred a set of stealth satellites from Hawkbat's main cargo hold to Nightcaller's belly hold. Then both ships went their separate ways, their crewmen never having seen one another in the flesh. A day later, Nightcaller put in at the Todirium system, whose bleak 3rd planet was home to a colony mining iron and refining durasteel. The corporate computer system coordinating activities worldwide was not easy prey for Grinder's skills at slicing, but the corporate chief, speaking to Face's Captain Derillian, asked whether Nightcaller wanted to pick up the latest load of refined alloys. Since previous stops had not indicated that the Corvette had taken on such loads, Face told the man that Zinge would send a cargo hauler for the alloys, but he insisted on sending Lieutenant Narroll down to examine the cargo. Face reported back hours later with the precise location of Zinge's warehouses. "This'll be a standard stoop-and-shoot mission," Wedge told his pilots, "with one difference. We know we're going to be recorded. We know because we're setting out the spy satellites ourselves. So as long as we'll be giving Zinge information, we want it to be the worst information possible. Cubber, I want you to repaint all the X-Wings with Rogue Squadron's colors." The mechanic looked unhappy. "If there's anything I hate worse than redoing a bad job..." "It's redoing a good one, I know. And it gets worse because immediately after the mission you'll have to strip all that paint and reapply the Wraith Squadron colors." Wedge shrugged. "Or we can let Grinder do the repainting and put you in his cockpit for the mission." "No, thanks. I'll paint." Wedge continued. "So we unload and situate the satellites. Piggy, I want you and Grinder to calculate the most likely point where an X-Wing squadron would enter the system and what their most likely avenue of attack against the planet would be. We'll set up the satellites along that path and get the best possible images for Zinge and Trigget. Since we'll be doing so much work in vacuum suits, I want Face and Fanon in X-Wings flying cover
just in case of trouble. Fanon, you can use mine, as long as you treat it well. I'll try not to spill my Loma nail all over it. How professional of you. And then we load up the X-Wings, activate the satellites, and jump out of the system. The next day we come back in the X-Wings and perform our ground strike. So spend some time today and tomorrow getting used to calling one another by rogue call signs. And Face, when addressing me, don't forget to call me Tycho once or twice. We'll be broadcasting in the clear, like most snub fighter units, instead of using Wraith Squadron's encryption. Face nodded. After the strike, we'll jump to rejoin Nightcaller. Simple in theory. Questions? There were none. Let's do it then. We'll begin by deploying the satellites in 2 hours. Grinder, Piggy, get us some locations by then. Grinder was the first one out of the door, Wedge noticed. Eager to begin processing data for his extra assignment? Grinder literally ran to the locker room adjacent to the Deck 3 forward lounge. He took a look around to make sure no one was on hand to observe him. Then he keyed in his locker combination. A moment later, he palmed the small box he'd taken from the Skohar Xeno Health Institute. Its occupant began scratching at the pressboard sides of the box. Grinder, increasingly nervous and watchful, headed forward the few steps it took him to reach the upper door into the bow hold. He peered into the hold, was reassured to note the absence of mechanics or pilots. He pulled out his datapad and keyed in a code for it to transmit. Now, and for about 5 minutes, the cameras overlooking the hold would show a still image. He descended to floor level and keyed in another command. When this one was transmitted, the canopy of one of the X-Wings on the middle row hissed and opened. Faces, snub fighter. Grinder smiled. It had taken him considerable effort to acquire the passwords and other special keys that gave him access to the fighters, lockers, and quarters of all the personnel aboard Nightcaller, but it was worth it. It gave him lots of opportunities to enjoy himself. He pried open the top of the box containing the insect and upended the box over Face's control seat. Flecks of some nameless substance, perhaps insect food, drifted out. Then something black, not an insect, slid free, and he caught it as it fell. A small, cheap datapad, the kind that was not programmable, with a memory unit only large enough to contain a little data. Its face read, Storini Glass Prowler, Care and Feeding. He shook the box again, and the translucent insect slid out, dropped wriggling to the seat, and stood upright. It turned to look at Grinder, as if evaluating him for a possible meal, then slowly looked around in a circle, analyzing its new surroundings. Grinder issued another command through his datapad, and Face's canopy closed. Now Face would be in for a surprise. Grinder hoped the insect would be in an inobvious place when the pilot climbed aboard for his guard mission. Face should make some interesting noises when he discovered the weird little creature crawling all over him. They set up the surveillance satellites without incident, and Face reported no insectile intruder when he and Fanon returned from their guard mission. Surreptitiously, Grinder looked Face over, trying to find some sign that the pilot had accidentally squashed the insect, but there was no spot of fluid or crushed exoskeleton to suggest he had. On his next opportunity, Grinder returned to the bow hold, opened the canopy of Face's X-Wing, and spent the next several minutes searching his cockpit, but the insect was nowhere to be found. He even searched the fighter's small cargo bay, again without luck. He sighed. A prank opportunity wasted. Ungrateful insect. Next time he'd find a creature more noisy and aggressive, something sure to make Face want to eject in mid-mission. Grinder woke that night, sure that he'd heard something scratching at his door. A dream, he thought. Then he heard it again. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The precise noise the Storini Glass Prowler had made in its box.
He rose and padded over to the door of his quarters, but the noise did not repeat itself. He opened the door, but there was nothing on the floor outside, just Fanon pausing outside his own door. Grinder yawned, then asked, "Did you hear something?" Fanon gave him a curious look. "You always come to your door naked in the middle of the night to ask questions like that?" "No, really, did you hear anything odd a moment ago?" "Well, actually, yes, some sort of skittering, like something small running around." Grinder looked suspiciously up and down the corridor, then carefully shut his door. 11 members of Wraith Squadron, all but Tyria, whose X-Wing was again assigned to Fanon, dropped out of hyperspace in the Todirium system as close to the mining planet as the hyperdrives would allow. They screamed down to the planet's surface, 100 kilometers from the colony's warehousing district, then looped around from an east to west heading to a north to south, flying in terrain-following mode to confound local sensors. 30 kilometers from their target, they overflew a small residential compound. They saw someone outside the compound, a humanoid figure in a blue environment suit, look up at them as they roared past. Wedge said, "That may have cost us our element of surprise. Stay alert, people." 20 kilometers, Jansen said. More roads, most of them still dirt tracks, crisscrossed the brown landscape beneath them. 10 kilometers, Jansen said. Wedge said, "Reduce speed," and throttled back. "S-foils to attack position." They now crossed over some tilled fields, the crops a weird blue-green Wedge would not have thought belonged in nature, and irrigation canals. Some of the roads were paved. 5 clicks, said Jansen. Gate, Wedge's R5 unit, shrieked a warning as his sensor board lit up with an alert. Directional sensors seeking a lock. "Break off by wings," Wedge said. "Deal with the threat first. Worry about the primary target later." 4 pairs of X-Wings rolled away from Wedge, leaving him with his temporary wingman, Donos, in the middle of their new, broader formation. Moments later, the threat came into view. Just above the outskirts of the planet's primary settlement rose a line of repulsor lift craft, short, stubby vehicles half the length of X-Wings, powerful-looking blaster cannons protruding from their rear sections, red and yellow paint jobs suggesting danger. Jansen said, "Ultralights." Wedge frowned. ULAVs, or ultralight assault vehicles, were still in use, barely, by the New Republic and on backwater planets like this. Their repulsor lifts should not have been powerful enough to lift them to rooftop level. These vehicles had to have been retrofitted with much more powerful engines. 5, 6, brake left, Wedge said. 11, 12, brake right. Prepare to do crossing strafing runs on those targets. Everyone else go evasive and continue on to primary target. Be careful, those rear guns are the real problems. He heard their acknowledgments as he stood his X-Wing up on its port wing, then continued into a rollover, maneuvering like a corkscrew on toward the target. Sensors showed Donos sticking close to his tail. Lasers lit up the front ends of the ULAVs. 2 beams stopped dead 20 meters ahead of Wedge's nose, stopped clean by his forward shields. Then he and Donos were past the line of attackers. The ULAVs were indeed floating 10 meters up on what had to be improved repulsor lift engines, and immediately behind them, and the buildings shielding them, were artillery units, small self-propelled missile racks pointing back toward the Wraith's direction of approach. The pilots of the artillery units watched the Wraiths fly over, their expressions startled. It looked as though the snub fighter's speed had caught them off guard. Wedge continued his roll. The blaster cannons on the ULAV's rears opened up, their emissions lighting up the sky behind him. One gunner was good enough to graze Wedge's rear shields. He heard Piggy's voice. 5, recommend you... Wedge spoke up fast. 12, no personal comments. He couldn't have Piggy commencing his advisory comments, not if they were to bring off their imitation of Rogue Squadron. Yes, sir,
Face's voice. "Oh, lighten up, Tycho." "Same order to you, 8. Wedge grinned. Face had chosen a good point to insert his mistake of identifying his mission leader by name. "Yes, sir." "Leader 11, commencing strafing run." Behind Wedge and Donos, the 2 wings of snub fighters crisscrossed above the line of ULAVs and missile artillery pieces, their lasers flashing down from the skies like red shears. The sky lit up again as one of the missile units detonated. Wedge's distance to range was down to a click. Ahead he saw the tan warehouse Face had identified in his briefing recording. He targeted the building, saw his brackets go red almost instantly, and fired. The proton torpedo flashed to the target faster than his eye could follow. The torpedo hit an upper-story window and was inside when it went off, blowing the roof from the building in an uncountable cloud of pieces. Moments later, torpedoes fired by the 5 Wraiths trailing him homed in on the disintegrating target. As Wedge pulled up, the warehouse became a cloud of smoke and bright light, one that swelled so fast that even his evasive course carried him part way through it. He saw red glowing light, heard thumps as debris from the detonation rattled against his X-Wing's skin, and then he was through the cloud, climbing. A quick check of his diagnostics told him the extinguisher system of one of his engines was reporting failure, which meant that shrapnel had penetrated the engine and might cause more trouble to come. "All units report in," he said. 9 is fine, but you've got some new vents, Leader. "Let me know if anything comes pouring out, 9. "Tyke, this is 11. Their defensive line is gone. The missile units committed fratricide." Wedge winced. That meant the missiles on one artillery unit had detonated, igniting the missiles on adjacent units, and so on up the line, probably taking the ULAVs with them since they were so close. That defensive line was a bad, sloppy tactic, probably chosen in haste because of the speed of the Wraith's approach. 4's in the green." "This is 3. I've lost a laser cannon and picked up some drag." 12 is intact. Leader, the primary target is a crater." The rest of the acknowledgments rolled in, reports of minor damage, no injuries. Wedge said, "Good work, rogues. Let's get out of here." Phelan looked as though she'd just bitten into sour fruit. Her body language, as she kept her elbows on the conference room table and propped her chin on her hands, also suggested irritation. "I thought I wouldn't mind, but it bothers me." Wedge guessed that it wasn't too deep a grievance. "That Rogue Squadron gets credit for the raid on Todirium?" "That's it." "Well, they don't in the official report, and that will be declassified as soon as our current mission is done." "Well, I have a complaint," Kell said. "I hit my artillery unit dead on, and by the time I came around for a second pass, all the ULAVs were gone." Wedge gave him a skeptical look. "That's hardly grounds for complaint." "I still don't have an aerial kill. 3 strike missions and a score of 0. The others laughed at him. Face's comm link beeped. He activated it. "Yes?" "Loran, this is the bridge. You have a holonet communication for Captain Derillian. It's Admiral Trigget." "Nightcaller," the Admiral said. "We'll join the Corvette Constrictor and the Frigate Provocateur as our forward close support line. As soon as we drop out of hyperspace into the Morobe system, launch your TIE fighters to join theirs. They'll serve as our escort force." "I understand," Face said. "And your own TIE fighters will be the primary attack force?" "Correct." The hologram of Admiral Trigget leaned forward, and his tone became more confidential. "Now I have something further to ask. How might I persuade you to give me the details of your, shall we say, unrecorded adventures at each of your stops?" Face froze. The Admiral had guessed. No. Trigget had only learned something about Captain Derillian's private negotiations on behalf of Warlord Zinge. If he had suspected the true identity of Nightcaller's crew, he would never have given Face the plan of attack for Talicia. Face swallowed. "Sir, you can't." "I could make it well worth your while." "Sir, let me explain." Face tried to compose himself, to make his lines authentic. "First, if I sold you my honor, I could never buy it back. Second, I realize I may be displeasing you, but I want you to understand that I'll keep faith with the warlord until I die. People look at me and see my little habits and think I am a shallow man, but I am an honorable officer and will not break faith with my commander." He gave Trigget his most intense stare, abandoning all of Derillion's florid mannerisms. "It may be, sir, that I will leave Zinge's employ sometime in the future. It may be that I will enter yours. If I do, you will know from this encounter that I will always keep faith with you." Trigget drew back. He did not seem to be angered. "Point taken, Captain." "Thank you, sir. And may I say, I would be pleased to serve under you in any formal capacity, but until I do—" "Until you do, let us make no more assaults, no matter how well intended, upon your honor." Trigget gave him a faint smile. "You surprise me, Captain Derillion." "I intend to do so again, sir." "Very well." Trigget gave him an uncommonly gracious half-bow. "I'll see you at the rendezvous." "I look forward to it." Trigget winked out. Face swiveled toward the comm center doorway, where Wedge stood waiting. "We have him," Wedge said. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Grinder awoke with a start. There was the sound again. No dream, no hallucination, but an intermittent scratching. Scritch, scritch, scritch. He opened the door to the hall. There was nothing beyond it. Scritch, scritch, scritch. No, the sound was coming from up in the ceiling, just above his bed, beyond plates of durasteel. After another few moments, it stopped. Grinder tore through his pile of personal possessions until he found the datapad that had come with the Storini glass prowler. He scrolled his way through the information. What to feed the creature, how many hours of light and dark it should endure each day, what its preferred temperature ranges were, how to tell male from female. Nothing about how it could find its way out of an X-Wing cockpit and come to a chamber it had never visited to find the man who had taken it from its home world. He switched on the chamber's terminal to the ship's computer. It was not likely that the computer would contain information about the creature, but it was possible. And the index popped up the name Storini Glass Prowler. He brought the data up on his monitor. Nothing much that he hadn't seen on the instructional datapad, except for a sophisticated hologram showing the creature's exterior. On-screen controls allowed Grinder to move his point of view into the creature's insides and look at its physical structure at a variety of magnifications. But at the bottom of the entry was a link labeled "See also Storini Crystal Deceiver." He activated it and read in growing dismay the description. Often mistaken for its nearest relative, the glass prowler, the Storini Crystal Deceiver is far less common and far more dangerous. He skipped down past the description of the creature's natural habitat. The Crystal Deceiver's jaws secrete a poison that is dangerous both to the native life forms of Storinol and to mammals from other worlds. The creature feeds on creatures that prey on the glass prowler. It simulates the glass prowler's movements, luring predators to it. Only when they strike does it revert to its natural speed and ferocity, eluding all attacks and ferociously biting its attacker. Its poison is a powerful paralytic that keeps its enemies helpless while it literally eats them alive. Crystal deceivers are a particular danger to mammalian life forms because of their unusual olfactory-based memory retention. A crystal deceiver encountering the scent of a mammal will remember it for the rest of its life and follow it whenever it encounters the scent. This unfortunate trait has led to many instances of crystal deceivers following wilderness observers from the wild into communities and attacking them in their residences. The poison of these creatures is not dangerous to healthy individuals. The life of a victim of a crystal deceiver assault can be saved by medical treatment if the creature has not devoured an irreparable quantity of the victim's body mass. No. Grinder shook his head. The box had said glass prowler. Surely the corporation that had captured the insect for resale would not have made a mistake and boxed up a crystal deceiver instead. Rattled, he switched off the terminal, then the overhead light, and returned to bed. Scritch, scritch, scritch. He switched the light back on. This time the noise had come from the bulkhead beside his bed. He took a close look at the wall. Were there any gaps in the bulkhead, any apertures through which a medium-sized insect could enter? Yes. Power access ports, slight gaps in durasteel panel welds. Above, poor fits around lighting fixtures. Nightcaller was not a new ship. There would inevitably be ways for the thing to get in. Ton Fanon answered on Grinder's third knock, sliding open the panel to his quarters and glaring with his one eye. "What?" "Do you still have that spray sealant from Store and All?" Grinder asked. "I see you remembered to wrap a towel around yourself this time." "Never mind that, do you?" "Yes." "Can I have it?" "You have a middle-of-the-night plastic sealant emergency?" "That's right." Fanon sighed. "All right, hold on." He returned to the door a minute later with the spray bottle. "Thanks, Ton. I owe you." "You owe me about an hour's sleep." "I'll stand watch for you sometime." Grinder returned to his room and spent the next hour methodically plugging every gap, no matter how tiny, in his ceiling, walls, and floor, except for the air vent. He ran a power cable to the vent so that any creature touching it would be electrocuted. He heard no scratching in the meantime. Perhaps the creature had wandered off. He switched off his lights. This time there was no noise. It took him another hour, but finally he dropped off to sleep. Scritch, scritch, scritch. For a moment he was too groggy to understand his own sense of alarm. Too groggy, really, to remember his own name. Then he remembered both. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The noise was louder this time, unmuffled, as if the creature was within his room. Cold fear gripped him. While he was out getting the sealant from Ton Fanon, the crystal deceiver had slipped into his room. Now it was trapped here, with him. It couldn't escape if it wanted to. And it wouldn't want to. It would crawl on him and bite him and make a meal of his paralyzed body. With a moan, he reached out to turn on his side table lamp. It clicked, but didn't come on. He peered around the room, but there wasn't even the faint green glow from his terminal power key. Power was out to his quarters. Had the creature chewed through power cables to get in at him? No, it would have been electrocuted. Was it smart enough to... No, couldn't be. Maybe it was a dream. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The creature was under his bed. He shrieked and leaped up. He charged blindly across his quarters, slammed into the door before he realized he was upon it, and slapped the door switch. Nothing. He grabbed the door where it slid into the wall. He tugged at it, trying to accomplish with friction and finger pressure what it normally took servo motors to accomplish, and dragged it open a fraction of an inch. Beyond was empty corridor. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Behind him, still under the bed, or coming for him, tottering on its glassy legs with jaws distended. He got his fingers into the door gap and heaved, slamming the doorway fully open. A glassy, chittering mass swung into his face from ahead and above. He screamed and fell backward. He felt himself hit the hard floor of his quarters. Then darkness claimed him. 26. He suffered some sort of fit, I think. Tests may tell us more. It was Ton Thanon's voice, and Grinder could see light through his closed eyelids. Cautiously he opened them. A ceiling, like the one in his quarters. But this was Nightcaller's sick bay. He turned his head to see Thanon standing by the door, talking to Wedge and Face, who were just inside the door, and Kell and Jansen, who were just outside. All looked concerned. Kell reacted to Grinder's motion, and the others looked. "Ah," said Thanon. "He's awake. I won't have to amputate." Grinder half rose in alarm. "Amputate what?" "Well, it's your head that seems to be malfunctioning." Grinder cautiously felt his face to make sure there was nothing remaining of the insect. "Don't joke. I was attacked." Wedge asked, "By what?" "A Storini crystal deceiver. It's an insect, something like a glass prowler, but a lot deadlier." The other pilots looked at one another dubiously. Grinder felt irritation rise within him. "You can look it up on the ship's computer. And unless I killed the thing, it's somewhere in the ship. Maybe behind the bulkheads." Thanon moved to the terminal and tapped his way through a series of menus. "I don't find anything about a crystal deceiver." "It's a link from the entry for the glass prowler." "I don't find an entry for the glass prowler." Grinder stood unsteadily and stared over the doctor's shoulder. Thanon was right. There was no entry in the ship's encyclopedia for any life form from Storinol. "I suggest," Thanon said, "that it was a dream. Something stress-induced, perhaps. But I think I'd like to keep you under observation tonight." "I'm fine," Grinder snapped. "Do as he says," Wedge said. "Grinder, your scream woke up half the ship. You cooperate with Thanon, or I'll have him certify you unfit to fly until you do." "Sir, that bug is a killer. It bites you and paralyzes you, and you lie there while it eats you. If you don't hunt it down and kill it right now, it'll make Nightcaller its own banquet hall." Wedge glanced at Thanon, who shook his head. "You have your orders," Wedge said. "Get some sleep." He gestured for the other pilots to accompany him and left. Jansen followed, but Face lingered and shut the door. "Face, I've got to make you believe me." "Sit." Grinder flopped down on his sick-bay cot. "Please." "Let me show you something." From his jumpsuit pocket, Face pulled a crude assembly of small mechanical parts. Grinder recognized a standard speaker from New Republic-issued datapads, a tiny battery trailing wires. Face touched the bare ends of two wires together. The speaker said, "Scritch, scritch, scritch." Grinder was suddenly standing. He didn't remember rising, but now he was advancing on Face. "You!" Thanon seized his shoulders, dragged him back down onto the cot. Grinder struggled and glared up at Thanon. "What the hell is going on?" "Payback," Face said. "Do you deny that you put that bug in my cockpit?" What bug? I don't know." Grinder saw the implacable expression Face wore and gave up the pretense. "All right, I did. So what?" "So you also did all that other stuff. The dummy in Phelan's closet, the leaping tubes and wires in Kell's locker. Plenty of other tricks, all the while sneering at the idea of pranks." "I did not." No one else could have done it without leaving a trace on the ship's computer. You cracked passwords right and left to do it. Grinder set his jaw and didn't answer. Face shrugged. So, payback. My way of saying I don't appreciate it. My way of saying stop. Because this is about the lowest setting of payback I know.
How'd you do it?
Grinder asked. Which part?
All of it.
Face finally grinned. To start with, when that glass prowler crawled out from under my seat and onto me.
Right, why didn't you react?
Well, I thought it was Fainan's. Grinder turned to the doctor. Fainan shrugged. You remember when we were sneaking back out of the Skohar Xena Health Institute? We passed by a pallet full of little boxes holding these things. The sheeting covering the pile was ripped, so I just took one of the boxes. I've always been intrigued by insects ever since, as a boy, I learned they can make some girls jump. I kept the little thing in a cage in my room. Face, since he's my wingman, comes in from time to time. He's familiar with the thing. Face said,
Like I told you, I thought it was Fainan's. I turned my comm transmissions way down and told him. We smuggled it back to his quarters so Wedge wouldn't see. And we found his bug still in its cage, so we knew it was another prank. And how had the prankster gotten my cockpit open without leaving a trace? It was someone who knew the passcode. And after I cleared Cubber and Kell, that left only someone with the skills of a code slicer. Grinder grimaced. A case of being too perfect. What about the scratching noise?
Face tapped the pocket where he'd put away the speaker. Kell worked the little gadgets up. He was tired of the pranks, too. He put some in your room. He also got up into the ductwork and lowered a couple with comlink controls down into the gaps between bulkheads. We could have made it sound like the creature was crawling all around, outside or inside your room, if we'd wanted. Kell also built the sensor that told us when you switched your lights on, and the little mechanism that swung down into your face when you came out of your room, and he killed the power to your quarters, which he restored right after you screamed, by the way. The encyclopedia entry was something I did, just entering it with my comm center access. If you'd sliced into the entry records, you'd have seen those items were recent additions to the encyclopedia. I got the real data off the datapad that came with Fainan's creature. Fainan did a medical scan on his insect for the graphic. We made up all the text on the crystal deceiver. There is no such thing. Grinder sighed.
Well, maybe that does make us even.
He glared at Fainan.
But that doesn't mean you can drug me, knock me out. That goes over the line.
The doctor smiled. It was a sinister expression.
I didn't. Who did?
No one. Or, in a sense, you did. Grinder, you fainted.
No.
Fainan nodded. Brave Wraith Squadron pilot fainted dead away. Now, can we consider your career as a prankster at an end? Or shall we tell everyone how you faint when bugs come at you? That'll be an interesting topic of discussion among Bothan females in the New Republic Armed Forces, I bet. You bet? You have a deal? Just what are you trying to say? Grinder slumped, defeated.
You have a deal.
Well then, I imagine that when you wake up in the morning, I'll be able to certify you fit to fly. The doctor rose and stretched. In the meantime, I'm going to get some sleep in the hours we have remaining.
Minoc.
Stop muttering, Grinder. It's bad for your mental health. Grinning in a fashion Grinder found completely irritating, Fainan led Face from the sickbay and switched out the lights. Scritch, scritch, scritch.
Face, come back here and pick up your little toy.
It was the most elaborate deception they'd attempted to date. Captain Harachnus was in the command seat of Nightcaller's bridge, but he was dressed in one of Derillion's uniforms, his hair dyed to match Derillion's. This was so that if one of the other ships in Admiral Triggett's fleet pointed a visual sensor at Nightcaller's bridge, it would see something matching Derillion's description, something matching the hologram the ship broadcast whenever in communication with the others. Face was on station in the comm center, acting out Derillion's part whenever communication was necessary. His broadcast was replayed on the bridge's main monitor, and the increasingly irritable Captain Harachnus tried, whenever possible, to ape Face's motions. At 10 minutes until departure from hyperspace, the pilots were in their cockpits, going through startup checklists. Wedge, Thalen, Jansen, and Atril were in the TIE fighters, with the rest in X-Wings. They emerged from hyperspace 100 light-years from the Morobe system, into a system with a white dwarf for a sun. Nightcaller was the last ship on station. Already in formation were the Imperial Star Destroyer Implacable, the Imperial Escort Frigate Provocateur, and the Corellian corvette Constrictor. Provocateur was stationed well ahead of the Star Destroyer. Constrictor was some distance to the port of and slightly behind Provocateur. Without waiting for confirmation from Admiral Triggett, Captain Harachnus headed to the mirroring position starboard and behind Provocateur. Admiral Triggett's hologram sprang into life before Face a minute later. "Captain Derillion, your profile has changed since the last time we met face-to-face, so to speak." Face turned his head to display his profile. "I think it's the same. Regal, yet unbearably handsome. Or perhaps you mean Nightcaller's profile." "Well, that is what I meant. You've picked up a shuttle and made some other modifications, I see." Face turned forward again and gave the Admiral a conspiratorial smile. "The shuttle we took from a pirate, and the outer escape pods on either side are actually my TIE fighters, Admiral. A notion of mine. Instead of taking a minute to deploy all four, it now takes me 1 second. If you like, I'll have my mechanics dig up the modification specifications. I can transmit them to you and Constrictor." "Please do." "Speaking of modifications, have there been any made to our mission profile?" "No, we can jump as soon as you're in position." "Which will be in 1.5 minutes. We'll be awaiting your signal." Triggett disappeared. The New Republic forces could have attacked Triggett's fleet here, in this unnamed system. But since, in theory, only the ship's captains knew where they were making rendezvous, that would have been a giveaway that one of them was a traitor. This would not matter if Triggett's fleet were entirely wiped out or captured, but would have cost the Wraiths their false identity if one or more of the ships got away. By attacking in the Morobe system, they could blame all treachery on the rebels, should they need to. Face's comlink cracked. "Coming on station." It was Harachnus. He sighed. He wanted desperately to be in the cockpit of his X-Wing, but he had to play out his role if Triggett communicated again. For once he regretted his theatrical skill. Face saw elements of the comm board light up as the Nightcaller received a data transmission from Implacable. Moments later, the corvette's engine pitch changed. All four ships would be matching speeds and courses. A minute later, they were in hyperspace. 5 minutes from Implacable's arrival in the Morobe system, Lieutenant Gara Petithal presented herself to the Admiral. Unusual, since protocol called for her to speak to him from her console in the crew pit below, or to use the intercom. "We have a problem, sir." "Something we need to deal with before this assault?" "If I'm right, this assault will destroy us." He blinked. "Make it fast." "I've been running the data from the Mort project. The data that told us that Talicia in the Morobe system was the probable site of the Folo relocation." "And?" "Nobody had correlated the data of systems being profiled
with the parasite units providing the data. Sir, 80% of the statistical hits pointing to Talicia come from the same 22 units. For this to happen, those units would have to be attached to ships that jump back and forth between Talicia and neighboring systems. And when the units changed ships, they would have to have changed to ships doing exactly the same thing.
Triggett kept his features still, but felt cold run through him.
The Moore project has reached the end of its useful lifespan, he said.
I'm afraid so, sir.
The Admiral turned to Implacable's commander.
Captain, drop us out of hyperspace immediately.
The captain, a dull-looking fellow from Coruscant, whose appearance belied his reliability and intelligence, didn't ask any stupid questions. He looked up, gauged the seriousness of the Admiral's expression, and nodded to his chief pilot. A moment later, the view in the forward window of hyperspace turned into the end-of-jump vista of stars stretching to infinity. Those stars snapped from lines into sharp, unblinking points, with Implacable still light years from the Morobe system. The captain cleared his throat.
What about our fleet, sir?
Have communications prepare an alert. It should tell them that Talicia is a trap. Their orders are to exit the system immediately and signal us when they're sure they have eluded pursuit.
Begin broadcasting that over the holonet now, and continue for 20 minutes. Yes, sir.
Triggett settled back into his seat.
Good work, Petithel. You've probably saved us a considerable pounding.
The lieutenant gave him a cool smile and returned to her station. He followed her with his gaze. He'd decided that she was very nearly the perfect woman. Intelligent, talented, and beautiful. And somewhat distant, the way he preferred things. Perhaps she'd be amenable to a liaison. If she was, he doubted she'd be the sort to become too attached, too intertwined in his life. An ideal package. He'd think about it. The other 3 ships of the fleet arrived from hyperspace within a second of one another. The planet of Talicia was close before them. They'd used its mass shadow rather than a timer to drag them out of hyperspace. Instantly, all 3 vessels launched their TIE fighters. Nightcallers 4 from her former escape pod ports, Constrictors 4 from her bow hold, and Provocateurs 24 from her hangar bays. Implacable failed to appear behind them. Face saw the holonet indicator light up, but allowed the ship's communications officer to handle initial reception. Face might foul up the process. A moment later, Captain Harkness's voice came across the ship's intercom.
Attention all crew! Implacable has figured out the trap and held back. The other ships are turning to escape Talicia's mass shadow. We'll fire on them as we maneuver. All bow guns, prepare to fire on Provocateur's engines and communications gear. Turret cannons, prepare to fire on Constrictor's engines. We've got to hold them here for the Alliance forces. Do not, repeat, do not target until I give the command. We can't have them bringing their shields up.
Face could feel the faintest lateral movement as the captain spoke. He turned on the chamber's main monitor and split it between a forward visual view and sensor view. In the starfield before the corvette, he saw the enemy frigate begin to come into range of the arc of Nightcaller's bow guns. The sensor showed that all 3 ships were turning to port, preparing to come around in a 180-degree maneuver that would end with the corvettes still flanking the frigate. Face swore. The corvette's turret guns might cripple the Constrictor even at this range, but her forward paired turbo-laser cannons couldn't be counted on to crack the engines of an Imperial frigate. He hit the intercom button for the bridge.
Captain, this is Face. Recommend you emergency vent atmosphere from the bow hold and open the hold door as you bear. That'll give you 14, maybe 16 proton torps to fire at Provocateur on your first pass.
Thanks, Lauren. Good thinking.
Face headed out of the comm center at a full run, risking broken legs as he charged down the stairs. If he was fast enough, he could get into the hold, get into his cockpit before they vented the atmosphere. But when he slapped the door control to the bow hold access hatch, it failed to open. The light above the door glowed red. The captain had already vented the hold atmosphere. Frustrated, Face slammed his hand into the door. In the darkness, Kell waited. Before him, blackness turned into a thin vertical strip of stars. As he watched, it widened, and the frigate Provocateur drifted into position from the left, its stern toward them. That meant Nightcaller was taking a hard maneuver to port. Beyond Provocateur was the other corvette, executing the same turn at the same rate. "Stand by," Kell said. Captain Harkness had said all bow guns would go on his command, and he had to wait until all 7 pilots in the bow hold had a clear field of fire. Despite his best efforts, his breathing quickened, became harsh. It sounded like gasping in his ears. The other day, the assault on Todirium hadn't affected him like this. Of course, Todirium's defenders were underpowered, underprepared. These enemies, on the other hand, can shoot back. Kell shook his head, trying to send that invidious mental voice away. "You're about to stare down the cannons of an Imperial frigate. You're going to be vaped. That's the end of Kell Tainer." "Shut up!" "What's that, 5? "Nothing, 9. The frigate was almost centered in the exit from the hold. Kell grabbed his control yoke, gripped it hard to quell the shaking of his hand. Get ready. Get ready. Target and fire." Kell activated his targeting computer, swung the brackets over the frigate's stern, and saw them immediately go red. The computer whined with the tone of a good lock. He fired both torpedoes and saw them streak off toward the Provocateur. A dozen torpedoes joined them in the near-instantaneous crossing to the frigate. The stern end of the capital ship lit up in a ball-shaped glowing explosion. Kell said, "5 away," and shot out of Nightcaller's bow. Even as he emerged, he saw Nightcaller's forward lasers lance in on the frigate's engines, adding their formidable damage to that done by the torpedoes. "4 away." The sensors showed Nightcaller turning away from the frigate. As on the Blood Nest moon, for the X-Wings to launch, the corvette had to keep its bow shields down, and to maneuver so neither enemy ship could get a clear shot at its bow. 6 away. The center column of X-Wings was clear. Kell switched over to lasers, linked them for quad firing, and brought up his visual sensors. Provocateur, until a moment ago in the process of gathering up its TIE fighters, was deploying them again, a fire drill of confusion. He fired as he raced in toward the frigate's screen of starfighters, shooting as fast as his shaking hands would let him. Wedge hovered near his TIE fighter's landing port as if preparing to dock. The instant the bow vista lit up with the emissions of proton torpedoes and laser cannons, he announced, "Greys, form up." He goosed the engines and moved out in an arc that would carry them well around the Provocateur on a course toward the corvette Constrictor. As soon as his range meter read 2 clicks, he began firing lasers. Nightcaller's turret guns had already struck home, he saw. The corvette's engines were awash in energy, their insulating sheaths glowing from absorbed energy. A brilliant ribbon of fire from the portmost topside engine was clear sign of a sheared fuel conduit. Nightcaller continued fire against the other corvette's stern. Wedge also directed his fire toward the engines, trusting Phelan to do the same, and said, "Gray 3, Gray 4, take the communication systems. You know where." Indeed, they did. Different Corellian corvettes had set up their communications chambers at different points, but all had the majority of their comm and sensor hardware at the same position, starboard in the central portion of the ship, Deck 2. Atril and Jansen swept far to starboard, then angled back in
and began firing continuously against the corvette's far side. Constrictor finally began returning fire. The stern gun and top turret opened up on Nightcaller. The side guns sprayed fire against Wedge and the other TIE pilots. Face was in the stairwell up to Deck 2 when Nightcaller was jarred by a powerful blow. It knocked him from his feet, and he rolled across the bone-bruising steps down to the Deck 3 landing. He made it painfully to his feet and hobbled up to Deck 2 a moment later. Lights in the corridor leading to the bridge flickered and smoke drifted through the corridor. Face limped forward. The blast door to the bridge was bowed in toward him. Paint had peeled and burned from its surface, yielding the smoke Face saw, and the metal of the door was glowing red from heat. The door made a hissing noise like a reptile preparing to strike. He gulped and hit his comlink. "Captain Harkness, any bridge crew? Come in!" There was no answer. Kel tore past the provocateur. His jittery laser fire had missed the first screen of TIE fighters, but his second set of torpedoes had detonated on the frigate's shields. He grimaced. This was going to be a pounding match. 5-7.
"I hear you, 7.
"We've lost the bridge."
"What?"
"She took a direct hit from the frigate's stern battery, 5. The bridge is gone." Kel swore and began to swing around for his next pass. Runt was now on his tail.
"Was anyone still in the hold?"
"Face's fighter. He wasn't in it. I think Nightcaller is drifting."
Indeed, the corvette seemed to be locked in the starboard turn that was supposed to bring its bow away from its enemies. In a minute, the maneuver would bring the bow toward the other two ships again. Kel activated his comm unit and personal comlink simultaneously. "Nightcaller, this is Wraith 5. Does anybody read me?" Wedge and Phelan roared past the Constrictor's bow, reversed, and fired almost before they looked. The enemy corvette's bow hold was opening, and her bow shields were down to allow her TIE fighters to emerge. The Wraith's linked laser fire went straight down the throat of the enemy ship. As they dove, losing relative altitude rather than follow their shots in, they saw energy spill right back out of the hold at them, evidence that something had lit off in the hold, probably the ion engines of one of the TIE fighters preparing to launch. The corvette's belly turret swung after them, firing as they passed, but then the guns froze in position, their last blast being half the intensity of a standard barrage. Wedge checked his sensors. This close, the corvette's shields would have lit up the sensor board, but the only thing doing that was the increasing brightness from the corvette's engines. He swung around to bring the corvette into his firing brackets and switched his comm unit to broad-spectrum Imperial frequencies. "Constrictor, this is the New Republic. You are helpless under our guns. I'll give you 10 seconds to surrender. If you don't, I'm going to blow a hole through your bridge and fly through it for fun." It was only a moment before a strangled voice replied, "Constrictor to rebel forces. We surrender. Please bring up rescue craft. Our engines are on fire. And please don't fire on our escape pods." Two of the escape craft ejected from the corvette's center section and began a slow drift toward Talisea. "Acknowledged, Constrictor." Jansen's voice cut in. "Wedge, Nightcaller's in trouble." At a dead run, Face worked his way down to Deck 4 into the combined security hold and auxiliary bridge situated just forward of the engines. The door opened to his voice, but the chamber beyond was dark, unoccupied. He slid into the command chair and hit his comlink. "Grinder, you still among the living?"
"I'm here."
"I'm in the backup bridge. What do I do to bring it up?"
"Why does everyone think that I—"
"Grinder?"
"Type in command worm turns, WORMTURNS, then ID yourself by voice and issue the vocal password, Agamar rules the galaxy."
Face did as he was told, and a moment later the auxiliary bridge sprang to life. He redirected all officer stations to his command console and immediately stopped the ship's portward spin. On the main sensor monitor, Constrictor was reading green, safe, pacified. Provocateur was still red. The board showed a variety of blue dots already in the fight, and more onrushing from Talicia and her moons. First things first. He activated the bow hold door and closed it, then brought bow shields up to full power. "Cover!" "Here!" "Get a crew up to the Deck 2 bridge door. The bridge is gone and the door is losing integrity. Weld it down or something before it blows out completely and takes half the crew with it." "We're on it!" As fast as he could process the information, Face flipped between the screens for each of the bridge positions he now commanded. I used to think bridge officer was such an easy post. Provocateur was outbound at full speed, again gathering up the last of her TIE fighters, taking advantage of Nightcaller's momentary lack of responsiveness and the Wraith's inability to do her harm. "Wraiths, form up," Kel said. "We're not getting through their shields alone. I want a torpedo barrage. I'll transmit targeting data. Have your torps follow it in. Everyone fire on my mark, except 6 and 9. You fire exactly 1 second later." He counted off their acknowledgments until he was sure all were accounted for. Tyria and Piggy had finally emerged from the topside hold, and that gave them a total of 7 X-Wings, 14 torpedoes, to fire in this barrage. He finished his arc and swung into position at the head of the X-Wing formation. Runt settled in beside him. "Nightcaller, come in." "Nightcaller here." "Face?" "Never mind. What do you want?" "Sensor data on Provocateur. Where are her shields weakest?" Wait a second. Face, hurry!" The frigate's guns were beginning to converge on the X-Wing formation. A graze from one of Provocateur's stern laser cannons missed Kel's X-Wing, but came close enough to blow through its bow shields, dropping them to 0 power. Kel swore and redirected power from aft shields and acceleration to bring them back online and shore them up.
"If I'm reading this right, topside, just astern of the short-range communications array."
Kel gained altitude relative to the frigate, saw the Wraiths following him smoothly through the maneuver, and dove toward the frigate's topside. His targeting brackets went red as soon as they passed over the frigate, but he carefully positioned them over the antenna rig. "Wraiths, 3, 2, 1, mark!" He watched the reddish trails of 10 proton torpedoes leap away from the X-Wings and slam into the frigate's topside. The next 4 torpedoes were away before the detonation and debris cloud began to clear. He saw their trails enter the expanding ball and disappear within. The ball continued to swell as the X-Wings pulled up and arced away.
5, this is 8. Sensors show shield failure and 4 hull hits.
Wait a second, something's wrong. I'm reading 2 provocateurs. Dead silence for a moment. Then
5, 8. The frigate has separated amidships. She's in 2 pieces. Her threat index is 0. Do you read?
"We read you, 8, and thanks." Kel tried to wipe away the sweat stinging his eyes, but his hand encountered the eye shield of his helmet. He banged the shield up and mopped at his eyes. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. 27.
"Foolish of us," General Crespin said, "to bring along Rogue Squadron, all those X-Wings, Home 1, and a pair of frigates when all it takes is Wraith Squadron and a battered corvette to deal with the enemy."
They were in the inflatable dome that served the temporary Talicia camp as an officer's mess, unwinding over beer and brandy that tasted something like ship's fuel. The general's words were sarcastic, but his tone was more regretful than anything else.
Wedge said, "If Implacable had come through, we'd have been dead without those extra forces. As it is, we had the element of surprise, a couple of different ways, going for us. Even so, we lost a good experienced bridge crew."
Crespin nodded. "I didn't mean to be facetious. I was just itching to give Trigget back some of what he gave us on Folor."
You may yet. Wedge took another pull from his petrochemical-flavored brandy. We hit their communications systems hard and fast. They never got off a reply to Triggett. As soon as we're able, Nightcaller is going back out, and we'll tell Zinge a story of survival against terrible odds. I'm going to do whatever it takes for us to sidle up next to Zinge or Triggett and stick a vibro blade in his kidneys. The general smiled.
If you have any opportunity to set up a real engagement...
Yours and Rogue Squadron will be the first units I call on, sir.
The general took a look around as though to make sure no one was listening. He leaned close.
By the way, Antilles, about your pilot, Face Lauren?
Yes?
You're about to receive some news pertaining to him. Now, I've had my problems with him, but I've also been keeping track of his progress. So when you receive that news, keep in mind that I had nothing to do with it, one way or the other.
Very well.
Wedge gave the general a quizzical look, but the older man merely rose and departed. Wedge took a look around. The table where Lieutenants Wes Jansen and Hobby Cliven had been swapping stories was empty. Wedge would track down the rogues again later to catch up on their news. For now it was time to check up on Nightcaller's progress. He headed out into Talisia's fog-muted sunlight. The New Republic encampment was a creeper-overgrown field surrounded by trees. The field was now dotted with inflatable domes and various forms of fighter craft and fighting vessels. All were dimmed by the near-permanent haze that shrouded the planet. In the middle of the field were the two corvettes, Nightcaller and Constrictor, both ships showing considerable damage. Nightcaller's bridge had been cored, leaving behind a blackened hole with peeling edges. Work crews were hard at work welding armor plates and a single transparent steel sheet across the gap. Wedge had insisted that the repairs look sloppy, unsophisticated. They were supposed to be. All his crew had been able to throw together in a few hours. Constrictor's bow hold doors were gone. In fact, the hold itself was gone, its hemispherical outer hull torn away by explosions from within. The bow now looked eerily like a skull whose lower jaw had been lost. The ship also had scoring damage along its sides. Provocateur had been unrecoverable. Internal explosions and venting atmosphere had claimed the lives of any crewman surviving the torpedo attack. The frigate was a drifting tomb well before New Republic rescue forces could reach her.
Commander Antilles.
Wedge turned toward the source of that familiar, gravelly voice.
Admiral.
He saluted. Admiral Akbar, accompanied by a major, approached. He returned the salute.
My crews tell me you are almost ready for space. Are you sure you want to go back after Triggett so soon?
The more time he has to think, the greater the chance he'll see through our disguise.
I'll leave that decision to your initiative, then.
The Mon Calamari lowered his voice.
I did want to thank you for your kind words regarding my niece.
You're very welcome, sir. I wish...
The extent to which Wedge wished stopped him short.
I wish we could have saved her. I wish I could have found words to help your family hurt less. I wish a bad-smelling pocket of womp rats shaped like men hadn't been there to endanger her. I wish every legacy of the Empire were wiped clean from the galaxy.
He gave the Admiral a regretful look.
I wish.
I understand.
Akbar looked around at the people moving between vehicles and vessels, at the areas where inflatable domes were already being brought down.
I myself wish I could find the pilot who went to such efforts to save her life. I would like to offer him my thanks.
I'll make sure Flight Officer Tainer wanders across your path.
Akbar held out his hand to the Major, who placed a large case upon it. This Akbar handed to Wedge.
It has taken some time for the New Republic bureaucracy to catch up to Wraith Squadron's exploits. Even this morning I had to modify the contents of this package. I thought it most appropriate for you to issue these items.
Wedge opened the case and whistled at what he saw. Wedge had the Wraiths and Lieutenant Atral Taban line up in Nightcaller's forward lounge. From their faces, it was evident that no one felt much like celebrating. Some of them were somber. Others looked more than ready to head spaceward and get back into their fighter cockpits.
"Your sins have caught up with you, Wraiths," Wedge said. "And just as significantly, High Command has not managed to lose my reports on our mission progress, and appears actually to have read them. Flight Officer Tyria Sarkin?"
She straightened, became impassive.
"I have only a little to offer you, Sarkin. Home 1 has delivered us a pair of X-Wings to bring us back to full operational capacity. And that, plus the fact that your behavior has in recent weeks been exemplary, means I'm restoring you to full operations and to your own snub fighter."
She smiled.
"That's plenty to offer me, sir."
Wedge took a step to the side.
"Flight Officer Garrick Lauren."
Face looked startled, came to attention.
"In our tour of duty since being made operational, you have consistently shown fine piloting skills and an exceptional aptitude for leadership, both in planning and in the field. For this reason, it is my pleasure to convey to you your promotion to the rank of Lieutenant in the New Republic Starfighter Command. Congratulations, Face."
Wedge handed Face his new rank insignia and saluted. Face, looking surprised, returned the salute.
"Thank you, sir." "Flight Officer Kel Tainer."
Kel came to attention, looking uneasy.
"Likewise, you have shown fine piloting skills and a facility for battlefield tactics that benefit the group. In fact, we have noted on several occasions your pursuit of unusual strategies that cost you the opportunity for personal gain, but kept your fellows and those you were charged with protecting alive. So I'm happy to convey to you also a promotion to the rank of Lieutenant."
He handed Kel his rank insignia and saluted.
"Congratulations, Kel."
Kel returned the salute.
"Thank you, sir."
Wedge was surprised to see that the pilot was as pale and stiff as he had ever been when confronting Wes Jansen. Wedge chose not to notice and took another step to the side.
"Lieutenant Atral Taban."
The sole surviving member of Nightcaller's officer corps came to attention.
"It is unusual for an officer of Starfighter Command to be able to offer a commendation to an officer of Fleet Command, even rarer for one to want to, given the history of rivalry between our services."
That drew smiles from Atral and the pilots.
"But our circumstances are exceptional ones. Your record since joining the Navy has been one of loyalty and service, and our only regret is that attrition is a part of the speed with which you received this much-deserved promotion."
He handed Atral her new insignia of rank and saluted.
"Congratulations, Captain Taban, on your new rank and on command of Nightcaller."
She returned the salute and looked as though she wanted to say something, but words choked up in her.
"And finally, an award as well-deserved as all these promotions. Lieutenant Tainer."
Kel came to attention again. If anything, he looked more worried than before.
"Recently, you were placed in the unenviable position of attempting to save a pilot who had suffered catastrophic damage. I'm not certain that you've ever resigned yourself to the truth that her death does not constitute failure on your part. As a matter of fact, a review of the recordings of the incident by Starfighter Command confirms the fact that your effort demonstrated both unusual courage and enviable piloting skills. A lesser pilot would have crashed in such an attempt. Therefore, I am pleased to be able to present you with a first for Wraith Squadron, the Calidor Crescent."
The assembled pilots oohed and broke ranks to applaud. The crescent, always granted for bravery and piloting skill used in unison, was a mark of prestige throughout the armed forces. Kell gulped a couple of times, did not lower his eyes to meet Wedge's gaze, and grew even paler. Kell leaned down. Kell did so, and Wedge looped the ceremonial silk ribbon over his head, letting the award settle around his neck. The medal itself, showing the Calidor bird of prey in inverted flight, its forward curving wings bracketing a gleaming amber-hued gemstone, settled against his sternum as Kell straightened. "Congratulations, Kell." Wedge saluted. Kell managed to throw his return salute. He still did not meet Wedge's eyes, and his voice was hoarse. "Thank you, sir." Wedge stepped back and addressed them all. "Ladies, gentlemen, we return to space in an hour. I know that doesn't leave much time for celebration, but pack in as much as you care to. Not too much for you, Captain Taban. We'll see what sorts of decorative hardware the rest of you can earn when we're standing on top of the ruined hulk of Admiral Trigget and Implacable." He turned away and let their cheers follow him out of the lounge. Jansen fell in step beside him. "Wes, what in the name of the Sith is wrong with Tainer?" "I wish I knew." "It's a citation for bravery. He's just made up for the mistake his father made. The day I picked up the Crescent, I could have flown without thrusters and knocked out TIE interceptors just by spitting at them. But he looked like he was going to throw up." "He still confuses me, too. I say we just kill him." Jansen deadpanned. Wedge snorted. Kell endured their well wishes and backslaps as long as he could, until a member of Nightcaller's replacement bridge crew rolled out a keg of Loman ale and glass tankards. While the others were distracted by the prospect of alcohol, he drifted to the back of the gathering and then escaped to his quarters. He sat shaking on his bed. When the knock came at his door, he ignored it. The door chirped acceptance of Kell's passcode and slid open. Tyria entered and closed it behind her. "How'd you do that?" he asked. "I got on the comlink and asked Grinder." "Damn him." She sat on the edge of the bed, her expression worried. "Kell, what's wrong?" He took a deep breath. "Look, you'd be better off if you just forget about me." She leaned in close, almost menacingly, cutting off his words. "Do not continue that thought. Do not give me some line about how I'm better off without you. You do that, I'll make you wish you'd never been born, and I still won't leave, so you'll have soaked up a lot of hurt for nothing." She pinned him with her stare. "Do you think we stopped being friends when we became involved with each other?" "No, but—" "No, nothing. Kell, do you really want me to stop being your friend? Don't give me an answer based on what you think is good for me. Give me the truth. Set honesty to on." Kell rocked as though in the grip of a wrestler as big as he was. Finally he slumped, defeated. "Honesty to on. No, I don't." Her expression softened. "Then tell me what just happened in there. You look as though Commander Antilles had called you the scum of the galaxy." "I am the scum of the galaxy. Because I accepted this... He gestured at the medal, then pulled it off him and threw it across the room. "This lie." She looked at the medal where it lay, then turned back to him. "It's for superior flying skills and bravery. What part is the lie?" "Both." "You're not a good pilot?" "If I were that good, Jasmine would still be alive." "Oh, I wish I could just beat some brains into your head. If Commander Antilles was impressed with your flying that day, who are you to tell him he's wrong?" He looked away and didn't answer. "And you don't think your action was a brave one?
I mean, no false modesty here, Kel. You don't see anything courageous in risking your life to save Jessamyn's? Going through what amounted to a series of mid-air collisions, risking a crash with everyone, getting half your fighter's systems shorted out in trying to keep her alive. Maybe. Maybe just that one day. But every other time, he rubbed his eyes. Tyria, I'm my father's son. I'm scared to death all the time. And it's getting worse, not better. One of these days we'll be in an engagement and I'll lose all pretense at self-control and run off for the stars, and Jansen or Commander Antilles will shoot me down. And that'll be it. Or I'll be dragged back for court-martial, and I'll have ruined our family name. The second name in 2 generations. She was silent. He hazarded a look. She was without expression, taking what he was saying as input, offering nothing back. When I was a kid, he said, I thought it was a lie. I thought maybe Dad was a spy or something. He received orders at the last minute and had to rush off and carry them out. No one understood, and they shot him down. Or he was drugged, hallucinating. Or it was someone else in that cockpit, and my real father was out there somewhere alive. Then when I went through pilot training, I found a couple of survivors of the original Tearfawn Yellow Aces who'd talk about it, not knowing I was his son. Some of them were scornful. Some of them were regretful. But they'd heard his comm traffic. It was him. He'd lost control. He'd left his honor behind in his thruster wash. And he died. And I've inherited whatever he had. He shrugged. I don't want to get you or any of the Wraiths killed. I'm going to resign my commission. Tyria was a long time in answering. Finally she spoke, her voice low, serious. Do you trust me, Kel? Sure. With your life? Yes, absolutely. Will you trust me with something bigger than your life? What? I want you to trust me that you are wrong and I am right. No. Then you don't rank my opinion as equal to your own. My insights, my intelligence? Sure I do, but I know myself better than you do. She shook her head. No, you don't. And that's the problem. You've told me twice now that for years you've based your life on ideas that were just plain wrong. That your father didn't do what he did. That Lieutenant Jansen was a cold-blooded killer. You were wrong about them. You've had the courage to admit it. You also had the courage to admit that you weren't really in love with me before. That you were wrong about that too. He didn't answer. I want you to have the courage to trust my opinion more than your own. Kel, maybe it's because part of you wants to get out of every fight, but you're always thinking your way around the current situation, and that's a good thing. Everyone who was on the Borleus would agree with me on that. And that's why I know I'm safer with you flying with us. He didn't answer. Kel, please. He sighed and closed his eyes, cutting off her loving, merciless stare. All right. They dropped out of hyperspace in the system that was Admiral Triggett's original rendezvous point. As they expected, Implacable was not there. From that system, they broadcast to Zinge Captain Derillian's report of the New Republic ambush, of Triggett's treachery in abandoning them, of the set of brilliant maneuvers that brought them out of the ambush zone, battered but alive. Their next jump was to the Obinipor system, deeper in the outer rim, but still in the path of the New Republic's gradual expansion. Obinipor, the next stop on Nightcrawler's circuit, was a free colony with an admirable mix of natural resources, metals suited to the fabrication of power generators, and active volcanism providing the colonists with ready power of their own.
Their orders were to take 2 fighters and buzz the largest set of corporate headquarters, much as they had on the world of Weimar. As soon as they made their initial drop to normal space, they queried Obinapur with a coded transmission on New Republic frequencies, and soon received the compressed encrypted data package from the intelligence team already in place. Before they had a chance to decompress and study it, Nightcaller received a transmission on the Holonet. Face took his seat in the comm center and punched up onto the main monitor the new view of himself. With the modifications Grinder had made, it now showed him seated at a much less ostentatious command chair in the ship's auxiliary bridge. He glanced at Wedge waiting in the doorway. "I'm betting Zinge." Wedge shook his head. "It's Trigget. Zinge will have contacted the Admiral for his side of the story before getting back in touch with us." 10 credits? "You're on." Face shrugged, then activated the link. Admiral Trigget's hologram swam into coherence. Face half rose from his chair. "You! I cannot believe you have the sheer poisonous gall to contact me after that betrayal." Trigget held up a hand. "Please, Captain, as soon as we realized it was a trap, we had to choose from among several tactics, none of which could please everyone." "Please everyone? Admiral, you salted us and hung us out to dry. If I hadn't been in the comm center receiving your rather redundant message telling us it was a trap, I'd be as dead as my bridge crew. My bridge is a burned hole. I'm thinking of turning it into a garden." Face let his voice turn from sarcasm to bitterness. "I have to rely on relief officers, untrained officers, prematurely promoted officers." Trigget nodded throughout his tirade. "I know. I don't contest your right to complaint. Tell me, though, what would you have done if you were in command of Implacable?" "Follow my fleet in and try to lead them back out again as fast as possible." "You're certain? You're sure you'd have no other agendas from the warlord that might limit your choices?" Face glared at him. "No, of course I'm not privy to any special instructions you received from him." "You may not trust me that I have such orders, but I can perhaps do something to convince you. Stand by for a new transmission." Face glanced down at the comm board, waiting for the telltale indicators that Trigget was sending data, but instead a second hologram materialized before him. Warlord Zinge. Kel froze. If this was a separate transmission, and the fact that it resolved itself separately from Trigget's, rather than the warlord's image stepping out of blank space next to Trigget's, suggested this was the case, then Nightcaller's computer was suddenly having to do almost double the work it was before. 2 holonet links with different points of view meant 2 sets of Captain Derillian images being generated and transmitted. Neither the ship's computer's graphical processors nor Grinder's hastily compiled code was set up for such a drain. If the Captain Derillian image suddenly broke down, lost resolution... Face gulped and leaned back very slowly. "My lord." Zinge gave him a close look. "Zarel, it seems you're upset with the Admiral." Face kept his body absolutely rigid. Perhaps if the system only had to update his face, it might keep pace with the demands being put on it. "I think any commander would be if he'd just gone through what I did." The warlord smiled. "I think you're correct, but you have much to be pleased about. I read your report. You did a fine job of getting your ship out of danger." "The rebels probably did not appreciate my use of their own Akbar's slash against them." The desperation maneuver, developed first in modern times by Admiral Akbar, involved sending one's fleet between lines of opposing ships, causing them to fire upon one another if they missed their primary target. It made up a large part of the fiction of Nightcaller's escape from Talasea.
Yes, but I appreciated it. Further, think about this. With Captain Joshi dead and Provocateur destroyed, whom do you suppose is next in line for command of Implacable?
One of the comm boards went completely dark. System failure or a shutdown by the comm officer in the auxiliary bridge. Face sweated and tried not to think about it, especially in light of the question Zinge had just asked. Why was Triggett smiling instead of protesting the loss of his ship? Zinge must have promised him something better. Command of the Iron Fist, perhaps, as Zinge's personal captain. Face said thoughtfully, I actually hadn't considered that before. You've been busy, and you're too busy right now, because I want you to join the Admiral for one last mission. Then finish up your circuit, and I'll send you rendezvous instructions to rejoin me. Understood? Yes, sir. We have analyzed the data from the spy satellites you left behind, Triggett said. Do you know who's been following you? No. Rogue Squadron. Really? Face smiled. I take it this mission the warlord mentioned involves them. Triggett nodded. We're going to destroy them, Derillian. Annihilate them even more thoroughly than I destroyed Talon Squadron. Face heard a noise, a muffled grunt from the hallway outside the comm center. Sith spit was Donos out there? He didn't dare look to find out. I will gladly join you for such an operation. Triggett didn't appear to have heard the noise from the hallway. Good. I'll rush to a position a few light years from Obinapor. You just conclude your duties there, whatever they may be. Zinge smiled. Then, the Admiral continued, you'll jump to join me, and we'll re-enter the system and position ourselves behind the planet's largest moon. When Rogue Squadron comes in to perform their usual escapade, we'll finish them. Face took a deep breath. A good plan, sir, but it lacks a little, I think, in ambition. Triggett smiled. What do you mean? Between Implacable and Nightcaller, between your TIE fighters and mine, we can destroy more than just one 12-fighter squadron. If we had a bigger, better target, one for which the rebels would bring in additional fighters, we could destroy several squadrons. Triggett shook his head. Let's keep things simple. The destruction of Rogue Squadron will have a much bigger effect than just the loss of 12 fighters and pilots. Their reputation, their legend, will also be destroyed. But Warlord Zinge looked thoughtful. What sort of target do you mean, Zerl? The rebels are fairly consistent in the materiel they allocate to various types of missions. If we wish to destroy 3 squadrons instead of 1, we choose the type of site they'd use 3 squadrons to destroy. Face resisted the urge to shrug, though he felt his shoulder muscles growing tight from his rigid posture. A rich target. One they figure is worth some risk in assaulting because of what it would cost you. Triggett's voice rose in protest. Warlord, we don't even know exactly how the rogues are tracking Nightcaller. We can't be sure they will follow Derillian if we vary the corvette's routine. We have no indication that they followed Nightcaller to Morobe. His holographic image was looking up and to the side, beyond Face rather than at Zinge's hologram, but Face guessed that on his bridge he was staring straight at the warlord's image. Zinge waved his objection away. We'll make sure Nightcaller doesn't go through the effort to shake pursuit that she did when she joined you at Morobe. We'll give the corvette enough time to be spotted by rebel spies. And if even that fails, we'll just try again until we succeed. No, Apwar, I like this plan. He returned his attention to Face. Zerel, stay in Obinapur system, but forget about terrorizing Bonyan. We'll worry about inducing his cooperation later. I'll let you know soon where our ambush is to take place.
Yes, Zinge's image winked out. My lord. Trigget gave him a rueful look.
You'll make a good Star Destroyer, Captain Derillian, if your ambitions don't get you killed first.
Face smiled. Yes. Trigget disappeared. Sir. Face turned. Wedge stood in the doorway, giving him a piercing look. Behind him were a stone-faced Donos and a jubilant-looking Jansen. Face shrugged.
So I improvised.
Wedge said,
That's all right.
His voice became a dead-on mockery of Trigget's precise tones.
You'll make a good lieutenant, Face, if your ambitions don't get you killed first.
Yes. Wedge walked out. Sir. 28. Zinge said,
It will be Ession.
Face nodded sagely, as though he had any idea of what the warlord was talking about. Then his main monitor lit up, and words appeared on it, one at a time, as fast as Nightcaller's new communications officer could speak them. Ession, Lukea System, 4th Planet, Corporate Sector, settled 4,000 years ago. Major center for industrial manufacture. Non-aligned. Nightcaller's last visit was 18 months ago. No record of Zinge-related contacts at that time. The rebels will see that site as a rich prize, Face said. He carefully pitched his voice so that his words could be interpreted as sarcastic, if in fact that world was not Zinge's intended ambush target.
Which is why you must make sure the site does not suffer too much damage. It would be a costly loss.
Whom will I coordinate with on the ground?
Raffin, of course, for general details. But he is too nervous for the real planning. Work with Pascalian, his security director. She'll set up the site's own defenses, throw another couple of dozen TIE fighters into the mix, and all without Raffin's shrill complaints. I really think Raffin is due to retire, and Pascalian is due to replace him.
Shall I see to that while I'm there?
Zinge laughed. I meant an actual retirement, Zuril. He goes away to live in a cottage somewhere and writes his memoirs.
Sorry.
You're just being your usual efficient self, I know.
Zinge sobered. His hands moved outside the range of the sensor on him.
I'm transmitting your instructions. Do try to get along with Apwar.
I'm over my initial anger, my lord, and anxious to strike back at those who actually deserve it.
Good. Until later.
The warlord faded from view. By the time Face made his way back to the auxiliary bridge, the comm officer had accessed New Republic records via the HoloNet and had the data they needed. Members of the bridge crew and Wraith pilots were clustered around him as the man spoke. Packard Light Transport, he said. Before the death of the Emperor, it was a division of CNR Fleet Systems that built TIE fighters and interceptors. After the Emperor died, CNR sold it off, and now it builds a complete line of repulsor lift utility vehicles. Face snorted.
Who wants to bet there are still assembly lines for fighters?
He had no takers.
Wedge said, If Zinge thinks the plant can throw a couple of squadrons of fighters at us, we ought to have a little help on the ground to keep it from happening, like Lieutenant Page's commandos.
I'll second that, Face said. The comm officer continued. Owner, Owen Packard, probably another false Zinge identity. Chief Officer, Vanter Raffin. Head of Security, Hola Pascalian. I'd say that makes it a match. Wedge stepped away from the gathered officers.
Our orders from Zinge are to break off our mission here on Obinapur and head with all due speed, but by an extremely simple and easy-to-follow route,
To Ession. Can you handle that, Captain Taban? She gave him a look made up of amusement and scorn.
I hope that was a rhetorical question, Commander.
We have broadcast codes that will get us past Ession Systems security forces. Implacable will join us on Ession's primary moon for the ambush. Wedge smiled grimly. Then we drop the heavy end of the hammer on them. Donos, who had been studying the screen full of data on Packard Light Transport, straightened and turned toward Wedge. Face was startled by the deadly intensity in the pilot's eyes. "This time he doesn't get away," Donos said, "even if I have to fly my snub fighter up and down his corridors looking for him." 2 days later, Donos merely needed to look out a viewport to see the ship of the man he wanted to kill. Nightcaller rested on the surface of Ession's largest satellite, a silvery rock covered in impact craters and dust. Floating a few hundred meters directly above them, sustained by tireless repulsor lift engines, was the Imperial-class Star Destroyer Implacable. Not far away, a communications relay dish was set up atop a mountain. This was a permanent array, a commercial dish designed to relay transmissions and sensors from the planet's surface to ships beyond the moon. But Kell had come up with an idea, and Face, playing Captain Derillian, had convinced Admiral Trigget of its virtue. The idea that the dish was the key to their ability to hide from Rogue Squadron and yet remain instantly responsive. "What we do," Face had said, "is rig the dish to throw off emissions like a failing transponder, emissions strong enough to conceal the standard engine emissions from our two ships. The planetary communications can issue routine apologies for the problem, along with a promise that it will be repaired soon. We can be right here, ready to launch, and Rogue Squadron will be unaware of us, unless they come in close for a visual sensor look at us." "At which point we have them anyway," Trigget had agreed. "A good plan." So they had implemented it by the simple expedient of telling the Packard Light Transport head, Vanter Raffin, to make it so. A short negotiation, and a bribe of a planetary government official later, the two ships had their electronic concealment in place. Face slouched, bored, in his chair in the comm center. Every so often, Admiral Trigget wanted to chat, and Face had to be here for it. The comm officer's voice came over the ship intercom. "The shuttle Yellow Rover has just announced its arrival to ship system control." Face straightened. Yellow Rover's innocuous arrival was the signal that the New Republic attack was half an hour away. Minutes later, the comm officer announced a transmission from Implacable. Face brought up Trigget's image. The Admiral looked irritable. "Derillian, are you sure you blazed a clear enough trail for Rogue Squadron to follow?" Face nodded. "I couldn't make it too obvious, Admiral. If I operated outside our normal procedures, their intelligence people might note it and realize we were allowing them to follow. I simply made sure that Nightcaller was within range of Obinapur's planetary sensors, spent the maximum appropriate time on course before jumping, and made sure to jump through a couple of inhabited systems where our presence would be noted by rebel spies. They know where we are." "A simple game of follow best." The phrase didn't ring a bell with Face. He simply nodded. No hint showed up on his main monitor to help him. The Admiral frowned. "Follow best," he repeated. Face smiled. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm still being distracted by our battle plan. In fact, I was wondering, since my few TIE fighters don't constitute a significant improvement to the strength of your squadrons, if they might have the honor of escorting Implacable once the battle starts." "Don't change the subject, Derillian. You follow best." Finally, words sprang up on the main monitor. Face glanced over them, tried to look relaxed. "You follow best by following from in front."
Thus your prey never knows that he's not actually the predator. Standard Imperial intelligence doctrine. You're rather slow with a catchphrase that is practically a reflex among former intel officers from Coruscant. Face began to sweat. He hoped Grinder's visual translation program would not pass that particular imagery along. He made his tone a sad one. Do you know how long it has been since I saw my home, sir?
2 years, 7 months.
Trigget glanced off to the side.
And 6 days, thank you, Lieutenant.
He returned his attention to Face.
Why is it that you don't know something that should be second nature to Captain Zurel Darillian?
Because I'm not Captain Darillian, Face said. At Trigget's expression of surprise, he continued.
Not the Darillian who left home 2 years, 7 months, and 6 days ago. Everything changed after I left the last time.
Data began spilling across his monitor, pertinent facts about the real Captain Darillian, as Nightcaller's bridge crew tried to keep Face ahead of Trigget's prying questions. I'm not the Darillian I was before the Luzankia fled Coruscant, and my wife died in the disaster that followed. I'm certainly not the compressed set of data in your memory that you think is Captain Darillian.
You're evading the question.
Face continued as if he hadn't heard the interruption. He glanced away from Trigget's face, tried to inject even more gloom into his tone.
An irony to that, of course. That one woman I adored killed the other woman I adored. I'm sure someone finds it funny. What did you say?
Face returned his attention to Trigget.
When Isan Isard launched the superstar destroyer Luzankia from its berth on Coruscant, the building in which my wife and I made our home was among those destroyed. I know that. It's a matter of imperial record. What was that you were saying about one woman you adored?
Face could have cheered. He'd finally pulled Trigget off the tracks of his interrogation.
No, there's no use hiding the truth anymore. It can no longer hurt anyone.
I loved my wife, Admiral, but Isan Isard was a goddess to me.
You're joking.
Did you ever meet her?
Of course, several times.
I too. And I was dumbstruck each time by her intelligence, by her power, by the sense that she had destiny wrapped around her like a cloak. I would have given up everything for her, my family, my honor, my command, my name. He shook his head ruefully. It could never have been, of course. I was an insect under her eyes. I think everyone but the Emperor was. But I could dream. He took a deep breath, straining the seams of his uniform, and let his eyes drift as his memory ranged back through time. Just the smell of her, as clean as if she were as meticulous and uncompromising in hygiene as she was in every other area of her life. And a touch of perfume, something with spice, but lacking any sweetness whatsoever. The Admiral nodded, his expression fascinated.
Leatherwood, a scent few women can carry off.
That was it. Face managed a sad smile. And now both my loves are dead. One more reason to wipe the stain of the rebellion from the galaxy. My reason, anyway.
I understand.
Trigget's tone was solemn, soothing.
Yes, of course your TIE fighters may escort Implacable. I'll leave you to your preparations, Captain.
Thank you, sir. Trigget's hologram vanished.
A moment later, the comm system popped. The noise that came across it was not a voice, but the applause and cheering of many crewmen. The smile that sprang to Face's lips was not Darillian's, but his own. Thank you, thank you. Performances every hour, on the hour. Imperial madmen a specialty. The communications officer announced, "Cargo carrier Red Feathers is passing through Ession's outer security belt." Captain Atral Taban nodded. "That's our contact. Patch it through to all stations and all fighters, and put it up on the monitor. I want to see what she is." A moment later, the auxiliary bridge's main monitor glowed with the image of a decrepit, ancient container ship approaching one of Ession's warehousing space stations. Atral hissed, "I know that ship." "That's not Red Feathers," Jansen said. His tone was one of amazement. "That's Blood Nest." Indeed, the container ship approaching Ession was the pathetic Super Transport Mark VI that had served the pirates of M2398-3 as a base. "I can't believe they got it flying," Wedge said. "You'd better get to your fighters," Atral said. "But first, I've had a bad thought." "You shouldn't do that," Jansen said. "My current orders are to get clear as soon as the Wraiths are away. The sensor jamming from that relay dish should make it hard for Implacable to target me." Wedge nodded. "Correct." "What if they're smart enough to blast the dish a few seconds into the engagement? We'd be an easy target." "I hadn't considered that."
Now Wedge did.
"Well, there's a maneuver you can perform that will also foul up both their sensors and visual targeting systems."
He described it to her.
Atral glanced to her chief pilot, who shook his head.
"Sir," she said, "I'm not confident we can do something that sophisticated. We haven't had enough time with this class of ship."
"Atral, you're the most experienced pilot of Corellian craft aboard."
"Excuse me, sir, but I'm not. There is one who is a lot more experienced."
Phelan, dressed in her TIE fighter piloting gear, waited beside the escape pod access hatch to her starfighter. She heard booted feet coming at a run, expected to see Commander Antilles race past her to his own starfighter access, was surprised when the black-clad pilot turned out to be Atral Taban.
"Captain, what happened to the commander?"
Atral skidded to a halt beside her hatch and pulled her helmet on.
"We traded. I'm Gray 1 now." "Another last-minute follow-up?" "No, I think we averted one."
Atral disappeared into her hatch. Phelan followed suit. Kell flipped switches, announced, "5 here. 4 engines lit and showing green. Weapon systems at full power. All systems nominal."
He heard similar reports from the pilots around him, nestled in the metal brackets in Nightcaller's bow hold. Grinder, Runt, Fanon, Donos, and Tyria reported go conditions. Face would join them for initial launch if feasible, or launch subsequently if not. Wedge, Phelan, Jansen, and Piggy were supposed to be readying themselves in the 4 TIE fighters for their own surprise assault on the Star Destroyer. His breathing was already accelerating, and they were still minutes from launch. He tried to calm himself. He looked rightward and down. In the next row over, in the bottom rack, Tyria was going through her own startup and checklist. She glanced his way, saw he was looking, blew him a kiss. He forced a smile for her, turned away as he felt it turn shaky. Lieutenant Gara Petithel looked up from her station in the crew pit and caught Admiral Triggett's eye. "I think the old container ship is their delivery mechanism, sir."
"Why is that?"
"It's reporting structural damage from planetary gravity. Possible breakup. I say it loses structural integrity, breaks up, and when it blows, it rains X-Wings."
Triggett chuckled. "Not a bad tactic. Whether or not you're right about this assault, I'll have to remember that." She smiled and turned away. "Communications. Put up on our speaker any transmissions you receive to or from the container ship Red Feathers. Sensors, give us a visual lock on that cargo hauler." Switching to speaker, sir. Yes, sir. Almost immediately, a voice came over the bridge's main speaker. Negative, Ession Control. We're showing failure all along the keel. Fissures widening. Hold atmosphere venting. That's making it worse. We can't hold together until you get rescue craft up here. The voice sounded pained. Red Feathers, do you anticipate debris entering our atmosphere? I'm afraid that's an affirmative, Ession. We'll do what we can to limit it. We're going to set our self-destruct for 5 minutes and eject in an escape pod. What about the mass of your hull and containers? Hull won't be a problem. Our self-destruct will reduce it so everything will burn up on re-entry. Containers, too. I've transmitted our manifest. We're not exactly hauling 100-ton Durasteel ingots up here. You're mostly going to get a rain of manure. Planetary communications protocols don't allow me to answer that statement properly, Red Feathers. Admiral Trigget looked down at his navigator. Plot their course. Report where they will be at the end of their 5-minute countdown. Yes, sir. The navigator worked at his control panel for a minute. Grid 1713. I mean in relation to the Packard Light Transport plant. Oh, the navigator sounded abashed. Laterally within 50 kilometers, plus or minus another 50. At an altitude of a few hundred clicks. The Admiral settled back, satisfied. Lieutenant Petitho, award yourself a 3-day pass. At once, sir. All pilots to their fighters. On Nightcaller's main monitor, and piped to secondary monitors in all the fighters and common areas, the ancient container ship called Red Feathers tumbled helplessly, its hull already deforming as it reached the outer edges of Ession's atmosphere. An escape pod ejected and drifted away from the planet. A minute later, the first explosion rocked the cargo ship's surface. Portions of the hull gave way. As the ship continued to rotate, tiny rectangles, standardized cargo containers, each capable of holding 100 tons of raw goods, tumbled free. With them were smaller, more irregular shapes. Wedge activated the ship's intercom. Rogue, Green, and Blue Squadrons are emerging. Green Squadron was a unit of Y-wing bombers from General Salm on the world of Borleus. Blue Squadron was a unit of A-wings commanded by General Crespin. Between them and the X-wings of Rogue Squadron, this mission was being handled by a versatile set of attack craft. Gray Flight, stand by for the command from Implacable. Wraith Squadron, are you ready? Kell's voice. Ready, sir. You all right, Lieutenant Tainer? Fine, sir. Something caught in my throat. The containers that had been ejected first began to glow from friction with the atmosphere. Wedge's comm officer turned toward him. Transmission from Implacable. Launch all TIE fighters. Acknowledge. Yes, sir. Wedge hit the intercom. Launch Gray Flight. Atril, Phelan, and Jansen launched smoothly. Piggy was a little slower, more tentative. He brought up the rear, acting as Jansen's wing, but seemed to handle his TIE fighter competently. Above, Implacable's belly hangar was disgorging flight after flight of TIE fighters, interceptors, and bombers. Atril led her group in a climb that carried them far to the side of the emerging streams of fighters, past the starboard leading edge of the Star Destroyer, and over the bow until they came to a halt 50 meters ahead of and above the point of Implacable's prow. Gray Flight on station, she transmitted, and was very pleased to note that there was no quake in her voice. She sat in a laser-armed foil can and waited for her chance to destroy one of the most powerful vessels ever created. Wedge watched the sensors as 72 TIE fighters sped along the 500,000 clicks that separated Ession from her largest moon. Meanwhile, more explosions, blasts that looked to Wedge's eyes like carefully placed munitions rather than a self-destruct array, broke Red Feathers' hull into huge sheets that began to tumble, burning into the atmosphere.
The entire cargo of containment units and smaller pieces of wreckage also descended. All those pieces ignited as they fell, but only someone looking as closely as Wedge was, with equipment as sophisticated, would see that 36 of those pieces ignited only at one end, their sterns, and descended in a controlled fashion that matched the fall rate of the debris. The TIE fighters were nearly to the original site of Red Feathers' destruction. Wedge activated the comm system. "Face, mount up. Wraiths, prepare to execute the Lauren Spitball." He stood and moved to the chief pilot's seat. The officer yielded it to him, and moved to the secondary weapons console. Wedge asked him, "Ready for tractor duty?" The young man cracked his knuckles and grinned. "It'll be the biggest thing I've ever tried to tractor in." Face galloped down the narrow metal stairs into the bow hold and down to floor level. The other pilots, already sealed in, stared at him from their X-wing cockpits. His fighter's canopy was already open, but mounted as it was in the holding brackets, it couldn't open all the way. He bounded up the ladder someone had left for him, squeezed into the cockpit like a snake seeking safety, and twisted until he was in position to close the canopy and start the engines. "Wraith 8 lighting up. We have 4 good starts." Outside, cover emerged from the shadow of Runt's wing, grabbed up the ladder, saluted, and ran to the hold exit. Wedge's voice came back immediately. "Preparing bow hold for departure." The lights went out. Only a glow from the open doorway out of the hold lit the edges of the X-wings. As soon as it shut behind cover, the hold went dark. Face's canopy suddenly creaked as air pressure changed outside it. "Wraiths, this is 5. Remember, do not activate targeting computers until ordered. Use my targeting data for torp launch." Face silently ran through his checklist as fast as each item came up in the green. "Wraiths, this is Leader. Wishing you good luck. Be strong in the Force. Even you, Wraith 10. 30 seconds to Lauren Spitball. 25. 20. 15. A thin vertical line of light appeared before the Wraiths and widened into a narrow view of the lunar vista. Face felt a slight sense of motion as that view swung upward. Within moments, he could see the world of Ession 500,000 clicks away, then the stern of the Implacable above them. The view broadened as the bow hold continued to open. 10. 5. "Admiral, Nightcaller is maneuvering. Bow elevating. It looks like she's preparing to head toward Ession." "Damn glory hound. Instruct them to stay on station. Transmit a routine query about their intentions." "Yes, sir." "Transmit Talon strike," Wedge told the comm officer. He hit the intercom again, precisely on cue. 0. Then he held his breath. Atril heard Talon strike and responded. She inverted her TIE fighter, rolling over backward as though she were in a dogfighting loop, but moving not 1 meter. A moment later, the Implacable was before her, above her, upside down. She brought up her targeting sensor, zoomed it in on the Implacable's bridge 1.5 clicks away, and fired. Kel activated his targeting computer, bracketed Implacable's hull halfway between her solar ionization reactor and her stern. He shouted, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" and triggered his proton torpedoes. The sensors officer in the crew pit waved to get the Admiral's attention. "Sir, we have multiple weapons locks below." Another shouted, "Admiral, we have laser painting on our bridge." Admiral Trigget shouted down to them, "All shields on full." The weapons officer reached for his shielding controls. The main bow viewport made a noise as though a Rancor's fist had hit it. It darkened to near-complete opacity as its phototropic shield held the first laser blast at bay. A split second later, a second blast hit it. The viewport blew in, raining shards of transparasteel among them, shards that reversed direction and immediately fled into space as the bridge atmosphere vented over Ession's moon. 29. The air screamed from the bridge, flooding into the vacuum.
An alarm klaxon sounded, muted by the roar of the wind. Admiral Trigget turned and tried to force himself against the wind toward the security foyer due aft of the bridge. He saw one of the foyer's stormtroopers, buffeted by the flow of air, stagger forward and fall headlong into the crew pit. Ahead, the blast doors separating bridge from security foyer began to close. Trigget gave up all pretense at dignity and dropped flat, elbow-crawling with the speed of a much younger man. He scrambled into the foyer moments ahead of the door closing and was helped up by a stormtrooper. He looked around. The foyer's communications crew was mostly intact, though wild-eyed and windblown. The turbo-lift doors opened, and Gara Petithel and a few other officers who had been stationed in the crew pit emerged, similarly rattled. Trigget pointed at the chief communications officer. "Get the auxiliary bridge to transfer bridge functions to the consoles here." The deck shuddered faintly under his feet. "Are our shields up?" "Checking." The officer brought up a diagnostics readout. He winced. "Sir, they took out the shield generator domes when they hit the bridge." Trigget hissed in vexation. "Take your positions. We're going to spend some time trading body blows."
5 away.
4's away.
6 are on your tail.
Wedge listened to the Wraith's launch announcements, silently begging them to get clear faster. He continued to raise the bow of Nightcaller until the ship was pointed straight upward. He felt a shudder in the keel as the ship's repulsors were called upon to hold a position they were not designed to assume. Only the moon's 4/10 of a standard gravity permitted the maneuver at all.
Wraith 9 away.
10 is clear.
He triggered a switch on the console's underside. Up swung a piloting yoke, a lightweight version of the sort of control found in fighters. Nightcaller was not supposed to go through the sorts of precise, intricate maneuvers that would normally call for such a control, but Corellian engineers knew it happened sometimes. He powered up the yoke.
Ready on tractors?
Ready.
On 0. 3, 2, 1, 0.
He hit Nightcaller's thrusters. The Corvette jerked and her engines moaned. She rose a few meters more above the moon's surface, then hovered, thrusters blasting away, tethered to the moon by her own tractor beam. The thrust emission kicked lunar dust and stones up in a billowing cloud all around the Corvette. In moments, Wedge lost sight of the Star Destroyer above them, but it was still on sensors, distorted but not completely screened by the distant dish emissions.
Bow guns, fire at will, he said.
Nara is launching.
Cubber, in the shuttle, was under orders to hang well away from the conflict, but offer help to pilots if they went extravehicular.
Wraith 7 gone, and I'm coughing up dust. Wraith 8 launching. 8 clear. Bridge, the hangar is empty.
Gray 1 and Gray 2 fired continuously as they raced back toward the command pylon by the Star Destroyer's stern. Atril saw the communications tower disintegrate under their sustained fire. She shifted her aim to the innocuous hull plating that protected the auxiliary power for the ship's computers. She doubted the TIE fighter's lasers could penetrate the armor, but perhaps, if she and Phelan were just accurate enough, perhaps. Face rose toward the huge hole in Implacable's underside. Blue energy emissions crackled across the ruined metal surfaces within and made Face's comm unit pop.
Looks like a good landing zone for some more torps, 7. Take it, 8. I'm your wing.
Face fired. His torpedoes and Phanons flashed instantly into the gradually growing abscess in Implacable's belly. Their detonation forced its way back out as a glowing ball of energy and debris. Ever more debris raining down on the lunar surface. Wraith 7 and Wraith 8 vectored away from the cloud of destructiveness, side-slipping to avoid return fire from the capital ship's guns.
Recall all TIE squadrons,
Trigget said. His starfighter coordinator was dead, locked in with the vacuum in the bridge. Gara moved to an unoccupied console and issued the order. Triggett's officers were too well trained to protest that the command left the TIE fighter manufacturing facility on the planet's surface open to the rebel assault. Some knew that the plant would have a few TIE fighters on hand to reduce the assault's effectiveness. But the plant only mattered to Triggett in the long term. For now, he had to keep Implacable in one piece, and that meant throwing as many resources at the treacherous Captain Derillian as he could. If it was Derillian. Triggett cursed silently. He'd allowed himself to be convinced by that man's persuasive knowledge of Isan Isard. He should have followed his original instincts. "Sir, maneuvers?" That was from the man who'd replaced the slain chief pilot. Triggett gave him a frosty little smile. "Do you see a need for it? When our shields are equally down on all facings and every other craft on the battlefield is faster and more maneuverable than we are?" No, sir." The Admiral turned to the main weapons board. "Weapons, is Nightcaller destroyed?" "No, sir, we're suffering sensor malfunction." "Target her visually, you idiot, we're close enough." "There's a problem. We can't see her." "All right, Lieutenant, we're going to try some lateral drift." Wedge saw the lieutenant gulp and nod. He eased the yoke sideways, just a touch. Nightcaller jerked as she strained in a new direction against the tractor, then jumped as the officer released it and immediately re-established it farther to port. Wedge boosted the repulsors to compensate for the maneuver's clumsiness, but the Corvette slid to port, kicking up an entirely new cloud of dust and debris as she did so. "Think we can do that a little more smoothly next time?" "Yes, sir. This time I'll lay down a second beam, minimum power, and then transfer power at a smooth rate from one to the other." "Good." He turned to the weapons officer. "Transfer control of one of the bow guns to my station, Lieutenant. I'm not here just to drive." The weapons officer grinned. A moment later, the thumb trigger on Wedge's yoke lit up. Kell and Runt cleared the Implacable's bow, spiraling and juking to throw off the aim of the vessel's gunners, and raced back toward the stern, a duplicate of the attack run of Gray 1 and Gray 2. In fact, those two TIE fighters were just vectoring off from a second strafing run. The damage they'd done to the ship's hull below the bridge was evident. "That's our target, 6. Stay evasive until we reach half a click, then fire and vector away." "We're ready, 5. They stayed close to the Implacable's hull, making it all but impossible for any gunnery emplacement to have them in sight for more than a split second. It was tricky flying. Implacable's hull rose in steep angles like the sides of a ziggurat. The instant they cleared the final rise before the command pylon, Kell aimed and fired. His proton torpedoes hit just as Runt fired. The two X-Wings vectored away before they could assess the damage they'd done. "Wraith 5, 6, this is Gray 2. We're going in for another run. Looks like you two penetrated." "Finish the job up for us, would you?" "Oh, sure. Afterward, can we do your laundry, too?" Wedge waited until Donos and Tyria finished their pass before firing. That first proton torpedo barrage from Nightcaller's bow hold, the maneuver they'd nicknamed the Lauren Spitball, had targeted the heavy Durasteel hull, protecting the Star Destroyer's huge array of power cells. 14 proton torpedoes had slammed into the unshielded hull, chewing it to pieces, but not destroying it completely. Subsequent runs had widened individual holes. Wedge fired, pouring a linked turbo-laser cannon's destructiveness against the Implacable's hull. He couldn't see what sort of damage he'd done. He was nearly as blind, visually and by sensor, as the Star Destroyer. But his sensors could pick out the larger craft's silhouette and give him accurate aiming against specific points on the underside. The dust cloud immediately to starboard of Nightcaller lit up, became a brilliant column of whiteness as return fire from the Star Destroyer superheated and atomized Wedge's protective cloud. He resisted the urge to flinch. "Cease firing," he said. The larger ship's gunners were doubtless aiming at the source of the turbo-laser barrages. "Lieutenant, we're going backward, relative ascent. We'll keep movement constant but unpredictable. and keep up our random firing. No constant fire, understood?" He got confirmations from the bridge officers and set Nightcaller in motion again. The corvette's nose tipped backward, threatening a fall, until he brought the repulsor lifts up to compensate. Then they were drifting backward. Much smoother. The officer on the tractor beam was starting to get it. "Leader 4. That last shot hit just ahead of the largest hole in the hull. If you can drop back a few meters astern and to starboard, you'll pop right into the hole." "4, you can't just hover out there and do my spotting for me." "I'm not hovering, sir. I'm dancing. Besides, these guys can't hit the side of a bantha. Whoa, close one." Wedge sighed. Grinder was trying to get himself killed. On the other hand, accurate damage to the Star Destroyer's fuel cells meant more than any damage Grinder's X-Wing was likely to inflict now. "Sensors, plot my shots against a holo of the implacable silhouette. We need that to adjust for Grinder's directions." He positioned his thumb over the firing button. "Resuming fire."
"We're getting reports from the manufacturing plant," Gara said.
"Wait," Triggett said. "Estimated time of arrival on our TIE fighters?"
1 minute.
"All right, go ahead."
"The Packard TIE fighters never made it off the ground."
"What?"
"The rebels apparently had commando forces on the ground. The launch tubes were destroyed. They have 2 squads of TIE fighters sitting around uselessly in the hangars, and a squadron of rebel Y-wing bombers blowing the whole facility to pieces. The other 2 squadrons are pursuing our TIEs back here."
Triggett hissed in vexation. "This is not good. Zinge will be furious. Lieutenant, this time tomorrow, Implacable may be running as an independent instead of as part of the Warlord's fleet."
"That's actually a fine alternative compared to some."
"True."
5, 6, we have incoming fighters." Kell glanced at his sensors
and froze. Red dots were approaching from the direction of Ession. Countless dots.
"Right, 6, let's,
His back locked up in a painful knot. He tried to maneuver to aim toward the incoming TIE fighters, but his flight stick resisted him, jerking uncontrollably.
5, what?"
"Let's get them." Kell strained against the flight stick, but it would not cooperate, would not bring his X-Wing's nose around toward the attackers. He glanced at his sensor screen again. There had to be 1,000 of them coming.
"Waiting for your turn, 5. I'm experiencing a control malfunction, 6. Give me a visual check, would you?" "You've got some new debris scarring. We don't see anything wrong. What do your diagnostics say?"
"I don't know."
5.
"Let's get them, 6." Kell's X-Wing continued on its course out of the line of fire. Atril felt the blow, saw the lunar landscape and the star field above begin spinning, saw her diagnostics board light up in the red.
"Gray 2, this is 1. I'm hit."
Sparks shot up from her control board, defying her to do anything but hold on to her control yoke and pray. 1, your starboard wing is gone. Repeat, completely gone. Punch out.
"No ejection, seat 2.
Atril felt a deep sense of regret, compounded by sudden nausea. Her inertial compensator must have failed, leaving her at the mercy of her ruined fighter's spinning motion.
"Get clear."
"Leader 4, traverse due astern 5 meters. Grinder snap-rolled and dove, anticipating the fire from a turbo-laser battery that seemed to be tracking him, then rose and rolled up on his starboard wing to watch as a new column of deadly light shot up from the billowing dust cloud beneath Implacable. This beam fired straight into the hole in the capital ship's keel, filling it with light. Glowing debris, tons of it, began pouring from the hole. "Right there, fix on that spot and keep hitting it." Kell ignored Runt's persistent, annoying inquiries and continued to wrestle with his stick. Finally it cooperated. He regained control, saw open starfield in front of him, and relaxed. His sensor monitor showed those millions of red dots closing on the position of Implacable and Nightcaller. Behind him, increasingly behind him, as he headed toward open space. His breathing began to slow. That was better. Always bad to be in a starfighter when the controls failed. He was lucky he'd survived it so many times. "Leader Nara has tractored Gray 1, Jansen reported. "Good to hear, Gray 3. Gray 2, your usual wingman is underneath Implacable's keel. You could use some help."
"I'm already there, sir. Sir, I see an opportunity to do some real harm to Implacable. Request permission to enter through the hole we've made in her keel."
"Gray 2, negative. Repeat, negative. Too much loose material in there, and we have Implacable's TIE fighters returning. Set up for them."
"There's not that much material. You've slagged so much of it. I think you're hitting internal bulkheads now, though. If I can get in there, I can direct fire laterally, hit machinery at an angle you can't match."
"That's still a negative, Gray 2.
"Leader, I'm not reading you. My comm unit—"
Crackling and buzzing followed. Wedge made a noise of exasperation. She was rubbing her gloves together over the mic, just as he'd done a dozen times during his career. "Wraith 4, can you prevent her?" Wraith 4 responded with crackling and buzzing. Kel's R2 unit shrieked as his sensor display lit up with a new threat, a torpedo lock on his stern. Kel read the information, puzzled.
"Wraith 6, is that you?"
"We are."
"Are you going to shoot me?"
"No, 5. We're just trying to get your attention.
To get the attention of Kel, not of the bad mind."
Runt's voice was slow and sad, even across comm distortion.
"What do you want?"
"We just wanted you to know we're leaving you.
We're returning to the fight." "Don't do that. It's nasty back there."
"Goodbye, Kel." Wraith 6 vectored away, looping around to head back toward the Implacable. Kel felt a keen sense of loss at his friend's departure. Well, at least Runt hadn't vaped him. Of course, somebody would be along soon to do that. Probably Jansen. Jansen was in a TIE fighter. He could catch up to Kel's X-Wing. Kel checked his sensor board and saw no sign that any craft was pursuing him. With his lead, he could be in hyperspace before anyone caught up to him. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was safe for now. Pursuit would come some other day. Maybe it would be Face, or Fanon, or Tyria. The shock of that idea hit him like a snap kick to the chest. What if Tyria had to come shoot him down? What would it do to her, knowing she had sent her own lover to oblivion? She had lost everyone she loved on Toprawa, and would now lose him too. It would be Kel's own fault, Kel's signature on the scars she would carry. As though he were rising to the surface after a steep dive, his mind came free of the thoughts in which it had been submerged. Tyria. He was clicks away from her, and the distance was growing every second. TIE fighters were now reaching the fight. He looped around and put all his vehicle's discretionary energy toward acceleration. Phelan rose smoothly toward the largest hole the Wraith's series of attacks had made in Implacable's keel. It was broad enough to accommodate her TIE fighter, even broad enough to allow the passage of Grinder's X-Wing behind her. Falling debris bounced off her bow viewport. Some of it came at her from an angle, clattering off her solar wing arrays. She eased through the gap into the darkness beyond. Above would be the giant array of power cells that enabled Implacable to move. Without them, the mighty Star Destroyer would be a gigantic mass of worthless junk. No one, so far as she knew, had ever done this, flown into an enemy Star Destroyer and reamed it out from the inside. She would be the first. Number 1 for all time. Carefully she rotated so that she was pointing to the side and upward. She fired. 72 TIEs, 4 squadrons of fighters, 1 of interceptors, and 1 of bombers, swept into the engagement zone, firing as they came. Face looped and dove, trying to keep clear of the incoming fire from both the cloud of TIEs and the still mighty Star Destroyer. He rolled out a few hundred meters below and arced up again, got an immediate green flash on his targeting brackets and fired. His target, a fast-moving interceptor, took the blast as a graze across its top viewport and kept coming, still in control. He saw Thanon's lasers pass above him, hitting the next interceptor at the juncture of its fuselage and its wing pylon, separating them. The squint rolled, out of control, and began its dive toward the moon's surface. "Nice shooting, 7. Jansen and Piggy roared down on the nearest TIE squadron, looping in from behind and opening fire before the squad had a chance to break and engage individual targets. Jansen's first shot entered his target's port ion engine, vaping the eyeball in a spectacular explosion. Piggy's first blast missed his target below, but he continued to fire, tracking up and left until a burst hit the vehicle's port wing. The TIE spun out of control, and Piggy's next shot hulled its cockpit. Jansen heard confused chatter on the Imperial comm channel. "Let's go right down the middle, 12, he said, and accelerated until he was in the midst of the breaking squadron formation. The Akbar slash, starfighter style. Let them fire now, he thought. They did. Donos gritted his teeth and abandoned his attack run on Implacable, on the murderer of Talon Squadron. He veered toward the oncoming TIEs. A full squadron of eyeballs was coming in at him and Tyria. 10, we are in trouble. Tyria was firing already. She didn't answer. Suddenly there were new blue dots among the red on the sensor board, friendlies overtaking the TIE fighters from the rear. Wedge said, "Blue Squadron, is that you?"
"Good to hear you're among the living, Wraith Leader."
These were clipped, precise tones, the voice of General Crespin.
"We thought we'd show you the virtues of A-wing speed."
"For once, I don't mind. But I'm transmitting you our sensor profiles. 3 TIE fighters are our people. Fire only when you confirm they're red."
"Acknowledged."
Wedge saw the communications officer jump to the task of transmitting the proper blue and red designations to the incoming force. Wedge concentrated on sending a different kind of message, a series of turbo-laser blasts against Implacable's weapon batteries. The hair stood up on his head and arms, and all monitors flickered as an ion beam struck within 40 meters of Nightcaller's position. Another near miss. Another charge against the cred card where he banked his luck. The A-wings flashed through the screen of TIE fighters, shooting continuously as they came, snapshots not a detriment in the target-rich field of battle. Kell saw them both on screen and through his canopy as he approached. He got laser lock at maximum range on an interceptor, fired his quad-linked lasers, saw his shot carve away the upper half of a solar wing. The interceptor, damaged but still in control, arced away from him. "Who is that? 5? Is that you?"
"That's right, 8. How are you doing?"
"It's unpleasant as a hut's butt in here. Where were you?"
"It's my sister's birthday. I had to take her a present. Hold tight."
Kell aimed at the thickest concentration of TIEs and dove in, firing as fast as his lasers would cycle. 30.
"Admiral, we're going to lose Implacable."
Triggett fixed Gara with a cold stare. "With the TIE fighters now chewing the attackers to pieces, I don't believe it."
"Something is in the power cell section, methodically destroying every cell. We've already lost computer backup power. In 10 minutes, maybe less, we're going to lose all main power, and that's the end of Implacable, even if every one of those rebel pilots dies."
He brushed past her and looked at the damage report. She was right. He felt faint for a moment. All these years of loyal service, the skill he'd shown Isan Isard, and then the warlord, were suddenly worth precisely nothing. Destiny was balancing accounts, and he was coming up short. He was about to lose his ship, his true love.
"Do we surrender, sir?"
Still dizzied by his sense of loss, he shook his head. "Don't be ridiculous. We've lost, but we're not going to give those rebel scum another operational Star Destroyer they can repair and use for their own purposes. Implacable will take as many of them with her as she can."
"Sir, that will be more than 35,000 people dead."
"And how many can we count on if the rebels repair this ship and turn her guns on the Empire? Really, Lieutenant, yes, we preserve the lives of those who depend on us, but only until their continued existence threatens even more lives." Her response was a stony silence. He leaned in close. His voice dropped. "But for those who are most necessary to me, there are ways to survive. Tell me, can you fly an interceptor?" Wary, she shook her head.
"I always wanted to go through pilot training. I never had an opportunity. They put me in intrusions instead."
"Pity. I have my personal interceptor standing by. It is equipped with a hyperdrive, as are its 2 escort interceptors. I was going to offer one of them to you. Instead, I must recommend you make your way to the launch bay and take out a shuttle. At least you will survive that way."
"Thank you for thinking of me, but, sir, the rebels don't recognize Warlord Zinge or you as a legitimate government. They won't treat me as an intelligence operative and trade me back. They'll try me as a traitor and execute me."
She looked regretful.
"I won't let them have that satisfaction. I'll stay here, sir."
"You're a brave woman, Lieutenant." Unwilling to show her the sense of loss he felt, Trigget turned from her. "Attention! I'm moving to the auxiliary bridge to complete our victory there. Don't inform the officers there. I want to see how they're doing as I walk in." His officers nodded. He gave Garapetathel one last solemn look, a nod of respect from one officer to another, and then he entered the turbo-lift. Kel twisted, dove, side-slipped, all to avoid the mass of TIE fighters and interceptors in his path. He fired as he came on, paying no attention to sensor readings of his hits or misses. There was no time for anything but firing and dodging. Suddenly, the next vehicle in his sights was an A-wing. Kel rolled into a loop so hard that it exceeded the power of his inertial compensator and pressed him down into his seat. He had to grunt out his next words. "Is that Blue Squadron?"
"Blue 9 here to save your tail, Wraith 5.
The A-wing shot through the space Kel had just occupied and fired, vaporizing the TIE interceptor that had been dogging him.
"You know some of these TIEs are friendlies." "We know."
Kel finished his loop, lined up once again with the heaviest concentration of TIEs. He dove in again, this time on Blue 9's tail, using rudder to slew to starboard and port, scattering fire in a cone around the A-wing now breaking trail for him. Admiral Trigget walked at a fast clip toward the cluster of interceptors remaining in the now cavernously empty TIE hangar. He spoke into his comlink. "Main computer, verify identity by voice print. Code Omega-1, prepare self-destruct."
"Verify self-destruct."
Apwar Trigget commands self-destruct."
"Confirmed. Verify timing."
The mechanic on duty opened the access port to Trigget's interceptor. The Admiral climbed in, still talking. 5 minutes from mark." "Mark."
"Confirmed. Timer running. Verify resources."
"All remaining power. All weapon systems capacitances. All fuel reserves."
"Confirmed. Self-destruct operational."
The sky brightened behind Face. He twisted to look. Fainan's X-wing was still tucked in behind and to the starboard of his, but its entire stern was ablaze and burn marks peppered his cockpit. The starfighter that had hulled him, an interceptor with a set of distinctive horizontal red stripes on the upper and lower portions of its wing arrays, was roaring by at an angle. Now well past Face and Fanan, it began looping around for another pass.
7, punch out!
Thanen did so, firing up and away from his crippled fighter. An instant later, it blew. Face felt debris hammer into his stern. "Wraiths, 7 is EV. Repeat, EV. Nara, can you pick him up?" "If he doesn't land in Nightcaller's dust cloud, we'll do." A TIE fighter dropped into position behind Face. Face saw his sensor board try to light up with the laser lock. He rolled left and dove toward the gigantic cloud of smoke concealing the Corvette's position. His sensors showed a clear laser lock. Then the red dot of his pursuer lost resolution and disappeared. "Who did that?" "You owe a drink to Rogue 2, son." "Drink? Hell, I'll buy you a distillery." The dozen blue dots of Rogue Squadron lit up the sensors, and suddenly the odds against the Wraiths didn't seem quite as deadly. Lieutenant Gara Petithel, her shoulders set with anger, recorded 2 quick messages on her comm console, then took the next turbo lift up. She exited at the deck of officers' quarters, picked up a sealed package from her small room, and took another lift to the level where the Admiral kept his chambers. Those doors were unguarded. No surprise, Trigget would have taken his favorite bodyguards to be his escort pilots. Gara told the doors, "Emergency override 0797 Petithel." The doors slid open. She entered, shut them behind her, and quickly peeled out of her uniform and undergarments. "Let Trigget remember me as a willing sacrifice," she thought. "Let him regret an affair he wanted but never had time for. Let him think whatever he wants. He'll be dead in 10 minutes. How dare he? 37,000 men and women." Angry, she pulled off her black wig. It was the color her hair used to be, at the length she wore it when she entered service with the New Republic fleet and then joined the Implacable's crew, but now her real hair was much shorter, a downy blonde. She threw the wig atop her clothes. She tugged at the mole on her cheek. It came free. There had once been a mole there, a real one, but she'd had it removed by a rebel ship's doctor and replaced it with an item of makeup. She tossed it onto the pile. Now the container. She opened it to reveal clothes, if you could call them that. Lingerie, sheer stuff made from Lovetti moth fiber. The garment would have cost her 6 months' pay had she not stolen it. She put it on. Beneath it, in the case, were data cards, her choices for a new identity. Beneath them, a makeup case. She'd use it once she was in the pod. Beside the makeup case was an injector unit already filled with an illicit substance. She picked it up, hesitated. It was a necessary part of the deception. She just had to make sure she was clear-headed enough, in spite of the drugs, to finish what she was doing here. She jabbed herself with the unit, felt the flow of alien fluids into her vein. Before the drugs took hold, she spoke aloud, a variation on the code that had given her access to this chamber. A portion of one wall slid aside. Beyond was the access to Trigget's personal escape pod, the one neither she nor anyone else but Trigget was supposed to know about. She ignored the feeling that swept through her, the sensation of drifting, long enough to grab up her identicards and makeup case and stagger into the pod. Had Wedge's vision not been obscured by the dust cloud he was maintaining, he would have seen the tiny flight of 3 interceptors leave Implacable's launch bay and angle away from the crippled Star Destroyer. The Wraiths, Blues, and Rogues battling for their lives against a numerically superior force also paid the flight no attention. Those interceptors weren't entering the fight. They'd be dealt with later. Gara Petithel's voice came across Implacable's intercom. "Attention, crew! Implacable is losing power and will crash in 5 minutes or less. Abandon ship!" All over the Star Destroyer, officers and crewmen looked at one another. Only the ship's commander was authorized to issue such an order, but the chain of command could be breaking down just as the ship's systems were. Crew members began racing toward the escape pod accesses. Only the most loyal, the most foolhardy, remained behind at gunnery positions. Kel completed his third pass through the ties, alone this time. Blue 9 was off again with her wingman, Blue 10. There were fewer of the ties this time around. Much of that was Rogue Squadron's fault. He'd never seen such coordinated skill, such squadron-wide competence in dogfighting as the Rogues had demonstrated while eating away at the TIE fighters' numbers. But the odds were still bad, and he knew his luck could not continue to hold. It didn't. He heard Runt's voice. 5, roll out! He snapped up on his starboard wing, but the crossfire from an oncoming TIE interceptor, a gray craft sporting rakish red stripes on the outer surfaces of its wings, struck him with casual accuracy. The first laser blast battered at his stern shields. The second penetrated, burning its way into his fuselage behind his R2 unit. His flight stick locked up, and his control board went dead. All electronics gone. He swore to himself as he began a slow, graceful plunge toward the moon below. The interceptor pilot waggled his wings, then rose toward a distant cluster of A-wings. Kel opened the panel to his left and hit the button for a cold start. Nothing happened. By his best guess, he had about 30 seconds until impact. 30 seconds to get an inoperable X-wing started, assuming it could be. And he couldn't participate in the startup. Only 13, his R2 unit, could reach the damage. He switched on his helmet comlink, heard the hiss indicating that the interference from the relay dish was still in effect, heard fuzzy voices of the pilots involved in the fight. With his left heel, he yanked at a small, innocuous tab extending from the cockpit hull by his foot. 13, can you hear me? The astromech responded with a whistle. Can you get at the damage? Can you bring us online? 13's next whistle was a low, mournful one. Kel's tub popped out a short metallic bar. With his foot, he began pumping it, manually generating the current necessary for an emergency deployment of his landing gear. Are you sure? Not even one engine? 13's answer was the same, a sad trill. Kel heard the landing gear pop open and into place, but there was no power up of the repulsor lift landing engine, not even its emergency backup power. Repulsor lifts? Again, the low tones of a negative answer. Wraith 5 to Nara, can you get me? Repeat, 5 going down, can you grab me? No answer. Kel's helmet comlink didn't have the range of his fighter's comm unit, didn't have enough power to pierce the interference from the dish. Kel counted the seconds as the ground came closer and felt a heaviness settle on his chest. He turned to look through his aft viewport at his astromech. The R2 unit regarded him steadily. I'm going to go now, 13. Thanks for everything. A trill of goodbye. Then Kel faced forward and yanked the handle for his ejection seat. The explosive bolts in his canopy blew, sending it up ahead of him, and the thruster under his seat fired off. He felt a blow to his rear as he was launched up and away, momentarily defying the moon's weak gravity. The pressure sensor in his suit registered the sudden drop in atmosphere and activated the small personal MagCon field that would protect his body from vacuum exposure. He watched his fighter speed away ahead, locked in its fatal descent. He felt almost as though he were losing a fellow pilot. He'd never known, no one seemed to know, just how alive droids were, just how much of their behavior was programming and how much was true personality. His X-wing hit the far lip of an impact crater and instantly became flattened garbage and flying shrapnel. It did not explode. Coldness gripped at Kel as his body heat fled his inadequately insulated pilot's suit and the magnetic containment field around it. But for the long moments while he still rose on that rocket thrust, he had an incredible vista of the flaring lasers and bright explosions of the fighter battle before him, of the battle-scarred Star Destroyer beyond. Wedge's sensors officer said, "Implacable silhouette is expanding." Wedge gave the officer a puzzled look. "How again?" "She's falling, sir." "Sith spit. Tell Wraith 3 and 4 to get out of there." Wedge pulled back on the control yoke, leaning Nightcaller over at a steep backward angle that, if it continued, would result in the Corvette's crash. "Cut the tractor now!" A moment later, Nightcaller lurched upward, accelerating smoothly but slowly at an angle that would carry it out from under the Star Destroyer. "Drop all shields. Put everything into thruster power." "Yes, sir." The Corvette's rate of speed increased. So did Implacable's rate of descent. Grinder's last proton torpedo vaporized more mass of the Star Destroyer's increasingly widening power center. The illumination from that blast also showed Phelan something else. "She's dropping!" Phelan inverted her TIE fighter, goosed the thrusters, but before she could dive, something hit her from the rear. Her ion engines fired, but the thrust merely made her swing to starboard, then back again, and to starboard once more. She swore. Her starboard solar wing array was hung up on something flexible. "Grinder, get out of here!" "Not without you." "You moron, if you don't get clear of the way out, I can't get out. Go!" She watched as, dozens of meters below, the silhouette of Grinder's X-Wing rotated, then its thrusters lit off, pushing the snub fighter down toward the way out. She waited until she was lined up again with the hole in the keel, then she brought her engine thrust up to full power. She swung to starboard, hit a bulkhead hard, and swung back again. This time, her front viewport was starred with cracks. As Grinder shot through the hole, his starboard laser cannon clipped a piece of wreckage. His X-Wing tumbled, uncontrolled, as it exited. The Bothan struggled with his stick and brought his fighter back in line. The instant he was back in control, one of Implacable's turbo-laser blasts washed across him, engulfing him cleanly. When the beam faded, Grinder was gone. Jansen saw Implacable's blast hit Wraith 4. Jansen climbed, firing. His first shot pinged the turbo-laser turret. It rotated to target him, and Piggy's shot punctured it, the Gamorrean's linked blast hulling the turret. The emplacement went still, its lights dead. Jansen sent his X-Wing into a tight, irregular circle around the hole in Implacable's keel. "Gray 2, this is Gray 3. Do you read?" "I'm here." "Get out of there! Implacable is falling." "I'm hung up. Get clear." "I'm coming in." "You can't do anything. If I see your profile, I'll fire on you, sir. I promise." "Damn it, Phelan!" A bracket of laser fire suddenly erupted from the hole in the keel, burning 4 neat holes in the lunar surface. Jansen bit back a curse and rolled away from Implacable's underside. Piggy followed, mercifully silent. As Implacable descended, throwing off escape pods by the score, she broadcast one last message. The voice was female, but as distorted as if it had come through a New Republic fighter comm system. "Attention, New Republic forces. The pilots of the 3 interceptors who launched 1 minute ago included Admiral Trigget. If you want him, that's where you'll find him." The Star Destroyer fell at what looked like a leisurely pace, an illusion fostered by its great size and by the Moon's 4/10 gravity. The Wraiths not actively engaged in combat kept their desperate attention on the gap in the hull, waiting for one last TIE fighter to emerge. It didn't. Nightcaller shot from beneath the descending capital ship like a bar of soap squirting from under a foot, its stern engine array missing the Imperial vessel by a few tens of meters. Implacable hit, stern first. Implacable hit stern first, its great mass causing the stern to shatter and deform as it settled. Whole bulkheads and sections of keel blew out the sides and top surface of the Star Destroyer as the ship's atmosphere suddenly compressed. Even before the bow came down, the vessel's stern detonated, her fuel cells all igniting in an instant. Implacable's command pylon leaped up as if it were a separate ship suddenly separating for a desperate flight to safety. But it, too, disintegrated as it rose and was consumed by the growing fireball beneath it. The ship broke at its midsection, its bow spinning almost gracefully before it set down on the crater-pocked surface of the moon. The Wraiths heard a cry over their comm systems. Wedge and Jansen had heard it once before, on the tape of Donos's one and only Talon Squadron mission, the sound of Donos's pain as he realized his squadron was gone. Wedge rolled Nightcaller upright. "Divert!" His throat shut down over his voice. Grinder, Phelan, dead within seconds of one another. "Divert all guns to fire on the TIE fighters. Weapons, resume control of my turbo laser. Communications, give me the enemy's starfighter channel and our channel both." "You're ready to go, sir." "Attention, forces of the implacable. This is Commander Wedge Antilles of New Republic Starfighter Command. Recommend you break off hostilities now." He got an answer instantly. "Antilles, are you demanding surrender?" "Negative. Here's the deal. You break off hostilities, we do too. Go wherever you care to. We've won this round. Neither one of us gains from continuing this battle." "Not correct. You die, we gain. Prepare to eat vacuum." Then a new voice, words spoken with biting precision. "Captain, accept the commander's offer." Wedge went cold. He knew that voice. The captain's voice returned. "You're only an observer here. You don't issue orders to—" Then a scream. Face's voice. "Sith spit, he's vaped his own man." The precise voice returned. "I apologize. A slight question of chain of command. Commander, you have a deal. All implacable forces break off now. Come to heading 270. Wedge said, "All New Republic forces break off combat. Form up on Nightcaller. If you consider yourself in good shape and have sufficient fuel, fly by on downed fighters and escape pods to report their condition." He drew his finger over his throat, and the comm officer cut the wide-channel transmission. Wedge's weapons officer stared wide-eyed. "You look like you knew him." "You might say that. That was Baron Sunter Fell." The officer paled and returned his attention to his weapons board. Baron Fell, since the death of Darth Vader, was accounted the best Imperial pilot living, and his elite 181st Imperial Fighter Group was the most accomplished fighter unit the Empire could field. What was he doing as an observer on Admiral Triggett's ship? On the sensor board, most of the dots obeyed the orders of their respective commanders. 5 dots did not. 3 reds headed away from Ession's moon on a straight out-system course. 2 blues pursued. The sensors identified the faster one as Blue Leader, the slower as Wraith 9. Squeaky drew Kell in through Nara's emergency airlock. "So glad you are among the living, Tainer. Now that I have you trained to proper manners, I would hate to lose you." Kell shivered uncontrollably and ignored the 3PO unit. Atril, herself swathed in a blanket, threw another one across his shoulders. Phelan was lying on one of the passenger couches, a blanket over him, his face pallid, but he managed a faint smile for Kell. Squeaky returned to Phelan's side. "We lost Grinder and Phelan," Atril said. Kell sat beside her. "Tyria? She's not hurt." Kell relaxed. He tried to sort out his thoughts, his feelings. Relief about Tyria. Sadness for the loss of Phelan, Grinder, and 13. And an odd sort of jubilation at the loss of a part of himself. He knew that something in him had died, and he did not miss it. "Kell?" "Yeah, Cubber?" "Nightcaller sends you congratulations. They say this combat was like your first simulator run with the Wraiths." Kell blinked at him, confused.
Runt gets all my points?
No, stupid. 1 mission, 5 kills, instant ace. Congratulations.
Oh.
Cubber snorted. Much more behavior like that, and I'm going to doubt your dedication to the mechanics profession, boy. He turned back toward his controls. Narrow lifting. More packages to pick up. Leader to Wraith 9.
Donos sat stiffly, his whole body cold, his hand holding the control stick in a death grip.
Leader to Wraith 9.
9 here.
Report your condition.
Phelan is dead. I don't have a condition.
I'm functional. Automatically, Donos checked his fuel reading, his weapons and shield status. All in the green. He had several more minutes' worth of dogfighting power available to him.
3 enemies and 1 ally ahead.
Commander Antilles probably meant his mental condition. He'd almost gone away again when he heard Phelan die. But he hadn't. He knew the Wraiths wouldn't let him stay gone. Best just to keep moving and kill the man who'd killed her. The man who'd killed Talon's squad.
I'm in pursuit of 3 enemies who are not part of the pacified force. If they surrender, you're obliged to accept it.
If. Donos was silent a long moment.
Please instruct that A-wing ahead of me not to vape Trigget. That's my job.
A new voice came over the comm.
Commander Antilles doesn't instruct a general to do a damned thing, Wraith 9.
I recommend you not get between Trigget and my lasers, General.
On any other day, I'd consider that a threat, Sonny. For now, I recommend you just shut up. Blue leader out.
Donos shut up. Nothing the General could do to him worried him. He just didn't feel like spending energy on an argument. Donos watched the sensors as General Crespin gained on the interceptor flight. They weren't flying as fast as true interceptors. The personal vehicles of an Imperial admiral and his favorite bodyguards, they were probably loaded down with hyperdrives and even shielding systems, and that weight would count against them. Even Donos's X-Wing, slower than a standard interceptor, was gaining steadily on these 3. A few more minutes and they'd be far enough from Ession's gravity well to enter hyperspace, but maybe the General was canny enough to stop them. When the sensor screen showed 3 clicks distance between the A-Wing and the interceptors, Donos's comm board lit up with a cross-frequency transmission.
Blue leader to outbound interceptors. This is General Ador Crespin. I'm giving you this opportunity to surrender.
The reply came in a dry voice.
Thank you, Blue leader. I notice a certain disparity in our numbers, though. Perhaps you'd better go home.
Donos heard no reply from Crespin. That exchange had been enough for both leaders. Moments later, when the range meter showed 2 kilometers between the interceptors and General Crespin, Donos saw the interceptor group change formation. The starboard tie dropped back and fell into position immediately behind the center one. The port tie rolled out and turned back toward the A-Wing. Why? Then Donos knew what had happened. General Crespin had gotten a laser lock on Trigget's craft. One interceptor had moved in the way of the General's lasers. The other was going back to destroy the A-Wing, or die trying. For once, Donos prayed for the success of an A-Wing pilot.
Gadget, can we put anything else on acceleration?
No. Donos began rocking in his seat, forward and back, as though the action would coax just a little more acceleration out of the X-Wing. On screen, the rearmost red dot and the blue closed on a head-to-head course. Donos frowned over the maneuver. What was General Crespin doing, playing head-to-head with a pilot who was doubtless willing to give up his life to buy the Admiral a little extra time? They were far from the mass shadows of Ession or her biggest moon. In moments, the interceptors would be able to jump into hyperspace. Donos calmed himself. The General isn't an idiot. He has a plan.
If I can figure out what it is, maybe I can figure out what he's going to do to Admiral Trigget, what direction he'll make the Admiral jump.
If he, Donos, were in an A-wing closing with an interceptor while two other, more important interceptors were headed away at a slight angle, what would he do? The A-wings had laser cannons that traversed up and down, giving them a generous arc of fire, something else the drivers of those tiny speed machines were always bragging about. In Crespin's place, Donos could keep his current course but rotate 90 degrees rightward and elevate his guns, bringing Trigget and the other escort back into his sights. Donos brought up his visual sensor and saw that the general had indeed rotated. In fact, his rotation was continuous, a spin designed to make the A-wing's narrow profile an even more difficult target, and laser blasts from the interceptor were streaking harmlessly past him. But Donos saw the general had indeed elevated his guns. He wouldn't be able to use them to fire on the interceptor. He had to be planning for an angle of attack on the other interceptors. Donos almost slapped himself. He had it. In Crespin's place, he'd close until he had barely enough time to maneuver out of the head-to-head death trap, then fire the A-wing's concussion missiles. The other pilot, more likely to be locked into a suicide ramming course, would not be able to maneuver out of their way. That would eliminate the suicide pilot and immediately give Crespin a clear laser shot of the other two interceptors. Which way would they jump? Currently, Trigget was in front, his bodyguard trailing immediately behind. Crespin vectoring away from them at a slight angle to port. As soon as they sensed a laser lock, Trigget would have to go to starboard, because that would keep his bodyguard right behind him and in the path of Crespin's lasers. Donos almost smiled. He switched to proton torpedoes and aimed visually toward empty space to the interceptor's starboard. He wasn't in range for a torpedo lock yet, but was well within the torpedo's strike range. If he fired at the correct angle, with the torpedoes set to follow any heat source, and the interceptors broke across the torpedo's path. He waited, and rocked in his seat for more speed.
Phelan, are you watching?
When the interceptor and A-wing were a quarter click apart, Crespin angled away, but twin streaks of light continued down his original course. The interceptor he was jousting with reached the point they'd both been aiming for and exploded, victim of twin concussion missiles and bad tactics. Crespin stopped his A-wing's rotation and had his guns directed at the other two vehicles in a bare second. Immediately, as Crespin's laser lock found them, Trigget's interceptor and its pursuit vehicle broke away to starboard. Donos fired.
1 for Phelan. 2 for Talon.
Crespin's lasers found the engines of the pursuit interceptor, stitched them with bright red fire. The interceptor vanished in a bright ball. Donos's comm unit popped. Trigget's voice. "Crespin, I'd like to reconsider." Donos's first torpedo shot between the slit in the interceptor's starboard wing and hit the interceptor where the round forward viewport met the hull. The interceptor detonated in a brilliant flash. Donos's second torpedo entered the cloud but did not emerge from it. Then there was nothing but the hiss of static over his comm unit, a single blue dot on his sensors. The A-wing began a long, lazy arc back toward Essian. "Nice shooting, son." "Nice flying, sir." Donos brought his own snub fighter around. In his chest was a coldness to match the vacuum around him. It was the emptiness of his future. But Talon Squad had had its revenge. Now, perhaps, 11 good pilots, one ever-helpful R2 unit, and a Tatooine woman who'd never recognized her own worth would be able to rest easy. 31. Her beaches and seas are almost as beautiful as those on Storinol, Kel reflected. Maybe more so. They aren't as deliberate, as sculpted. The world was called Borleus, once the site of the biomedical research facility of an imperial general, later captured by the New Republic as the first stage of the march on the Imperial throne world. Borleas was now home to a fighter training base. The New Republic had named a troop transport after the battle for this world, and Kell and Runt had saved that transport on Folor. Kell decided irrationally this meant the world welcomed his presence. He certainly felt welcome. He lounged on a puff cot large enough to accommodate his generous frame, with plenty of room for Tyria beside him. Uniform of the day was bathing suits that might generously be called minimal, and that was a vacation in itself. Beside them on a blanket were half-finished drinks, slowly warming in the sun, and a small refrigeration unit from which more drinks would emerge as the day grew later. Up and down the beach, other wraiths and crewmen of Nightcaller splashed in the waves, lounged on puffcots, rode recreational speeder bikes, sat drinking around tables under broad reflective parasols. Donos was at the end of the line of cots, alone with his thoughts, but remaining within reach of the other wraiths instead of distancing himself from them. Thanen was in Borleas's military hospital, recovering from the loss of his spleen, which had been perforated by shrapnel as he ejected. When Kell had gone to see him, Thanen had explained, "Yes, I got so angry that I had to vent my spleen." The wraiths, Kell's fellow pilots, his friends. There were no recriminations in their eyes. Most of them knew that he'd had some sort of attack back on Ession's moon. They also knew that he'd recovered from it, thrown himself into the worst part of the fight. He'd vaporized more than his share of the enemy, and had drawn the fire of even more pilots. Nightcaller, her sensors overwhelmed by the deliberately faulty emissions of the nearby retransmission dish and the dust cloud she was kicking up, had no record of his temporary vacation from reality. So, like Donos's collapse, it wasn't spoken of. It hadn't happened. And it wouldn't happen again. All he'd ever have to do was imagine what would become of the people he loved if he abandoned them. He glanced down at Tyria, a teasing remark on his lips, but she was asleep, her head on his shoulder as though it were a pillow. A shadow fell across them. Admiral Akbar stood above him. Kell saluted out of reflex. "Sir?" "Don't get up." The Admiral moved to sit on the next puff cot over. He turned toward the water, looking at it as far as Kell could read his posture with a longing expression. "I'm sorry I was not able to speak to you on Talasia." "I was avoiding you, sir." Akbar turned one eye toward him. "Why?" "I was ashamed." He wouldn't have been able to say it a week ago. Now the words were difficult, but not impossible to utter. "For not being able to save Jessamine?" "Yes, sir." "I came to thank you. When I read what you tried to do for her, well, it is cruel to learn one you love has died so far away from the heart of her clan, but at least I knew she was in the midst of good friends. Friends close enough to try such a thing." "She was, sir." Akbar took a last long look at the water, then rose. "Enjoy your leave, Lieutenant. Come back strong and invigorated. Warlord Zinge is still out there." "I have a special greeting ready for him, sir." Akbar made a gravelly noise like a chuckle and walked away from the sea. At the top of the hill, Wedge waited in his skimmer. The Admiral climbed awkwardly in. "You're still fully dressed, Commander. Shouldn't you be wearing a scrap and enjoying the weather and the water as they are?" Wedge set the skimmer in motion, wheeling it around toward the flat field where the X-Wings and shuttles waited. "I'm not really as close to the Wraiths as I am to the Rogues, sir. I think I'd make them uncomfortable." "So you are not one of the lads? More like a real officer.
As intimidating as a general?
Oh, yes, our bet. Actually, I was rather hoping you'd take this opportunity to acknowledge that the Wraiths had proven their worth, as you put it.
Your 3 months aren't up, General. You are still in danger.
Wedge smiled. Admiral, that's the story of my life. End of Star Wars, X-Wing Books 4 through 6 by Michael A. Stackpole and Aaron Alston. Michael A. Stackpole Aaron Allston. Read by Doug Ramsdell in the studios of Benefit